Show.
I'm ready.
Give the show a call at 330-821-1310.
Good call, meatball.
Watch the Sam Bourquin Show on the AM 1310 Facebook page, the Q92 YouTube page, and on X. This is the Sam Bourquin Show on AM 1310 WDPN.
And good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Streetsboro High School, the home of the Rockets, here on AM 1310 WDPN. It is an AWP Safety Football Friday edition of the Sam Bourquin Show. How we doing, everybody? It is a beautiful day here in Streetsboro. Of course, we're getting ready for our high school football broadcast tonight at 7 o'clock as the Alliance Aviators will battle the Rockets of Streetsboro. My partner, Caleb Norick, will be joining us here in a couple of hours when he makes the trip up, and we'll be coming to you live here from Rocket Stadium at Streetsboro High School. Right now, so far, so good on the weather. I think we're going to be okay. There's a lot of cloud cover. It is a little windy, but the sun does try to peek out every once in a while, and that takes the worry meter down a little bit. If we weren't having peaks of sun, I would be a little bit worried because of the weather. But I think we're going to be okay today. So Alliance fans, high school football fans, if you're coming over, you should be in good shape. Just to let you know, it is also Military Appreciation Night tonight here at the stadium. They're going to be having some stuff before the ball game. The Streetsboro band is going to line up in the S, and they're going to honor a few folks. Also, there's a big tailgate going on here tonight. So if you're coming over to the game, you might want to come early. They're going to have food trucks, and they're going to have music, and they're going to have all kind of cool stuff going on here tonight at Streetsboro. So if you're heading up to the game, come a little early, enjoy some great food and festivities, and get you ready for the football game tonight between Alliance and Streetsboro. Coming up here on the show today, we got a couple of outstanding guests for you at 4:10. We're going to talk a little Browns football with Chris Easterling from the Akron Beacon Journal. Hey, we're just a couple of days away from the Browns and the Bengals coming up here on Sunday, so we'll talk to Chris and get his thoughts on Joe Flacco, how he's looked this week. We'll see if there's any news at all on the Quinshon Judkins. We'll see what's going on. Myles Garrett was not on the practice field yesterday, so we'll talk to Chris coming up here at 4:10. Ben Axelrod from awfulannouncing.com will join us at 4:35 as we'll talk a little Browns with him. We'll talk a little college football, a little NFL football, a little television, a little sports on television, and maybe mix in a little guards as well. Maybe. We'll see. That was not a good performance last night by our baseball team, but they're still hanging around. But last night they certainly did not do themselves any favor. So we got the two outstanding guests today. We're hoping to grab some folks here from Streetsboro. Before I go any further, I got to shout out Bob Long. He is the producer of Public Affairs here at Streetsboro High School. And I can't tell you, I have not met a nicer human being going out to visiting schools, either to set up to do a show, set up to do a football broadcast, you name it. Bob has been like super duper welcoming and got us a nice spot here inside in the press box. And he was kind of toying with the weather too. They also had a little setup for us outside on the platform here, which is outside the press box, so we would not have been covered, but we got plenty of power out there. They put up a couple of chairs for us, a table. And Bob has been fantastic. He's checked on us a couple of times here already, so I want to thank you to Bob Long and all the great folks here at Streetsboro for really, really being cool. And the stadium was open for her. I got here about time did I get here today? 1:30, and I know early. I got here about 1:30, and got a parking spot real close, and hoisted up all the equipment and brought it up to the box and got it set up, and good stuff. So we appreciate Bob and all the folks here at Streetsboro for making us feel at home. So hopefully we'll try to get a coach or two, maybe a player, or some folks from the administration, and just give you a little feel about what it's how they do it here at Streetsboro. What's it like on a Friday night for a Rocket football game? Tell us about the school. Tell us about the stadium. Tell us about some of the alum that have passed through here over the years. So we're going to try to make that happen for you here this afternoon as well. Now, I will warn you, things could get a little interesting tonight during the football broadcast because the press box that we are in, the room that we are in, is also going to have the Alliance assistant football coaches in it. So, yeah, we'll see how that works out. Hey, the best thing that can happen tonight is for Alliance to play really, really good football, and the coaches won't get angry, right? And pound on the desk, and you know how coaches get sometimes. They get excited. And sometimes they say some things. So hopefully the Aviators play well tonight, and we don't have to worry about that. So if you hear a few things tonight.
Didn't mean to interrupt you, buddy. You got a phone call.
Okay, let's wow, I didn't even give the phone numbers out today. How about that? All right, let's go to the phones.
Aha.
Oh, okay. Well, let's go here on AM 1310 WDPN. You're on the Sam Bourquin Show. Good afternoon. Who's this?
Hey, Sam. Hope you're having a great day today.
You know what? So far, so good, Henry. The sun is out. We've got a little facility here. The backdrop is incredible. Hoping for a great football game. Of course, we've got lots of stuff to talk about between now and 6 o'clock. What's on your mind?
Well, I have an update regarding the Earthling situation.
Okay. I'm glad you called in with that because I've got, of course, now that I want it, I don't have it. But I've got the statement here that was released from the high school. It'll take me an hour to find it. So Henry, go ahead with what you have.
Well, basically, a lot of people's been angry at the Youngstown Police Department with this. Okay. But the reason that they're so slow with this is because basically it happened in 3 different jurisdictions that are out of state. Now, because this is, and I'm going to tell you this, okay, this attorney is going for money and prosecution. He's not wanting to settle out of court.
The attorney for the victim.
Correct.
Okay. Just want to make sure we had that. Okay.
So this is going to be basically, when it is all said and done, this is probably going to be the model for what happens in the state of Ohio.
Okay. Interesting. So, what do you recall offhand? I'm still trying to find this paper up here. What a mess. What were the 3 states that these things that were alleged to have happened?
I think it was Alabama, Tennessee, and Florida.
Oh, okay. Alabama, Tennessee, and Florida. Okay, interesting. All right. Yeah, I'm still looking for the statement released by Youngstown Ursuline, but yeah, go ahead.
There is, because now it is in federal court, okay, it's basically going to be mandated by federal because those that went on the trip as adults,
okay,
they're basically going to be having 5 different jurisdictions of prosecution. You say, okay, how is this possible?
Yeah, how is that possible? That's crazy.
Each state that the incidents happened in, because it was concurrent, and it happened multiple times to the same individual, they will face prosecution in each state.
Oh, wow. Well, this could take forever.
Now, because, and here's where it gets really bad. They will also face federal charges because it crossed state lines.
Okay.
So not only you have 3 different states, now you have federal. Now, because it was reported in the state of Ohio, and the institution is in the state of Ohio, and they ignored it. They're going to face state of Ohio prosecution.
Ooh, okay. I can see where this is going to get really messy.
Now, the maximum that each adult in this equation will face is 40 to 45 years.
Huh.
And
that's the maximum, right?
We're talking concurrent sentences.
Well, this doesn't sound good. Again, I don't know what all is true and what isn't. I'm just going by the report that I read, the lawsuit that I read, the allegations that were made. I understand there could be multiple videos out there. I do not know what are on those, nor do I want to see them. But it sounds like there is a lot of evidence on the table here. Again, you got to let everything play out, but it certainly does not. It does not look good for those involved on the Youngstown Ursuline side. I can say that.
No, and you had mentioned something. That I'm going to say something. Okay, don't get upset with me. But you also said that you knew Reardon.
Yes, I've known Coach Reardon since he came to McKinley the first time. Yeah, that was a while ago. Yeah.
There are some things that I have now since found out.
Okay, tread lightly here. Be careful.
Well, I'm just going to put it to you this way. I was informed by a police department person who's very close to him, says that there's stuff that people from McKinley should have known beforehand, and they wouldn't have hired him.
Is this from the Youngstown police or the Canton police?
Youngstown area.
Youngstown area, okay. Okay, yeah. That I don't know about, Henry. I can't comment on that. That's, I appreciate you putting that out there, but that's
But
he said, she said, circumstantial stuff. So I can't really comment on that one way or the other.
Right, but if it's when you and I are together, I will explain it to you, and then you'll understand.
Okay, because I have heard some things too. I heard some things yesterday that I certainly can't can't say over the air, because again, this is what I heard. I'm not saying that the person or persons that told me were lying to me or making stories up, but it's still a he said, she said. So I'm not gonna come on here and say that kind of stuff. That would be unprofessional and not the way you handle things.
Yeah. And that's what.
Yeah, I certainly understand. I understand where you're coming from. It's going to be interesting. I'm interested to see how long this is going to take. If you're dealing with multiple jurisdictions, I mean, look how many of the student athletes are involved. Look how many of the coaches are involved. Maybe the parents are involved. You got the Youngstown Diocese is in. I mean, this is a mess. And of course, if folks have not found out, the Ursuline game against Farrell, Pennsylvania tonight was canceled. They announced that cancellation last night about 7:30 last evening, so that there will be no game. And I wonder at this point how Ursuline can even move forward and play any more games this season. I don't see how they can.
No, and I'll tell you what. I will tell you this. Do you know who's pushing for a cancellation? And they're next on their schedule is Austintown Fitch.
Austintown Fitch. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're Fitch, how do you handle that? Obviously, Ursuline's football team would be severely depleted. You might have it. You might beat them. But then on the other hand, if you don't even want to be caught up in the whole mess, and now you're robbing your kids and your fans and your community in Austintown a Friday night of high school football, which you only get 10 a year. So I don't like it from that standpoint that they would be getting robbed of a game. So that's up to them. They'll make a decision on that. Austintown will, but I'm anxious to see how this happens moving forward, especially early next week when you'll probably start to hear a few more things. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, this is only the beginning, and I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Okay. Supposedly there are some Canton kids, but I can't comment on that. But if there's Canton kids that come forward in this, then that opens up a whole different can of worms in this equation.
Yeah, this could be nuts. Henry, I appreciate the call. If need be, you do have my contact information. You can get a hold of me anytime if you got some stuff you'd like to discuss. The door, of course, is always open.
Hey, I appreciate it, and I'll tell you what, it's going to be a beautiful evening for high school football, and just go out and enjoy it. Because like you said, these kids will not experience that game tonight because it was taken away because of adults that didn't know how to be adults. And
right. Yeah, if you got a chance to go out and catch a game tonight, whether you've got a kid playing or a daughter in the band or a cheerleader or somebody, anybody, any way, shape, or form involved with the high school football game, if you get a chance to go out, please go out and enjoy it. The weather is great, and again, you only get 10 regular season games a year, so kind of try to embrace that as best as you can. Henry, appreciate the call. Thanks for jumping on here this afternoon. There he goes, Henry, checking in here. A little bit of info for us here on the Sam Bourquin Show on the AM 1310 WDPN. All right, the sun is coming out now. It's getting a little, not toasty, but it's getting a little bit warmer. They're going to open up the gates here, I believe, around 5:30, 5:45. So if you're coming up to the ball game, again, it is Military Appreciation Night tonight, and they're having a little food trucks, maybe like a little carnival atmosphere going on, some music and stuff. So if you want to come on up, check out Alliance in Streetsboro tonight. You might want to get here a little bit early so you can enjoy some pregame festivities before the game. And if you can't make it up tonight, we got you covered. Myself and Caleb Norick will have the play-by-play at 7 right here on AM 1310 WDPN. All right, we're going to take a break and come back. We are broadcasting live from Rocket Stadium here in Streetsboro. It's the Sam Bourquin Show on an AWP Safety Football Friday, AM 1310 WDPN.
You've always enjoyed an active lifestyle, hiking with family, resort vacations, the occasional trip to the spa, and nights out with friends at your favorite restaurants. You want and need your lifestyle to follow you into your retirement years. Now, imagine a place with peaceful surroundings, resort amenities, and easy access to city life. It's just around the corner at Copeland Oaks. Copeland Oaks has earned a reputation as more than a retirement destination, but also a place to call home. An independent consultant for senior living rated Copeland Oaks with a perfect score, and it's easy to see why. Maintain your lifestyle on the beautiful Copeland Oaks campus with all the amenities you love, and if you need it down the road, assistance is there. Keep living your life to its fullest at Copeland Oaks, your all-inclusive senior living resort. Visit CopelandOaks.com for more information. That's CopelandOaks.com.
We're with Bridget, whose husband won't be home for months, and whose daughter is due any day. We're with Mike, who's leaving home to protect his family and yours. We're with all service members and their families who need community, connection, and maybe a bit of magic. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today.
How's Tommy doing now?
Much better.
You said it was asthma?
Yeah, he started with this cough and then he was wheezing.
That's terrifying.
Doctor said hidden triggers can make it worse. Things like dust, mold, even pests.
Pests?
Yeah, droppings and allergens from cockroaches and rodents can seriously impact children with asthma or allergies.
I had no idea.
We're making sure our home stays pest-free.
Don't let pests put your family's health at risk. Visit pestworld.org to learn more. A public service message from the National Pest Management Association.
Well, I'll get you ready for a little football, won't it? Welcome back into the Sam Bourquin Show. We broadcast live today. You can see it on your screen, on your phone, on your tablet. We're here at Rocket Stadium at Streetsboro High School. Get you ready for football tonight. Alliance in Streetsboro on AM 1310 WDPN. Hey, you can call in just like Henry did, 330-821-1310. You can text me at 330-924-7088. 888. We're with you till 6. We'll take a little break. We'll come back with a pregame at 6:30, and we'll kick this baby off at 7 p.m. Okay. Oh, hey, it is also a fill-in-the-blank Friday here on the show, 1310 WDPN. We made this one kind of simple today. It is week 3. It's high school football season. So here, I want you to complete our fill-in-the-blank Friday. The high school football game you are going to this weekend is blank. The high school football game you will be attending this weekend is blank. Where are you going? Which game are you checking out? Let us know on all of our social media platforms, WDPN on X, on Facebook, and, of course, you can drop the comments in anywhere on the Q92 radio page on YouTube. Let's get a couple in here before we go to the bottom of the hour news. Dave checking in today says, Sammy, I'm going to check out the Malvern game tonight. Coach Brian Herbergs, he's going to check out Glanville and Avon. That should be a great game. That's one of the great games in Ohio tonight. Best of luck to Coach Elder in Avon tonight against the Tar Blooders of Glenville. Bill says he will be at Canton South and Akron East. All the best to the Wildcats tonight. Tricia checking in says, Sammy, you know where I'll be. Orville at Canton Central Catholic. Go Crusaders. Debbie checks in. She will be at the Maslin game tonight at Paul Brown Tiger Stadium. Ryan checking in. We heard from Ryan yesterday. He's going to check out Louisville and Northwest tonight. And tomorrow he'll be at Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium as McKinley takes on Cleveland Heights. Fill in the blank Friday here on the Sam Bourquin Show. The high school football game that you will be attending this weekend is blank. Let us know. All of our social media platforms. You can also give us a ring at 330-821-1310. Final score last night for the NFL, in case you missed it. You got all caught up in the spitting incident with Jalen Carter and Dak Prescott last night. The Eagles hung on to beat the Cowboys by the score of 24-20. All right, we're just getting cranked up here in Streetsboro, live on AM 1310 WDPN. It's an AWP Safety Football Friday. We'll come back after the news. Stay with us.
The latest news and the current Alliance area weather forecast are up next on AM 1310 WDPN.
Good afternoon. It's 3:30. About 450 workers at a Hyundai battery plant in Georgia are under arrest and in ICE custody. Federal officials say the raid was the largest in ICE history and the result of a months-long investigation. More from ABC's Luke Barr.
The special agent in charge didn't want to speculate as to if there would be criminal charges or not. They're still investigating this, but that could be the next step. There's a variety of methods that immigration authorities could use, but it remains to be seen what's next.
A less than stellar jobs report was released today that may point to cracks in the U.S. economy. The Labor Department report shows just 22,000 jobs were added in August, which was well below the 80,000 expected. Job creation was also revised downward in June and July, but the White House is downplaying the data. Director of National Economic Council, Kevin Hassett, blames the data collection at the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Just not an acceptable thing that the job numbers are so unreliable that they're being revised all the heck over the place. A completely different story if we have 1 million fewer jobs, as happened the last time that there was a revision. And so that's one reason why President Trump thinks we need a new set of eyes over there at BLS to fix this problem.
The debut of updated COVID-19 vaccines has gotten off to a clunky start in many states. Limits on who can get the shots and prescription requirements are confusing customers and leaving some worried about whether they will get protection. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has said that everyone who wants a shot can get one, but he also told a Senate committee hearing that access depends on the states. Some places are working to improve access, but it may take time for restrictions to ease and for vaccine seekers to adjust to how the system works now. New York Governor Kathy Hochul today signed an executive order allowing pharmacists to administer the vaccine to patients as young as 3. Sources tell ABC News there are discussions at the Justice Department about a rule that could ban some transgender people from buying guns. The discussion centers on gender dysphoria, the stress from when a person's identity differs from their assigned sex. This comes after a 23-year-old transgender woman opened fire on a Minneapolis school, killing 2 children. Brandon Wolf is spokesman for the Human Rights Campaign and spoke with ABC News.
I think it is disgraceful that Donald Trump is desecrating the memories of children who were stolen from their families just days ago by turning, their tragedy, their pain, their trauma into a political sideshow.
The American Psychiatric Association stresses being transgender is not a mental illness. It's 76 degrees in Alliance at 3:32. This is WDPN News. I'm Jeff Mears.
Here's the Alliance Area Weather Forecast on AM 1310 WDPN.
Forecast for this afternoon calling for mostly sunny skies, a high near 80 degrees. Chance of showers late tonight, increasing clouds, a low around 54. Chance of rain 50%. Saturday, a chance of showers through midday. Mostly cloudy, a high 69. Chance of rain 40%. Sunday, mostly sunny, a high 67. That's your WDPN weather.
Hi, this is Sam Bourquin, the radio play-by-play voice of the Mount Union Purple Raider football squad, and it's opening weekend this Saturday at 1 o'clock as the mighty Purple Raiders take on Wheaton. Pregame begins at 12:45. You can join myself and my color analyst, Ryan Bevere, for all the action. The Mount Union Purple Raiders return to 1310 WDPN this Saturday. Pregame at 12:45, the kick at 1 as Mount takes on the Wheaton Thunder.
Welcome back to the Sam Bourquin Show. It's an AWP Safety Football Friday edition of the program here on AM 1310 WDPN. You can see the sun. If you're watching us on YouTube or Facebook or X, the sun has come out here at Rocket Stadium here in Streetsboro. Tonight at 7 o'clock, the Alliance Aviators will be taking on the Streetsboro Rockets. Myself and Caleb Norick will have the play-by-play for you right here on AM 1310 WDPN, and we'll kick that off tonight at 7. Also on the Q92 Radio Sports Network tonight, we have got a ton of football games for you. On the FM radio side tonight, Q92, you've got Northwestern Louisville. Tonight on Q92radiosports.com. Just click the game, click that link, and what do you want to listen to? You've got Marlington at Howland, Orville at Canton Central Catholic, Perry at Warren Harding, Akron East is at Canton South tonight, East Canton at Sandy Valley. Tomorrow night on Q92 Radio, it will be Cleveland Heights and Canton McKinley from Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium. Again, the kickoff is all set for 7 p.m. Our phone lines are open at 330-821-1310. And don't forget, you can always text in 330-924-7088 and drop comments on all of our 1310 WDPN social media platforms. Buckeyes and Grambling coming up tomorrow. We've got Mount Union tomorrow afternoon at Larry Karras Stadium against the Wheaton Thunder, a battle of the number 2 and number 17 teams in the country. In Division III, we're looking forward to that. We have Kent State's going to be in action against Texas Tech tomorrow, Akron at Nebraska tomorrow. You've got the Browns and the Bengals coming up here on Sunday. Cowboys lost to the Eagles last night, 24-20. And, of course, a big slate of NFL action this weekend as well. The Youngstown Ursuline thing is still one of the big stories going around. That big lawsuit that was filed a couple of days in federal court. We keep hearing more and more and more about that. We'll continue to discuss that, and we'll get you ready for a big sports weekend here as well. 330-821-1310. Let's go to the phones, and let's check in over there in beautiful Salem, Ohio, the home of the Quakers and the home of Tom, one of the biggest football fans I know. Good afternoon, Thomas. How are you? I don't hear Tom.
I'm in there, Sam.
There we go. Now I've got you.
I'm there, brother. You hear me?
Okay. Good afternoon. How are we doing this afternoon?
I'm just sitting here looking like this there, Sammy. I'm ready for some football.
Oh, yeah. I am too. I'm ready. Got Alliance and Streetsboro here tonight on WDPN. We got a lot of games on the Q Network tonight. Got McKinley tomorrow night. That Perry Warren Harding game, I think, is going to be interesting. So yeah, there's always a lot going on in there.
Sam, did I hear you right? Are you you're going to have people there for this game tonight?
Yes. We will have. I think Ryan Keller and Antonio Hall are going to be on the call for Warren Harding and Perry tonight over at Mollenkoff at 7 o'clock.
I will be at that game. And I'm going to tell you, Sam, after what I saw last week, I think Perry is flying high right now. They scored 80 points in 2 games, if I'm correct on that. I like Perry tonight, and I like Perry comfortably.
Really?
Yes. I'm seeing something here. I'm seeing when you're in week 2, you define what your goals are and what you're doing. I don't see any of this. I see 4 fumbles in the first half inside the 10-yard line. And I see a lot of movement. I see 18 penalties for over 200 yards. I see a lot of a lack of discipline that I didn't see in the first week, in the second week. I don't know if that has something to do with playing in a 400-seat parking lot with no lights and a scoreboard that's about, the size of my hand, but I'm not bitter though.
How dare you come down upon the folks at the 1040 on Copley Avenue?
Well, give me some time. I could get even further. Sam, hey, I wanted to expand what the gentleman Henry, who was spot on with what he was telling you. I have a friend of mine who works. He's a former Mooney booster. He's close to both programs because he's part of the diocese and whatnot.
Okay.
The first one may have played their last game.
I would not be surprised, Tom. I would not be surprised.
Looking like that. I mean, they're going to pack it in because these teams that they're supposedly playing have to find opponents. So if they're going to do this, they're going to pack it in pretty quick. As far as, back in 2010, before Warren hired Rick Rios, Dan Reardon had applied for the Harding job, and they didn't give it to him. I was a little surprised because I was expecting it. In fact, I believe I told you that I was expecting it, and it didn't happen.
Yeah.
So the Rick Rios experiment lasted 1 year, and, long story there. But at the end of the day, Paul Trina did not hire him, and I'm a Paul Trina fan. So
right, and Paul Trina is the fellow that hired Tom McDaniels, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Paul Trina, who
I think
passed
Paul's a good guy. I do.
Yeah, he passed away at this time last year. Was probably one of the best athletic directors of my lifetime.
Yeah,
he was also one of my teachers in high
100%
school.
agree.
But I think what you're going to see tonight is Perry come in and just take control of this game. I think the final will be maybe 28-10, 28-14, 31-14. I think Perry is a much more disciplined team. This is talent-wise, we went there and won last year. So that would tell you that they were, would win this game. So, but I like Perry by a comfortable margin.
Interesting. I got to tell you, the experts on the proverbial street have Warren Harding minus a touchdown tonight.
Yeah, I can't see it. I mean, I don't see it. When I go to games, when I go to these scrimmages, Sam, I'm looking at something different. I'm looking at how the defensive backs are playing over the middle of the field, what kind of help you're getting at the line of scrimmage, whether you're playing odd or even fronts. And, when I'm looking at this, it's just, you've got a lot of Chiefs and not enough Indians. We got way too many assistants. We got different, all kinds of different things blending. To me, it just doesn't seem like it's working. Now, I could be real wrong here, but I've been around Warren football for nearly 55 years. So, I'm giving you a pretty educated opinion. But Sam, I like tomorrow. Tomorrow will be fun. I think this Wheaton team returns from players. I think they're going to be fun to watch. I think this is a good football game for at least a half.
I think so too. Mount's breaking in a new quarterback. A couple. They're breaking in a lot of pieces now. It's pieces that have gotten a little bit of playing time over the last year or two. But this Wheaton team, they're going to bring it. They're 17th in the country, and I for one, and I said this yesterday, and I quoted Coach Jeff Dart, the head coach of the Purple Raiders of Mount Union. He says they made a point this year. They're going to try to start really beefing up the non-conference part of their schedule, and I think this year they did a terrific job with Wheaton this weekend, and then going over to Grove City next weekend, which right now is 23 in the country. So I love it. I think it's terrific.
Grove City College plays very good football, and they get all the good talent from Western Pennsylvania. They'll go to schools like Farrell and Newcastle. You know, they stay pretty close in the area there. So I will tell you too, Sam. Tomorrow's game with Grambling, these games kind of frustrate me. You know, they're talking about JJ having a sophomore slump. I think that's possible. I think, you know, teams, you know, we're going to double and triple team them, and you know, you might see, you know, you won't see the drop passes you saw last week, or maybe you will. This Grambling team, I'm not sure. You go from one extreme last week to the other.
Oh.
You could have a Tulane or a Tulsa game like 2021, where it took till the second half for the Ohio State offense to say, "Oh, we're in a real football game." So I'm keeping my expectations low tomorrow, Sam, not because of Ohio State, but because of the opponent.
Yeah, they're going to come in. They're going to come in ready to go, man. This is imagine if you're a young man from Grambling or even on the coaching staff, and you're going to go into the Horseshoe tomorrow, and I will tell you that they're going to be excited. The kids are going to be. They're going to play hard. They're going to play as hard as they've ever played. And I'll also say this, and I know you'll agree. You've been around long enough to know here. The atmosphere tomorrow is going to be very, very sleepy compared to what it was against Texas, and that may be an early little bit of a help for Grambling. Obviously, Ohio State wins this thing; they can name the score, but it's not going to be a raucous gathering tomorrow down in Columbus. I think some of those folks are still tired from last weekend.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they shut them out, though. They may shut them out, or it'll be like 7-7 midway through the second quarter when they finally just turn it on. I got a feeling this is going to be a lazy. Luckily, it's at 3:30, so that may not happen.
Yes,
a lazy day at noon kind of thing. Sam, I'm watching another game tomorrow afternoon. Boston College at Michigan State.
Okay.
I think that things are going to go south for Mr. Smith if he does not beat Boston College tomorrow.
Ooh, Sparty having a little trouble tomorrow, huh?
Yeah, because when you played that song, that immediately reminded me.
That's right. We did play the Michigan State fight song.
Right?
Oh, my God. Tommy, I always appreciate the call, and enjoy the Buckeyes, and enjoy a great sports weekend, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right, my brother, until next time. If you don't hear too many crazy texts from me, you'll know I'm still alive.
All right. There he goes. Tom's going to check out Perry and Warren Harding tonight, and if you're not headed over, we got you covered on the Q92 Radio Sports Network tonight. Keller and Coach Antonio Hall will have it for you. Pregame at 6:30 on Q92radiosports.com. Hey, it is a fill-in-the-blank Friday. And real simple, the high school football game that you are attending this weekend is blank. Which high school football game or games are you attending tonight? Maybe you're going to go check out some games tomorrow. Diana says, Sammy, I'll be at Tiger Town tonight. Go Tigers. Rich says he will be checking out Euclid at Hilliard Derby tonight, but he'll keep an eye on his Canton South Wildcats, and Rich will be ushering tomorrow at the Ohio Stadium for the Buckeyes and Grambling. Tim checking in. He's going to check out Smithville tonight or head to Doughton for that big Mogador-Doughton game tonight. My man Vic Mazzarelli checking in. Vic, hope you are well. He's going to check out Hart County and Flowery Branch tonight out of state. Joseph checks in. Sam, I've got East Canton, Sandy Valley tonight. Which games are you going to? Let us know, 330-821-1310, or you can drop those comments for us as well on all of our AM 1310 WDPN social media platforms. We've got about 12, 13 minutes until we get to the top of the hour. Don't forget, at 4:10, we're going to check in with Chris Easterly from the Akron Beacon Journal. Get your little Browns news today, see what's going on with Cleveland. And then 4:35 from Awful Announcing, we will check in with a friend of the show, Ben Axelrod. Always enjoy talking to Ben. He'll be coming up at 4:35. Boy, the cloud cover is kind of making its way in here a little bit. Still a little windy, not very humid. It's like a 12-13% chance of precipitation. Last time I looked, it's funny, and I've talked about this before. Remember when the the forecast would come out, and whether you heard it on the radio or you watched it on the news, on television, usually there was one forecast, and it stayed that way for like 3 or 4 days. And they still do like the 3-day forecast. They do the 7-day forecast. But that was it. And like we all survived. We were okay, right? We could, plan things or cancel things if we thought the weather was going to get bad, or maybe schedule an event on a day where it looked like it was going to be good. And it was fine. You realize with all these apps, and the weather apps and the radars and sonars and all this stuff, you realize that the weather forecast, it literally changes every 5 minutes, and they literally change it. I'm like, there is no possible way that the weather forecast will change, that you literally have to change it with numbers and percentages and sky every 5 minutes. It is really unbelievable. Up to 20% now, they're saying, for maybe a stray shower. And that would be, between like 5 and 8 o'clock. So I think we're in good shape. Tomorrow for the Mount Union game, cloudy skies, a high of 70 and about a 15% chance of rain. So it should be dry over at Larry Karras Stadium tomorrow as the Wheaton Thunder take on our Mount Union Purple Raiders. You can join myself and Ryan Bevere tomorrow here on AM 1310 WDPN, the Q92 Radio Sports page on YouTube. You can listen to the Mount Union game tomorrow on WDPN Facebook page on X. We get you covered 12:45 free, and kick is all set for tomorrow at 1 p.m. What did I want to tell you here? Don't forget we got Alliance and the Streetsboro tonight. Pregame at 6:30. Around there, and we'll kick it off at 7 o'clock. Guardians fell last night to the Tampa Bay Rays. Game 2 of that series is tonight around 7 o'clock down in South Florida. Guards probably need to get the next 3 here. They put themselves in a pretty good spot the other night after beating Boston. They went to Tampa looking at a 4-game set, a team that's above them in the wild card, but they just... Man alive, they couldn't hit themselves out of a bag last night. They didn't do anything until the last inning. I see Hosey hit a home run, and Kyle Manzardo hit a home run last night, but by then, that was all she wrote, and the Guardians fell. So they'll have Game 2 tonight. Game 3 will be Saturday, and, of course, Game 4 will be coming up on Sunday. And just a reminder, this is an AWP Safety Football Friday here on the Sam Bourquin Show. AWP Safety. Check them out, awpsafety.com. That's awpsafety.com. And don't forget, they are hiring traffic flaggers right now. So if you're looking for a little extra money, if you're looking maybe for a career change, just want to do something different and work for a company that will take care of you. They will pay your training. They'll get your certification, and they will give you opportunities for advancement within the company. And there's a lot of things you can do for AWP Safety. So if you're looking for something, moms and dads, maybe one of your kids is maybe looking for a little something to do, maybe go down a little different path as far as your career, get online right now. Jobs at awpsafety.com. That's jobs at awpsafety.com. And they will help you out. I promise you that. Shout out to AWP Safety for their presentation of our football Fridays here on 1310 WDPN. We'll take a break and come back with more of the Sam Bourquin Show. Stay with us.
Music and intelligence for your life.
No matter what anybody tells you, words and ideas can change the world.
I'm John Tesh, and we couldn't be happier about bringing you intelligence for your life every day. We have a room full of researchers gathering the information and ideas you need to make your life simpler and better, and to make you the smartest person in the room. Join me for Music and Intelligence for Your Life, 10 to 3, Monday through Saturday, only on AM 1310 WDPN.
You heard it on the John Tesh Radio Show. Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-498-2098 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-498-2098 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-498-2098 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Do you worry about how much someone drinks?
Do you feel angry or depressed most of the time? Do you feel neglected or unloved?
Do you feel you attract people who tend to be compulsive or abusive?
Do you have money problems because of someone else's drinking?
Are you afraid or embarrassed to bring your friends home?
Do you feel that if the drinker loved you, she or he would stop drinking?
If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
More than half of all adults have a family history of alcoholism.
Not everyone trapped by alcohol is an alcoholic.
Families and friends are suffering too.
Al-Anon
and Alateen can help. Call 1-866-200-0223 or visit alanon.org/help.
And welcome back here to the show, AM 1310 WDPN. Don't forget you can watch, listen to us on all of our social media platforms, on Facebook, on X, and don't forget on the Q92 radio page on YouTube. We are broadcasting live today. If you're watching, you can see from beautiful Rocket Stadium here in Streetsboro, Ohio, home of the Streetsboro Rockets. Tonight they will be taking on the Alliance Aviators, and we'll have all the call for you. Pregame at 6:30 and the kick at 7 right here on AM 1310 WDPN. My broadcast partner Caleb Norick will be joining me a little bit later on, maybe the tail end of the show, and then we'll take a little respite here, and then we'll get you ready for the pregame coming up at 6:30. Also, a ton of games for you tonight on the Q92 Sports Network. So if you can't get out tonight, or if you got some stuff going on, you can't get to the game, but you want to hear it, you want to listen, you want updates, make sure you check us out, Q92radiosports.com and the Q92 Sports Network. We've got news and we've got weather coming up here at the top of the hour. Looks like we got about 4 minutes until we get you there. What did I want to mention?
Got a couple comments we could shout out here.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Couple answers to the fill in the blank Friday. Mark on YouTube says, not going to any tonight, but I'll be at the Raiders Wheaton game tomorrow, however.
Okay, good, Mark.
Make sure you go say hi to Sam because he'll be there too.
That's right. Come on up.
And then Ed on Facebook says, I'll be on Ocean Isle Beach listening to J.D. DeMarco and the Northwest Indians.
Oh, on the beach.
Right?
Man. Oh, that sounds...
One last chance to get there before fall
right,
hits all the way.
Right. That sounds like something I would really love to do. Kind of got robbed of pool time this summer. I am pool guy. We are pool family, and schedules this summer and a little bit of goofy weather to start the summer swim season, and things just did not work out at all. So hopefully next summer we can have a lot more pool days and a lot more pool time and than we did this year. Because to me, there's nothing like being out at the pool, catching some sun, and just kind of just kicking back. And I'm not like relaxed guy, because usually I'm doing something, but you just can't beat the pool. That's why I wish we had a pool at our house. I really do. I've been calling that out for 15 years, and I've come to peace that it's probably never going to happen unless we happen to hit the Powerball. But if we don't hit the Powerball, there'll be a pool, and that'll be it. Did you play you going to play the Powerball Saturday, Rainsburg? It's
No,
1.7 billion. You got to play.
I might get a few just regular lottery tickets. I haven't played the lottery in a long time.
I am the eternal corrupter. Believe me. You should get a couple of those tickets. $2 a pop.
Oh, okay.
Imagine if you spent $2 and you won 1.7 billion. Holy cow!
Oh,
we could. You could do some stuff with that.
I could accomplish a few things with that amount of money. Absolutely. Get a lot of stuff done.
You'd be amazed how many friends that will come out of the woodwork.
Oh, yeah. Hey, buddy.
People you don't even know. Hey, remember me? Yeah, who are you?
I went to high school with you. I was in that one class that we had together.
Yeah. Remember we sat at the lunch table that one day, that one year? Yeah. How's about loaning me a couple $100,000?
I think we said hi one time, yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that makes us friends, right? We said hi. That makes
absolutely. Well, we went to the same high school, so
hey, gotta be friends. It's a tight knit thing there. But yeah, the Powerball is at 1.7 billion. I bet it goes up to 1.8 billion by the time they draw on Saturday night. That's the next drawing. So I know a lot of folks got the Powerball fever. They've been getting some tickets and crossing their fingers and whatever else it takes, but that would be quite the jackpot to hit, no question about that. All right, this is an AWP Safety Football Friday, the Sam Bourquin Show on AM 1310 WDPN. As you can see, the sun is out in earnest here at Rocket Field in Streetsboro. Springboro is about 4 hours down south. We're at Streetsboro today, and of course tonight it's all part of the Big Football Friday as we have Alliance and Streetsboro tonight at 7 right here on AM 1310 WDPN. Hey, join this conversation when we get back. 330-821-1310. You can text us. You can let us know what's going on. Check us out on all of our social media platforms. And, of course, at 410, Chris Easterling from the Akron Beacon Journal. We'll talk a little Browns here on your AWP Safety Football Friday. The news is next. Stay with us, everybody.
Keeping Alliance entertained and informed for over a half a century. AM 1310 WDPN Alliance.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Severson. New York is joining several states making vaccines more available. Governor Kathy Hochul signs an executive order to allow pharmacies to administer COVID shots without a prescription.
An executive order declaring a disaster in the state of New York due to federal actions related to vaccine access.
A second month in a row, weaker than expected monthly jobs report has the White House blaming Labor Department statistics experts. ABC's Mike Tobuski.
Employers added just 22,000 jobs last month, according to the latest report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Healthcare jobs rose slightly, but were offset by job losses in mining, oil and gas, and the federal government. The unemployment rate, meanwhile, is up slightly for August, now standing at 4.3%.
Wall Street indexes have been lower today. What federal immigration police call their biggest ever raid rounded up at least 450 workers at a Hyundai battery plant in Georgia. Most were Koreans. This is ABC News.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text ALL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely absolutely free. Text ALL to 321321. That's all to 321321.
Now, the latest Alliance area news from Jeff Mears on AM 1310 WDPN.
Good afternoon. It's 4:02. The Stark County Grand Jury has indicted a Canton woman accused in the stabbing death of her daughter. 49-year-old Terry Niner is charged with involuntary manslaughter and negligent assault. She is scheduled for arraignment September 12th in Common Pleas Court. Niner was originally charged with murder, felonious assault, and domestic violence. She allegedly stabbed 30-year-old Ayla Mangan of Canton in the back during a July 10th argument at Niner's home on 20th Street Northeast. Mangan died later at Mercy Hospital. The grand jury declined to indict Niner's husband. He was charged with obstructing justice. A Holmes County woman is indicted on a count of aggravated murder. 40-year-old Ruth Miller faces 6 other counts in connection with the August 23rd death of her 4-year-old son Vincent at Atwood Lake. The woman reportedly drove a golf cart into the lake with 4 of her children as passengers. The boy was pulled from the lake that night near a dock at the Marina West. A 15-year-old daughter and twin 18-year-old sons got out of the water on their own. Miller is expected to be arraigned Monday in Tuscarawas County Common Pleas Court. Sheriff Orvis Campbell says the incident was the result of a religious delusion. The State Office of Criminal Justice Services recently awarded $3.7 million in emergency shelter and support service grants for domestic violence victims and their dependents. Alliance Area Domestic Violence Shelter will receive more than $39,000, while the Domestic Violence Project of Stark County will get $95,000. $40,000 is going to Catholic Charities Regional Agency of Columbiana County and $76,600 to Compass Family and Community Services of Mahoning County. The money covers the year ending June 30th, 2026. Washington Township trustees handle a light agenda. The fire department presented the monthly report Tuesday. It included 55 runs in August with 370 in the year-to-date, repair of a truck windshield, attendance of Community Day, and a football game at Marlington High School. Pumps were tested on trucks 1 and 5, and crews assisted at the Ashley White Invitational. The road department reported patching on Baldwin and Anderson Avenues, removal of a downed tree on Baton Street, work on the mowing tractor, and closure of Senfield Street for a downed wire. Trustees paid bills totaling $473,644. Columbiana County Common Pleas Court will play host to a pair of lawsuits from the 2023 train derailment in East Palestine. They were initially filed in Franklin County, but a defendant argued the incident occurred in Columbiana County. A change of venue was granted. There are 52 defendants, including Norfolk Southern, chemical firms, healthcare providers, as well as local governments, police and fire departments, and schools. The suit alleges they failed to protect the public or warn of the dangers presented by chemicals released after the accident. It also accuses them of causing the wrongful deaths of 7 people after the derailment. The plaintiffs include area residents who opted out of a class action lawsuit settled in federal court, as well as some who opted in. A hearing is scheduled Thursday in a West Virginia courtroom for a Massillon man accused of leading police on a chase across state lines in a stolen car. 41-year-old Van Jones is slated to appear in Hancock County Magistrate Court. He's charged with fleeing, receiving stolen property, and driving with a suspended license. Jones was arrested Sunday night after allegedly leading a Columbiana County Sheriff's deputy and East Liverpool police officer on a pursuit from Route 39 to the Chester exit across the state line on Route 30. Jones also is charged with violating a protection order. After his extradition, he faces charges including robbery, strangulation, and intimidation. Youngstown Ursuline High School has canceled its football game tonight with Farrell High School of Pennsylvania. Farrell coach Amp DeGeese said he was informed by Ursuline coach Dan Reardon Thursday. A federal lawsuit was filed this week against Ursuline, its administrators, coaching staff, and several members of the team and their parents. It alleges a member of the team was physically and sexually assaulted by other team members. The incidents were recorded on videos shared in the team's group chat and were later sent to other students and the community at large. It also alleges a lack of proper investigation and a cover-up by administrators. The school says disciplinary action has been taken against some students most directly involved with the alleged incidents and says some other students involved had left the football program before any disciplinary action could be imposed. A Warren woman arrested after a miscarriage, and the police and hospital employees she is suing in federal court are offering differing accounts of the events. Brittany Watts alleges she was arrested and charged with abuse of a corpse after hospital staff and police fabricated evidence against her. She claims she went to St. Joseph Hospital in Warren in September 2023 after experiencing pain and bleeding at about 21 weeks of pregnancy. The suit alleges she was diagnosed with a condition known as placental abruption, but was denied timely and appropriate medical care. Watts says she went home untreated and miscarried. When she visited the hospital a third time, she alleges a nurse and other staff conspired with a Warren police detective to report her, and she was interrogated. The grand jury declined to indict Watts. The city and officer deny the claims. They say the interrogation was consensual. The hospital says Watts left the hospital twice against their advice. A pre-sentence investigation will be conducted before a Warren man convicted of kidnapping and felonious assault learns his punishment. 64-year-old John Baker was found guilty of the charges Thursday in Trumbull County Common Pleas Court. A jury acquitted him of rape. The charges stem from a February 20th incident in Champion Township. Baker was accused of sexually assaulting a 70-year-old woman. She then locked herself in a bathroom, and Baker was arrested after he was found in the woman's home. Police found a knife in the bedroom and noticed stab marks on the bathroom door. It's 76 degrees in Alliance at 4:07. This is the local edition of WDPN News. The forecast is next, a service of Canterbury Villa of Alliance. I'm Jeff Mears.
Since 1996, Kale's Auto Repair Service, Cars with a K, has been the trusted auto repair shop in Alliance. With over 80 years of experience in Stark and Mahoning County, their team provides high-quality auto care and customer service. They offer a range of services from preventative maintenance to engine repair, AC service, and more. The shop features 10 bays, state-of-the-art diagnostic tools, and mechanics ready to get your car on the road again. They accept all makes and models, ensuring top-notch service for every vehicle. Open Monday through Thursday, 8 to 5 p.m. and Friday from 8 to 11 a.m. Schedule your appointment today by calling 330-821-3100.
This WDPN weather is brought to you by Canterbury Villa of Alliance, where your loved ones become family. Schedule a free visit today by calling 330-821-4000.
Mostly sunny skies in the forecast this afternoon with a high near 80 degrees. Tonight, a chance of showers overnight, increase in clouds, a low near 54, chance of rain 50%. Chance of showers through midday Saturday, otherwise mostly cloudy, a high 69, chance of rain 40%. Sunday, mostly sunny, a high near 67. That's your WDPN weather.
Send your loved ones to a place that cares and a place that they can trust. They'll find a place that feels like home at Canterbury Villa in Alliance. They will provide the highest level of care to their residents when it comes to skilled nursing, rehabilitation, long-term care, and Alzheimer's care. At Canterbury Villa, your loved ones become family. Located on Freshley Avenue, schedule a free visit today by calling 330-821-4000 and ask for Samantha Nutter. At Canterbury Villa, they walk the talk.
Live from the AM 1310 WDPN studio, it's time for live and local sports talk. It's the Sam Bourquin Show.
I'm ready.
Give the show a call at 330-821-1310.
Good call, meatball.
Watch the Sam Bourquin Show on the AM 1310 Facebook page, the Q92 YouTube page, and on X. This is the Sam Bourquin Show on AM 1310 WDPN.
A little college football music to get you into the mood for this weekend. Welcome back to the Sam Bourquin Show. Hey, don't forget, it's an AWP Safety Football Friday here as we are on the road today. Beautiful Rocket Stadium at Streetsboro High School, the home of the Streetsboro Rockets, and tonight that's where our high school football will be. It'll be a lot in Streetsboro, 7 o'clock kick right here on 1310 WDPN. The Rockets are 2-0, and the Aviators will come in tonight with a record of 1-1. And a big shout out again to AWP Safety. You can check them out online right now at jobs@awpsafety.com. That's jobs@awpsafety.com. Rand Rainsberg doing a great job today for us back at the ranch, back in Alliance, as we come to you here from Streetsboro. And again, want to shout out Bob Long. He is the producer of public affairs up here at Streetsboro High School, and he has just been, one of the most helpful gentlemen I have ever run into. And appreciate Bob and all the stuff he's done for us here. And wow, all I can say, hospitality extraordinaire. Hey, also, if you're coming up to the game tonight to watch Alliance in Streetsboro, it is Military Appreciation Night, and they're also going to have some activities going on just outside of the stadium. They're going to have food trucks, like a little carnival thing going on, music, entertainment. So if you're coming up, come on up early and take part in the festivities before the kickoff tonight at 7 o'clock. And again, if you can't make it, we got you covered on 1310 WDPN. All right. It's finally here. No more preseason talk. No more, none of that. We're going to play ball. Here we go. Sunday, 1 o'clock. Huntington Bank Field in Cleveland. The Browns and the Bengals, the Battle of Ohio, round one. And let's bring in Chris Easterling, our good friend from the down here on this Football Friday. Chris, happy Friday. Good afternoon. How are you?
Nice, Jimmy. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I'm up here at Streetsboro. I'm in the press box all by my lonesome and doing a little show here, getting ready for football tonight. And you've been to Streetsboro, haven't you, before?
I've been through it.
Oh, you've been okay. Well, I've never been here before. This is the first time I've been to the high school, and the setting is just, I mean, it's like 75% of it is just engulfed in hills and a very deep forest in trees. And I could just imagine what it's going to look like here in October with all the changing of the leaves and everything. But it's a cool little place. I got to tell you, this is pretty neat. But you will be at a much bigger venue on Sunday to watch the Browns and the Bengals. And here we go. Optimism running a little higher than it was a year ago. But what are you expecting week one? What really do you think is going to happen about 1 o'clock on Sunday?
Well, they're going to kick the football off, and after that, I have no idea. But other than that, I guess if you're looking at the schedule, if you're going to look glass half full, you couldn't probably have asked for a better opener. Well, you could have. You could have. I mean,
you could have asked for New Orleans or something.
Yeah. But all things considered, you're opening at home against a team that, despite the talent that the Bengals have had over the recent years, for some reason you've matched up well with them, had success against them. And I think that's something that's aiding the confidence for this team going into at least that opener. It's why I'm going to pick them. The prediction is sure to go wrong, but I'm going to pick them because Denzel Ward is like kryptonite in a way against Jamar Chase. Myles Garrett has had success, a lot of it, getting to Joe Burrow. And the Bengals didn't really do anything to significantly improve that offensive line. And I think the Browns have significantly improved their defensive line. So all of that's to say it's going to come down to which Joe plays better.
Yeah.
Or at least can Cleveland's Joe play consistent enough and competent enough, which is his MO, to give them a chance to beat one of a really, really good football team.
You mentioned Myles Garrett there, and I saw a lot of reports yesterday from a lot of the reporters that Myles was not on the field yesterday for practice and was kind of a little bit of a mystery. Can you clear that up? And is there anything going on there, or is he all ready to go for Sunday?
He says he's ready to go. We talked to him today. I specifically asked him about it, and he said, "I'm good to go."
Okay.
Just a little yesterday, I'm back. I'm good.
All right. Hopefully.
Who knows? It's Myles. A year ago, remember that he started the season with the feet issues, which I do think were really issues because it's been an issue for him his whole life. But he somehow managed those first two games to get like 2.5 combined sacks, 2 strip sacks. I mean, he was all over the place even then. So I just think this is you deal with this a little bit with Myles. Sort of like trees a man to a contender in February.
Sure. What was your takeaway on camp as a whole? The practices in Berea, the preseason games. What was your take on the way the coach Stefanski and the staff constructed that camp? What was their philosophy behind camp this year? It looked a little different to me for the better. What did you see?
I thought it was a little more. They spent all during the off-season program and through minicamp. They talked about accountability. They talked about toughness. They talked about being a smarter, tougher, more accountable football team because they believe it wasn't just quarterback play. that sank them last year. They thought they were a better team than 3-14 talent-wise. I mean, after all, a year before, they were an 11-win team that went to the playoffs. So I think, it looked like there was a little more, there were some, I thought there was more pad popping this training camp. I thought there was an attempt at emphasizing a little more physicality. There seemed to be a lot more team or group type of settings, like 7-on-7, 11-on-11. It seemed like a lot more of that competitive periods, I guess you'd call them, during training camp. So I think that's what they were trying to instill in this team, is just a little bit of that, extra toughness, so that
Do you think that oh my smokes, I just lost 100,000 papers here. Do you think that will maybe translate into some better football earlier in the season, and hopefully a few more wins than in the past?
that's their hope. But there's also, I mean, the reality is that you look at their first month plus is amongst the toughest in football.
Yeah.
You don't really, I mean, you're playing the only team that didn't make the playoffs last year this week. And it's a team that very well could end up in the Super Bowl if they get a modicum of blocking and defense. So that tells you what. then you go face a team that at least I would think is amongst the co-favorites to go to the Super Bowl from the AFC. And then you go to the team that's probably now, if at worst, co-favorites to go to the Super Bowl in the NFC. So in Green Bay. So, I mean, it's just winning games early. I just want to see how they can be competitive. But that's why the importance of this game specifically is such, because you lose this one and then you're just staring into the abyss of a month of just playing absolutely brutal opponents that, yes, the schedule eases up on the back end, but how much does the early portion of the schedule take out of you in terms of confidence, in terms of depth, even, with injuries or whatnot?
Right. Yeah. This is a tough way to go physically and mentally for this club. I mean, you could start 0-5, but Chris, oh my God, I don't want to think about that. When the final depth chart is released, whenever that is on Sunday, if you would take a look at what you think the skilled position chart will look like for the opener on Sunday. Running back, wide receivers, who's going to be where?
Well, I think it's hard to say because, I mean, it's all personnel driven. I mean, that's why, in this day and age with so many packages, sub-packages, what have you, the quote-unquote traditional depth chart doesn't exist.
True.
I mean, it's sort of, it's a hodgepodge, I think it holds true for offensive line, defensive line, maybe a little more on, a little bit more stable on defense. But in terms of with this team, I mean, I think you have a chance to see Dylan Sampson at running back. I would not be surprised to see both David Njoku and Harold Fannin on the field, but not necessarily both lined up as your traditional inline tight end.
Okay, I can see that.
You're going to see Jerry Jeudy. You're going to see Sed Tillman. I mean, if I had to venture a guess into how it's going to look.
I like the fact of Harold Fannin Jr. and the Chief on the field at the same time, Chris. I think that opens up a lot of possibilities. I don't know what kind of packages they got in and all that other kind of stuff. That's way above my head. But boy, oh boy, man, if I'm Joe Flacco, I may be salivating a little bit when I got both those guys out there, because they can both do so many different things at a very high level.
Yeah, I mean, you saw in the limited snaps that those two played together on in the preseason finale. I mean, the idea is, I think the true idea why they don't necessarily view one is they think that Tillman's going to take a jump, but why I think wide receiver 2 isn't this glaring need that they see is because they view the tight ends and wide receivers as one collection, and they see Jerry Jeudy, David Njoku, Harold Fannin as 1, 2, 3 if you're going option wise, which makes Seth Tillman then wide receiver 4. So I mean very much. I mean both Kevin Stefanski and Tommy Rees, heavy 2 tight end guys in the background. So I absolutely expect to see a lot of 2 tight end sets over the course of not just Sunday against Cincinnati, but well into well through the season.
Chris Eastling is our guest, Akron Beacon Journal. Check him out on all of the social media platforms. Joining us here on the Sam Bourquin Show, live from Streetsboro High School today on AM 1310 WDPN on an AWP Safety Football Friday. From your perspective, Chris, the O-line, are they pretty close to 100% healthy? And how big of a factor are they going to be early on, especially against some of the defenses they're going to be running up against? Because I'll tell you what, personnel-wise, if these guys are healthy, Chris, I like our offensive line. I really do.
I think the question is left tackle. The question is, can DeJuan Jones hold up? And we're going to find out. You talk about throwing the egg right into the fire.
Big Trey.
That's what they're doing on Sunday. You're getting Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah.
And unlike with what Cleveland does with Miles, where they bounce him, or they'll move him all over the line, Trey is right defensive end, and that's where he's going to play. So that means lined up over the left tackle. So they're going to find out if all those practice reps against Myles Garrett pay off in at least DeJuan being able to hold his own against Trey on Sunday. Now he's going to have help with Joel next to him. Which will be a benefit because Joel has helped with facing Trey over the years since Trey came to Cincinnati, and they're going to have Ethan Postage back in the lineup as well at center, which is good. So I like where the offensive line is at, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. If this line can play to capabilities, it's a definite plus, and I think it definitely both raises the floor and the ceiling of this football team.
Chris Eastling is our guest, a beat reporter for the Akron Beacon Journal here on the Sam Bourquin Show, 1310 WDPN. Chris, a new kicker again. How we feeling? How we feeling about Andre Schmidt as we get ready to go here in 2025?
How do you feel about Dustin Hopkins going into 2025?
Oh my God!
That's sort of the reality. And when they lost confidence, and I think that's what happened, is they just couldn't trust Dustin to do what he did in 23, which was an absolute career year.
Oh, right.
But it's weird. His career, he had his career best year in 23, and then 24 was his career worst year. So, and it averages out to all of his percentages were as low as they were at any of the three stops he's had in his career. So when it got to that point, when you've lost confidence in your kicker, it's best just to move on. No, I'm sure, people obviously probably expected that, well, they'll go out and get somebody experienced. The list of, you name it, that we all know everybody has that list in the drawer of 5 or 6 guys who have kicked in, across half the league. So they call upon, but maybe Andre can do it. You don't know till you throw him out there. You didn't know what you had in Phil Dawson until you threw him out there. So
that's true. That's true.
Here you go. Here's your opportunity, and we shall see.
Chris, we got about 90 seconds left before we got to get to the bottom of the hour. You've picked the Browns just for the heck of it. Central, that's the old days. AFC North, how do you think it looks by the end of the year, top to bottom?
Ravens, Bengals, Steelers, Browns.
Ravens, okay.
I mean, I can't. Baltimore is a more well-rounded football team. That's why I have them ahead of Cincinnati. If you said there was movement at the Aaron Rodgers thing, the Pittsburgh thing finally falls apart, and they have the crash, and Aaron Rodgers is off in the forest by December, getting right with himself or whatever, and things just fall apart. So if there was a team that that really could fluctuate, I think it's Pittsburgh.
Agree.
With Cleveland, I just don't know. I mean, we got to see if there's talent on the roster, but we got to see it actually come together.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm going to sneak one more quick in there. I don't know how much you got to watch last night of Dallas and Philadelphia, but just what was your take on the Spitgate with Jalen Carter and Dak Prescott last night? And how bad of a look was that for opening night for the NFL?
I mean, it's bad. It's a bad look. You can't spit on somebody. You can spare. And also, when the NFL has said they are taking sportsmanship. I mean, Kevin talked about it today. His morning meeting today was written by the Cowboys and Eagles because it was just here's a point of emphasis, and they've emphasized it. And there you just saw on national television with two of their signature franchises. They made it. They made an example out of them, and they're going to do it to you too. So that's that's what that's what you have to look forward to on Sunday. Is they're serious about the sportsmanship stuff.
Well, we'll see how it goes. Chris, we appreciate the time as always. Have a great weekend and enjoy your Sunday up by the lake, and hopefully a W to talk about come around 4:00 on Sunday. Have a great weekend, bud.
Hey, thanks to you too, Sammy.
There he goes. Chris Easterling, Browns beat reporter for the Akron Beacon Journal, giving us a few minutes here on the Sam Bourquin Show on AM 1310 WDPN. By the way, the Bengals are still a 5.5-point favorite on Sunday, and the total now is up to 48.5. I'll say it again today. I think there's going to be a lot of points scored on Sunday with the Browns and the Bengals. All right, we got news. We got weather coming up here. Don't forget, this is an AWP Safety Football Show, and we are live at Streetsboro today. We're getting you ready for high school football a little bit later on tonight. The Alliance Aviators will take on the Streetsboro Rockets. The pregame at 6:30, and of course, we'll kick it off at 7 p.m. More of the Sam Bourquin Show after the news on 1310. Stay with us.
Here's the latest news on AM 1310 WDPN.
Good afternoon. It's 4:30. U.S. immigration officials say some 475 people were detained during an immigration raid at a sprawling Georgia site where South Korean auto company Hyundai manufactures electric vehicles. A spokesman for the South Korean Foreign Ministry described the number of detained South Koreans as large, though he did not provide an exact figure. No charges were immediately announced. Officials with Homeland Security investigations say the raid resulted from a months-long investigation into allegations of illegal hiring at the site and was the largest single-site enforcement operation in the agency's 2-decade history. Protesters, lawmakers, and community leaders are speaking out against the surge of ICE and other federal agents in Chicago. The agents have reportedly been staging at a naval base north of the city, but it's not clear when any operation would start. Cook County Commissioner Alma Anaya represents the Little Village area of Chicago. She says the Trump administration is attacking more than just the immigrant community.
It's almost 1 out of every 4 individuals in Cook County are Latinos. Over 1 million are Mexican American. And the reality here is that the attack is on Cook County. It's on everyone. If 1 out of every 4 people are being attacked, This is a serious problem.
A sluggish jobs report out today could indicate the health of the economy and whether the Federal Reserve will cut interest rates later this month. ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers has reaction from the Trump administration.
The White House is brushing off the August jobs report, which showed employers are dramatically slowing down their hiring. Only 22,000 jobs were added last month. Director of the National Economic Council, Kevin Hassett.
All the indicators that we're seeing are that inflation is low and economic growth is solid. Income growth solid as well. So that the only part of the data that's disappointing is that the jobs numbers have been a little bit lower over the last 3 or 4 months.
Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
The unemployment rate rose slightly to 4.3%. New York Governor Kathy Hochul has signed an executive order today allowing pharmacists to provide COVID shots to anyone who wants one.
An executive order declaring a disaster in the state of New York due to federal actions related to vaccine access.
The order comes after the FDA approved the updated shots only for older and high-risk Americans and the CDC vaccine. It's 76 degrees in Alliance at 4:32. This is WDPN News. I'm Jeff Mears.
Now, the Alliance Area Weather Forecast on AM 1310 WDPN.
For this afternoon, mostly sunny skies in the forecast with a high near 80. Tonight, showers possible overnight, increasing clouds, a low 54. Chance of rain 50%. Saturday, a chance of showers through midday, mostly cloudy, a high 69. Chance of rain 40%. Sunday, mostly sunny, a high 67. That's your WDPN weather.
High school football back on the AM 1310 WDPN airwaves Friday night from Streetsboro as the Rockets welcome in the visiting Alliance Aviators. Hi, this is Sam Bourquin. Join me and my partner, Caleb Norick, on Friday night from Streetsboro as the Rockets take on the high-flying Alliance Aviators. Pregame begins at 6:30 and the kickoff begins at 7 p.m. It's Alliance. It's Streetsboro. It's right here on AM 1310 WDPN.
And good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the Sam Bourquin Show here on AM 1310 WDPN. Thanks to Chris Easterling for joining us from the Akron Beacon Journal. Does a great job covering the Cleveland Browns as you get ready for the big battle of Ohio. Will it be a battle? It usually is a battle when these teams play. I can't put my finger on it. I don't know what it is. But for some reason, the Browns give Cincinnati fits. And it's usually when they're up at the stadium. Now, down in Cincinnati, it's a little bit of a different situation. But Cleveland appears to be healthy. Cincinnati appears to be healthy. They got Trey Hendrickson ready to go. Joe Burrow's ready to go. Jamar Chase is ready to go. T. Higgins is ready to go. That's going to be a load. According to Chris, according to Myles Garrett, he says he's ready to go for Sunday. So we'll see. I just don't know if Cleveland can slow down Cincinnati's offense enough for them to win. Again, I would not be surprised if the winning team scored in the 40s on Sunday. I just think it's going to be that kind of a game. I think it's going to be back and forth all day. But we'll see. I could be totally wrong, but that's what I see, and that's what I'm gonna stick with. Don't forget, coming up here in a little bit, we're going to be checking in with Ben Axelrod from Awful Announcing. We'll see what's going on with Ben. We'll talk a little Cleveland sports, a little sports on TV, some other things that are going on around the sports world. Again, Ben Axelrod from Awful Announcing coming up here in just a couple of minutes. We are broadcasting live today from Streetsboro at Rocket Stadium, as Streetsboro will play Alliance tonight in high school football. 7 o'clock kickoff here on 1310 WDPN. You can join myself and Caleb Norick as we bring you the play-by-play tonight from Streetsboro. Really nice little stadium here. I mean, it is right on Route 14. Like it snuck up on me. I wasn't ready. I just wasn't ready for it. I'd never been to Streetsboro High School before, and I had my GPS and everything, and all of a sudden, boom, there it was. And so I pulled in, and I tell you what, the stadium holds around, I don't know, probably 3,000 or so. It's just a neat little It's a neat little stadium. It's kind of, you've got a hillside behind the visiting bleachers. You've got a hillside to the right. But what's really bizarre, there is a humongous T-Mobile cell phone tower at about the 15-yard line on the far side. Now, they do have an 8-lane track here. And then there's this fencing, and then there's this big T-Mobile tower. So it looks a little different, but I suppose we get used to it as we go. All right, let's welcome in our next guest. Love to have Ben Axelrod on, friend of show from Awful Announcing, kind enough to join us here on the Sam Bourquin Show on WDPN as we broadcast from Streetsboro High School today. Ben, happy Friday. How are you this afternoon?
Hey, I'm doing well. Happy Friday.
Good, man. Thanks for coming on. Okay, what will your sports weekend consist of? Work, play, fanaticism? What's going on? What are you looking for? What will you be doing out and about this weekend, and what can we look forward to with Awful Announcing?
Yeah, well, it will start for me tomorrow morning with actually, it will start tonight with the YouTube game between the Chiefs and the Chargers. So there's a lot of enthusiasm around that with the NFL making its debut on YouTube, and the idea that you're going to be able to watch a game for free just on YouTube is definitely a new experience. And YouTube is quietly one of the biggest, if not the biggest, platform in terms of where people are watching things on a daily basis. And so the fact that now you have the NFL, which is the most valuable media property in the world, going to YouTube, and the fact that they do have some additional inventory to sell here in the coming years once the ESPN deal goes through. It's certainly going to be interesting to see how that plays out, how the game looks, how the broadcast looks and feels. So definitely at Awful Announcing and even just personally, definitely locked into that tonight. Then tomorrow morning, I have some youth soccer with my kids that I'll be attending to. And from there, it's just a full college football slate. Not the sexiest games. You have Oklahoma and Michigan, and Iowa and Iowa State are kind of the two big marquee games of the day, but definitely a quieter week 2 than we had a week 1. And then the NFL. I mean, the NFL is king. I'll be at the Browns game as a fan, but all across the league there is no shortage of exciting storylines between J.J. Watt making his broadcasting debut for CBS for Steelers Jets, obviously Tom Brady in year 2 with Fox, and then just everything across the league as a whole. So definitely getting to that time on the calendar here where there's no shortage of activity from the start of the weekend to the end of it.
No doubt about it. I'm going to go back to the game tonight, the game over in Brazil on YouTube, and hey, man, the Kansas City Chiefs, it doesn't get much bigger than that. No slight on the Chargers, but what do you think that's going to look like tonight from Brazil? I wonder what the environment will be like, the aesthetics, the production value. Of course, it'll be on YouTube. And I just wonder, growing up, if you'd have told me, YouTube's going to have a game on a Friday night from Brazil, and it's going to be 2 NFL teams, I'd have laughed you right off of your chair. What do you think that's going to look like tonight?
Yeah, I remember last year even they had a Friday night game. I believe it was Packers and Eagles, and it was on Peacock. And it's just kind of a disjointed experience to have we're so used to the Thursday night opener, and then obviously Thursday night football is a staple throughout the season, and then you get to the Sunday slate and Monday night football. But to also tack a Friday night standalone game on is definitely unique. Right now, I don't think they're going to be able to do it legally next year, although who knows how these laws might change between now and then. But it looks like we'll at least be taking a break based on when Labor Day lands, and there's some antitrust laws about when the NFL can even legally run a Friday night game. But I would expect high production value. I mean, this is Google, this is YouTube, and most importantly, this is the NFL throwing its resources behind it. And I think the NFL has every incentive. As we saw with the Netflix making its debut last year for the Christmas Day games, that was a really polished and really clean presentation and really clean broadcast. So I would expect the same tonight. It's not as high profile of broadcasters. You've got Rich Eisen and Kurt Warner calling the game, but it is going to be a unique experience, and I think ultimately it will be presented as a very big deal. And I think you kind of hit the nail on the head there when you're sending the Chiefs over there for their season opener. That is, it's Chiefs and Cowboys in terms of the league's biggest draws on a consistent basis. And so the fact that it is a division game for the Chiefs against a pretty high quality opponent, I think that tells you everything about what the NFL is looking to get out of this game.
No doubt. Ben Axelrod is our guest. Awful announcing. Check him out on all of the social media platforms. I want to go back to last Saturday just for a minute or two. You mentioned the college football slate was just off the charts. We had 4 or 5 bangers last weekend. They weren't all great games down to the wire, but as far as the branding and the marquee matchups, I thought it was really neat. And I saw the Buckeyes-Texas game, pulled Ben almost 17 million viewers for a noon game on Saturday. That is pretty powerful stuff right there.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And it feels like college football, as we've entered this era with NIL and the transfer portal and now revenue sharing, and it's basically become what it's always been is basically professionalized minor league football. I think they're getting a little bit better at shaping the television slate, especially early on in the season when you're typically at the out of conference portion of the schedule. I mean, you go from they had games on Thursday night, they had games on Friday night, and then you even just look at the Saturday slate. And it seemed like, obviously you had Ohio State, Texas at noon. And then throughout the weekend, you just had, it seemed like every window from 3:30 to 8 p.m., you had Clemson, LSU, and then you get to Sunday and you had Virginia Tech and South Carolina, and Miami versus Notre Dame at night. And then on Monday, you've got Bill Belichick's debut against TCU. It just seems like they've really kind of nailed stretching out this schedule, having at least one big tentpole game at every point on the calendar. And so, I think that's what you kind of saw last week. And, I think this week's slate, there's only so much you can do with it. And obviously with the NFL now, back in swing, that kind of tightens up their windows. But I think they've gotten really good, from the regular season all the way through the playoffs of really making this more of a made for TV product than it already was.
Ben, this may be a crazy question, but in the NFL, as we know it, is always going to be king. But just listening to you talk there for a couple of minutes, has college football, I don't want to say necessarily closed the gap in popularity. Maybe it has, but are they making a little movement the way they are making their schedules and presenting the games early in the year, having them on different nights, trying to get the big boys to play at certain times? Are they closing the gap maybe a little bit, maybe just as far as something like popularity?
I don't think they're closing the gap. I think you look at the ratings. And even last year, there was a Saturday in late December where you had the first round of the college football playoff going up against NFL regular season games, and the NFL regular season games dwarfed those playoff games in terms of ratings. I still think the NFL has a pretty sizable lead, but I do think you're starting to see college football look a lot more like the NFL. Back in, I remember growing up, I grew up in Columbus. Ohio State loses to Texas in week 2, and that's their season. They are done in terms of being a national title contender. Now we're kind of at a point where, Texas lost to Ohio State in week 1, and they still have everything in front of them. And, these teams, Notre Dame, Clemson, these teams that lost still have a lot on the line. And so I think it does kind of change the way people follow the sport and the way fans follow the sport. And then also just the expanded playoff, the fact that you are getting to a point here where it's, okay, this is the regular season and now you're at the playoff, and it's a different point of the calendar in the way that you follow that. I do think it is just looking a lot more similar, but in terms of popularity and in terms of just pure viewership, we're at a point where the NFL, it's the NFL and everybody else, but, growing up, traditionally, I think the big four sports were college football, or I'm sorry, the NFL, Major League Baseball, the NBA, and the NHL. Now, I think it's the NFL and college football and the NBA, and then I think you could have some debates about what that fourth spot would be, but I think college football has pretty firmly solidified itself, both in terms of popularity and just its place in the cultural zeitgeist as a pretty clear-cut number two behind the NFL.
Yeah, I would agree. I would absolutely 100% agree. Ben Axelrod is our guest, from awfulannouncing.com here on the Sam Bourquin Show, 1310 WDPN. So let's go to the pros, and of course they had the game last night. Holy cow, man! Spitgate right around kickoff last night in Philadelphia. What did you make of that? And I talked to Chris Easterling a couple of minutes before we brought you on. He does a great job, a beat reporter for the Akron Beacon-Journal, and we talked about how a bad look that was for the NFL. I mean, the camera was right there. The officials were right there. You saw replays of it all night long. You saw it all day today. What did you make of what happened in Philly last night between Dallas and the Eagles, and before the football itself? But just talk about what happened with Jalen Carter and Dak Prescott.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a bizarre experience for it to be, not even before the first play from scrimmage of the opening kickoff game. And so I think the other part about it is it's not just that it was two random players involved with it. It was the starting quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys, which is, right there with center fielder for the Yankees. And
right.
In terms of the most high profile positions in all of sports. And then it's the Super Bowl champions probably best overall player. If you want to just look at how, I don't know how you can really measure him in Saquon Barkley, but he's definitely the Eagles' best defensive player. And I think everybody would agree that that defensive line and that defense as a whole is probably the biggest strength on that Eagles roster. So it's, pretty much about as high profile of a spitting incident as you could have in maybe even the league at this point. I guess unless it was like Travis Kelce and Dak Prescott. So for that to happen, and then for it to be so clear cut, but then also to have, the secondary angles where it looked like maybe Dak spit something at Jalen to start the whole altercation. It's really kind of an encapsulation of the NFL news cycle, where not only do you have the game, but you have, just a little side plot like that with the names involved and the teams involved that can help just drive the news cycle and be something that everybody is still talking about that's secondary to the game the next day. So, that's the NFL is king, and it's not even just about the games themselves. It's just what this league provides from a content standpoint. And as bad of a look as it was, and as ugly as it was, that's the stuff that drives this news cycle for this league. It seems like on a day in and day out basis.
We were talking on the show yesterday about Dallas, about Jerry Jones, and they moved Micah Parsons out of there, but they still get all the headlines. They haven't won squat in it feels like 3 years, but they're still Dallas. It's still the star on the helmet. It's still the star on the midfield at the stadium down there in Texas. And I was brought up in the era of the Dallas Cowboys, and it was America's team. And there's been some, I don't know, some chips in the armor there a little bit. I think we got to talking about who, as we sit here in 2025, and I'll ask you the same thing. Who do you think America's team is now as far as the NFL? Is it still Dallas? Is KC closed the gap a little bit? Is it Green Bay because of the market size? Who is America's team?
Yeah, really, this is kind of a cop-out answer. It's really just the league as a whole. We talk so much when we talk about the NBA about market size. The NFL is the ultimate sport in a way, because nobody cares about market size. You have you just mentioned Kansas City, and Kansas City, I think, would be the obvious answer if you were going to go away from the Dallas Cowboys in terms of who's America's team, but it could be anyone. We had a dynasty in New England. We have Philadelphia as the reigning Super Bowl champion. I think, the Bengals are one of the most popular teams in the league just because of who their quarterback is and the stars on that team. So I don't know if there's like a true America's team. I think it's the league itself, but I do think right now, the Cowboys are still right there. There's a reason why the Cowboys still get talked about on First Take every day. There's a reason why they lead the news cycle. It seems like week in and week out. And so I don't know if I could take that crown away from the Cowboys just yet. But yeah, it's the Cowboys, and then it's whoever's the flavor of the month or the flavor of the year, or the flavor of the decade. I think right now that's obviously Kansas City, but it could just as soon be the Houston Texans next season, based on the way this league kind of works as a machine.
Ben Axelrod, yes, check him out at Awful Announcing on all of your social media platforms. That's at Awful Announcing. A couple of quick ones with the Browns and Bengals, Ben, and we'll let you go. The most important thing I've got to ask you is the logo. Now, it appears to me that you are pro elf for the logo at the 50-yard line, and it looks like they've got the Browns helmet there. Is this going to stay this way? Are they going to revisit it next year? What's going on there as far as how it's going to look on Sunday afternoon?
Yeah, it looks like it will be the traditional helmet, which is fine with me. It is their primary logo, so I don't think you can really argue with that. I was a fan of the elf being at midfield, although my big thing is they have the two elves that they use. They have the kind of the newer elf and the vintage elf, and I'd like to pick one. It's just kind of a disjointed experience as a fan when you're buying gear and you have mismatched elves, between your hat and your polo or your shirt or whatever. So I'd like for them to pick one elf, but they've kind of made a big show the last handful of years about having fans vote.
Right.
The midfield logo, and this year they just kind of unveiled it and said, all right, it's the helmet again. And so I'm fine with it. I think heading into a season where you're over under win total is 4.5 games, I think probably the less things you do that could be conceived as being or perceived as being attention seeking, then probably for the better.
No doubt. And I'm going to take the under on the win total, by the way. I'm going to stick to that.
Right. Yeah.
Have you heard anything lately about the Brook Park situation? The Dome. I know there's been almost a story or two every day between the city of Cleveland, the politicians, Brook Park, land, aviation. What's the latest there? Get us up to speed.
Yeah, the latest I've seen is that the plans for the stadium are not in compliance with the aviation requirements for having a facility of that nature so close to the airport, which I don't know how that didn't get sorted out before they got to this point. I would imagine they'll have to do something. They're pretty full speed ahead in terms of this thing moving to Brook Park, and I kind of think they're at the point where there's no looking back. So they're going to have to figure out a way to get this thing in compliance with whatever regulations they need. But yeah, that's the latest I've seen. But in terms of decision making and all of that, everything I've seen is it's full speed ahead. So I don't have any reason to doubt that. But yeah, it seems like they're at least going to have to figure out some things that you would have thought would have been figured out by now.
No kidding. Well, Ben, we always appreciate the visit, especially catching up with you here on a Friday. Have a great sports weekend. Enjoy it all, and then we'll catch up with you here at Down the Road. Thanks again.
Absolutely. Same to you, Sammy.
You got it. There he goes, Ben Axelrod from Awful Announcing. Check him out at Awful Announcing. He's the senior editor. You can check him out on Facebook, on X, Instagram, at Awful Announcing. It's a great site. A lot of just interesting little tidbits that you'd be like, I didn't know that. Check it out at Awful Announcing. All right, we have got 4:56. Let's slide out here for a quick break, and we'll come back and we'll get you ready for the top of the hour on 1310 WDPN.
To use the 3 C's: caution, courtesy, and common sense. It could save a life and a lifetime of regret. This message courtesy of Wisman's Apex Tree Service in New Franklin, where they specialize in residential and commercial tree removals, proper pruning, and tree maintenance. Like them on Facebook and visit them online at apextreeohio.com or call 330-807-8398. 330-807-8398. Wisman's Apex Tree Service, reminding everyone to drive safe this back-to-school season.
Hi, this is Sam Bourquin, the radio play-by-play voice of the Mount Union Purple Raider football squad, and it's opening weekend this Saturday at 1 o'clock as the mighty Purple Raiders take on Wheaton. Pregame begins at 12:45. You can join myself and my color analyst, Ryan Bevere, for all the action. The Mount Union Purple Raiders return to 1310 WDPN this Saturday. Pregame at 12:45, the kick at 1 as Mount takes on the Wheaton Thunder.
1310 WDPN. Welcome back to the Sam Bourquin Show. It's an AWP Safety Football Friday. Shout out to Drew and the gang at AWP Safety. Hey, if you're looking for a job, if you're looking for a new career, paid training, certification, and the opportunity to advance up the ladder, which is a really cool thing, may I bring your attention to a website. Visit jobs at awpsafety.com. That's jobs at awpsafety.com. They're hiring right now. Check them out, awpsafety.com. And, of course, we appreciate them coming on board with us. All of our high school football Friday shows will be presented by AWP Safety. Thanks to Ben Axelrod from Awful Announcing for joining us on the program. Don't forget, Jeff Mears is coming up with all the local news and the national news and the weather coming up here at the top of the hour. Don't forget, tonight we've got high school football right here on AM 1310 WDPN. Alliance and Streetsboro, live from Rocket Stadium here in Streetsboro. We'll have the pregame be for you at 6:30. We'll kick it off at 7 o'clock. Myself and Caleb Norick with the call right here on AM 1310 WDPN. And on our radio game tonight on Q92 Radio on the FM side, it will be Northwest and Louisville. Again, the pregame at 6:30 and the kickoff at 7 p.m. Plus a whole other batch of high school football games tonight on the Q92 Sports Network, including Perry at Warren Harding, Akron East at Canton South, Marlington and Holland, Orville at Canton Central Catholic, and East Canton and Sandy Valley. All those games tonight on the Q92 Radio Sports Network. We'll take a break. News is coming up next. Stay with us, everybody.
The latest news and the current Alliance area weather forecast are up next on AM 1310 WDPN Alliance.
ABC News. I'm Chuck Severson. Protesters outside an immigration police office in Chicago. They're among lawmakers and community leaders denouncing the surge of federal agents in the city. Reports say the agents have been staging at a naval base north of the city. Senator Dick Durbin, Illinois Democrat, says he tried to get a meeting about it with the Department of Homeland Security, but it refused.
This kind of secrecy is not part of our government and shouldn't be.
New York is joining several states making vaccines more available. Governor Kathy Hochul signing an executive order allowing pharmacies to offer COVID shots without a prescription.
We're going to continue developing a long-term plan to fight these reckless decisions coming out of Washington because I have no choice.
For a second month in a row, a lackluster monthly jobs report from the Labor Department. Employers added just 22,000 jobs in August. The unemployment rate went up slightly. Wall Street major indexes closed lower. This is ABC News.
Now that Labor Day's over, it's time to switch out summer outfits for new fall looks and head into the season in style. Shop Macy's today for the latest fall trends from top brands like ruffled skirts and barrel leg bottoms 25% off, and men's suits for every occasion from Tommy Hilfiger, Michael Kors, and more 50 to 75% off. Plus, find signature scents from Yves Saint Laurent, Valentino, and so many others. So hurry in now and refresh your fall wardrobe at Macy's. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
Now, the latest Alliance area news from Jeff Mears on AM 1310 WDPN.
Good afternoon, it's 5:02. A Canton woman who allegedly stabbed her daughter to death has been formally charged with the crime. Stark County grand jury indicted 49-year-old Terry Niner on charges of involuntary manslaughter and negligent assault. She was initially charged with murder, felonious assault, and domestic violence. In the July 10th incident at her home on 20th Street Northeast, Niner is accused of stabbing 30-year-old Ayla Mangan of Canton in the back during an argument. She later died of her injuries at Mercy Hospital. The grand jury declined to indict Niner's husband, who was charged with obstructing justice. Terry Niner is scheduled for arraignment September 12th in Common Pleas Court. A Holmes County woman faces 7 counts, including aggravated murder, after an indictment by a Tuscarawas County grand jury. 40-year-old Ruth Miller is expected to be arraigned Monday in Tuscarawas County Common Pleas Court. Miller's 4-year-old son Vincent drowned in Atwood Lake August 23rd. Sheriff Orvis Campbell said the incident was the result of a religious delusion. Miller had driven a golf cart into the lake at the Marina West that morning with 4 of her children as passengers. The boy's body was found in the lake that night. A 15-year-old daughter and twin 18-year-old sons got out of the water on their own. A suspect in a Canton shooting is behind bars. Charges against 18-year-old Zayden Anthony of Canton include felonious assault, improperly discharging a firearm at or into a habitation, and aggravated menacing. He was arrested Wednesday. Anthony is accused of threatening his ex-girlfriend and shooting at her home in the 2900 block of 5th Street Northwest August 30th. Police say the victim and her family were there. According to court records, Anthony missed the house and a bullet hit a neighboring home on 6th Street. He also is charged in Massillon with having a stolen gun the previous day and lying to police about it. Anthony is not permitted to have a firearm due to a juvenile burglary conviction. $3.7 million has been awarded in emergency shelter and support service grants for domestic violence victims and their dependents in Ohio. The State Office of Criminal Justice Service awarded the grants Wednesday. Alliance Area Domestic Violence Shelter will receive more than $39,000, while the Domestic Violence Project of Stark County will get $95,000. $40,000 will go to Catholic Charities Regional Agency of Columbiana County and $76,600 to Compass Family and Community Services of Mahoning County. The money covers the year ending June 30th, 2026. 2 lawsuits stemming from the 2023 train derailment in East Palestine have been transferred to Columbiana County Common Pleas Court. The cases were filed in Franklin County, but a change of venue was granted after a defendant argued the incident occurred in Columbiana County. The plaintiffs include area residents who opted out of a class action lawsuit settled in federal court, as well as some who opted in. The 52 defendants include Norfolk Southern, environmental cleanup companies, healthcare providers, and local governments, police and fire departments, and schools. They're accused of failing to protect the public or warn of the dangers presented by chemicals released after the accident. The suits also allege the wrongful deaths of 7 people after the derailment. A Massillon man arrested after a police chase across state lines Sunday night is set to appear in court on charges in West Virginia. A hearing for 41-year-old Van Jones is scheduled Thursday in Hancock County Magistrate Court. He's charged with fleeing, receiving stolen property, and driving with a suspended license. Jones is accused of leading a Columbiana County Sheriff's deputy and East Liverpool police officer on a pursuit in a stolen vehicle from Route 39 to the Chester exit across the state line on Route 30. After his extradition, he faces charges including robbery, strangulation, and intimidation. Jones also is charged with violating a protection order. The Youngstown-Ursuline football game scheduled for tonight has been canceled. A federal lawsuit was filed this week against the school, administrators, coaching staff, and several members of the football team and their parents. It alleges a member of the team was physically and sexually assaulted by other team members. The incidents were recorded on videos shared in the team's group chat and were later sent to other students and the community at large. It also alleges a lack of proper investigation and a cover-up by administrators. The school says disciplinary action has been taken against some students most directly involved with the alleged incidents and says some other students involved had left the football program before any disciplinary action could be imposed. Farrell coach Amp Pegues said he was informed of the game's cancellation Thursday by Ursuline coach Dan Reardon. The city of Warren, a police officer, and a hospital are denying claims made in a federal lawsuit filed by a woman arrested after a miscarriage. Brittany Watts was charged with abuse of a corpse following a September 2023 incident. The grand jury later declined to indict her. The suit claims Watts went to St. Joseph Hospital after experiencing pain and bleeding at roughly 21 weeks of pregnancy. She alleges she was denied timely and appropriate medical care after being diagnosed with a condition known as placental abruption. Watts says she went home untreated and miscarried. She visited the hospital a third time and accuses hospital staff and police of fabricating evidence against her, conspiring with a police detective to report her, and being interrogated. The city says the interrogation was consensual, and the hospital says Watts left the hospital twice against their advice. A Warren man is guilty of kidnapping and felonious assault. A jury in Trumbull County Common Pleas Court returned the verdict Thursday in the case of 64-year-old John Baker. He was acquitted of rape. On February 20th, Baker was accused of sexually assaulting a 70-year-old woman in Champion Township. The victim then locked herself in a bathroom. Baker was arrested after he was found in the woman's home. Police found a knife in the bedroom and noted stab marks on the bathroom door. A pre-sentence investigation will be conducted before he receives his sentence. A Detroit man was arrested after being stopped on I-80 in Portage County this week. 26-year-old Jalen Davis was charged with trafficking in meth and possession of a controlled substance. The sheriff's office says a package containing about 220 grams of methamphetamine was found by a canine officer. The car was stopped by deputies and the Portage Aggressive Crime Enforcement Unit for a minor traffic violation. The former executive director of the Allen County Regional Transit Authority has been sentenced to 30 months in prison in the theft of about $27,000 in public resources. Shalia Haney also was ordered to pay restitution and audit costs totaling more than $28,000 after she was convicted last month on 1 count of theft in office, 4 counts of tampering with records, and 1 count of tampering with evidence. The sentence was announced today in Allen County Common Pleas Court. Haney was contracted to serve as executive director of the Transit Authority in September 2012 and hired as a full-time employee 7 years later. She left the position in February 2020. The state auditor's office launched an investigation after discrepancies were identified related to the proceeds from the sale of Allen County Regional Transit Authority-owned vehicles and Haney's expense reports. They determined Haney illegally diverted the proceeds from vehicle sales to a political action committee to pass a new levy for additional money to the Transit Authority. She also received reimbursements for personal travel not related to Transit Authority business. Taking a look at Wall Street, the Dow Jones Industrial Average closed today at 45,400, down 220 points. The Nasdaq Composite fell 7 points, ending at 21,700. And the S&P 500 closed at 6,481, down 21 points. We have the following funeral announcements. A service for 100-year-old Julia Ann Dawson will be held Tuesday at 10 at Christ Presbyterian Church. Arrangements by Cassidy Turkle Christian. The service for 71-year-old Stephen Farrer Dixon will be held tomorrow at 1 at Cassidy Turkle Christian. And the memorial service for 54-year-old John David Summers will be held Sunday from 1 to 3 at Cassidy Turkle Christian. It's 77 degrees and Alliance at 5:09. This is the local edition of WDPN News. I'm Jeff Mears.
Here's the latest forecast on AM 1310 WDPN.
Forecast for this afternoon calling for mostly sunny skies, a high near 80 degrees. Chance of showers late tonight, increasing clouds, a low around 54. Chance of rain 50%. Saturday, a chance of showers through midday. Mostly cloudy, a high 69. Chance of rain 40%. Sunday, mostly sunny, a high 67. That's your WDPN weather.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-498-2098 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as 1 day. Just dial 1-800-498-2098 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-498-2098 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Live from the AM 1310 WDPN studio, it's time for live and local sports talk. It's the Sam Bourquin Show.
I'm ready.
Give the show a call at 330-821-1310.
Good call, meatball.
Watch the Sam Bourquin Show on the AM 1310 Facebook page, the Q92 YouTube page, and on X. This is the Sam Bourquin Show on AM 1310 WDPN.
And welcome back into an AWP Safety Football Friday edition of the Sam Bourquin Show. We are rolling on AM 1310 WDPN, our WDPN Facebook page, our X page, the Q92 radio page on YouTube. And we are coming to you from sunny Streetsboro, Ohio. If you are watching right now, you can see the sun is out with authority right now here in Streetsboro, where we will bring you the Alliance Streetsboro Rockets high school football game tonight at 7 o'clock right here on AM 1310 WDPN. Caleb Norick and I will bring you the pregame, and then we'll kick things off tonight at 7. Don't forget, phone lines are open, 330-821-1310. That's 330-821-1310. And don't forget, you can always leave us comments on our Q92 radio page on YouTube or on all of our 1310 WDPN social media platforms. We'd love to hear from you, love to interact with you Monday through Friday between 3 and 6 p.m.
Hey, Sam.
Yes, sir.
We got one of those comments we could talk about.
Okay,
Our buddy
let's
on
go for it.
Facebook, Ryan Rowland, commented to say, wait till Streetsboro starts tailgating. It's usually a big carnival.
You know what? I just walked out of the press box, and I can go out here on a little bit of a ledge per se, and I looked behind the home stands. And I was telling you that tonight is it's a military appreciation night, and they're also having, I get a lot of the alum are coming back already. Now, it's not homecoming, but a lot of people are just, they wanted to do this tonight, and it is a carnival going on behind me. And if I get time, I'm going to go down there and I'm going to grab something to eat. And they got food trucks. They've got music playing. They've got cornhole and a bunch of games for the kids. They've got, like I said, music going on. And it's already going. And what is it now? 5 o'clock. The game doesn't start until 7. But I'm telling you, they are having a great time down there. And it started around 4:30, 4:45. And I would tell folks, if you're coming to the game tonight, whether you're coming to watch Streetsboro, you're coming to watch Alliance, or you just want to see a high school football game close to where you live, I would come here a little bit early so you can enjoy all the pregame festivities. It is almost like a little carnival here at Streetsboro tonight before the game between Streetsboro and Alliance. So yes, it is. I can't wait to see what it looks like at around 6:30 or 6:45, because they're getting after it pretty good right now.
They got the small town county fair out there right now. That's awesome.
Yeah. You know, when I drove over today, I guess you could say I took the back roads. I go over where the GPS tells me, because without that, I would literally, no pun intended, I would be lost. So I typed in the school's address and I said, just take me there. So I when I left the house today, I go off of Market, and I got the East End, I went to Middle Branch, and then I went through Ravenna. No, I went through New Baltimore. I went through Ravenna. I went through Rootstown, Randolph. I just kind of took all the little windy roads. I got here in it took me about 50 minutes to get here, 45 to 50 minutes. And like I said, I have not been here before, so I didn't know what to expect. I didn't even know what I was looking for. And all of a sudden, you find yourself on Route 14. You're going for a little ways, and all of a sudden, boom, there it is on the left-hand side. If you're coming from Stark County, and I thought, holy cow, look at this, is a cool little place. So I said, all right, I parked the car, I got the equipment, and hauled it up the steps and came in here to the press box, and was warmly greeted by Bob Long, who is the producer of Public Affairs here at Streetsboro. Bob has been a great help today, and kind of got situated a little bit. Then I'm looking at the stadium. I'm looking at the backdrop. It's kind of I don't want to say it's kind of sunk down in, but you got hillsides to the right of the press box and behind the visiting stands, but then you've got all of this that's like forest area. It's just big trees, and it goes back forever. And then you go back to the left, excuse me, behind the end zone to our left, and you've got lots of trees. But then behind the press box, you've got like this big grassy area where they're having the pregame carnival right now, and then a little bit to the left. Behind the press box, you got the baseball field, you got the softball field, of course, you got the school back there as well, and it's a really little neat place to watch the game. Now, right now, I'm getting blitzed by the sunshine, so it's not real comfortable right now. But I'm looking forward to tonight what it's going to look like when the sun goes down and everything is rolling here. But yeah, they got a. It just seems like one of those places where the football Friday is a cool thing. It's a big deal. The people all come out to the stadium again. They get the carnival thing going on right now, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the atmosphere is going to be like and how they do a football Friday here in Streetsboro. And of course, we'll see what Alliance does tonight. They come in 1-1. Streetsboro is off and rolling, man. They put 42 on the board last weekend. So they're 2-0 and they run the heck out of the ball. So it's going to be fun. But yeah, I love going to places that I've never been. I mean, I've been doing this for a long time and never have I stepped foot into Streetsboro for a football or a basketball or anything. So I'm kind of happy to be here. This is kind of cool. We'll get some videos and some photos a little bit later on the 1310 WDPN Facebook page. So yeah, this is pretty cool, and it looks like that the little 20% chance of rain stuff. I think we're in good shape there. I don't think we're going to have any rain here tonight. So yeah, this is pretty cool. Dougie from the PTO checked in. He heard us talking about the stadium earlier, and according to the OHSA website, Rocket Stadium here in Streetsboro holds 2,500. I thought it may have been a little bit bigger. So I'm guessing they've got room for about 2,000 or so over here on the home side, and then maybe about 500 on the other. They've got a concession stand on the far side. They've got one behind us. The scoreboard is if you're looking out the press box to the right, it's behind the end zone to the right. Really nice scoreboard too. I mean, that's pretty good. They got the play clocks that are both very visible to fans and players alike. They do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They do have an 8-lane track that surrounds the field here, so you are back a little bit as far as your sight lines are concerned. But other than that, I think this is a beautiful place for football, and we'll see how good the lights are. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4 light standards here. And each of them have, let's see here, 6 and 12. Each of them have 12 lights. Now the poles don't go up very high, so I'm interested to see how the stadium and the field gets lit here tonight. But yeah, cool little place. I'm glad we're here, and looking forward to the broadcast. 330-821-1310 is our number. 330-821-1310. Don't forget, coming up here in about 8 minutes or so, we will have on this day in sports history, and we're looking forward to that. Also, it is another edition of our Fill in the Blank Friday here on the Sam Bourquin Show, and today's Fill in the Blank Friday is the high school football game that you are attending this weekend is blank. Which high school football games are you heading to this weekend? Drop your comments on all of our social media platforms, and we can let all the folks know where you are headed tonight or tomorrow as far as high school football is concerned. Doug checks in. He will be Chippewa at Coventry tonight. He says, go Chips. Samuel is going to be in Mollenkoff tonight to watch the Perry Panthers take on Warren Harding. Megan is going to have Louisville and Northwest tonight. She says, go Leps, go number 57. Thanks for putting that up, Megan. Jim is going to watch Louisville and Northwest tonight. Marcus he is going to be taking in, now Marcus is out of state. He is watching Whale Branch and Ridgeland in Ridgeland, South Carolina. His first play-by-play assignment of the season. Go get him, Marcus. Luann checks in. Sam, great show today. Fairless is going to be her stomping grounds tonight for high school football. Doug checking in. He will be listening to Toledo Central Catholic versus Detroit Catholic Central while he is working tonight. And then he is also working the triple header tomorrow over at Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium. So, Doug, man, have a great high school football weekend. Speaking of the big triple header tomorrow, there is a game at, I think they're going to go at noon. I think it's noon, 3 and 7, I think, tomorrow. I think I'm close. But you got a couple of teams from Pennsylvania are going to battle tomorrow. One of them is Dan Marino's old high school. And then 3 o'clock or so tomorrow, it will be Glen Oak and Cleveland East Tech. And then at 7 o'clock tomorrow night, McKinley will battle Cleveland Heights. And just a reminder, we'll have Cleveland Heights and Kent McKinley for you tomorrow night on our FM station, Q92 Radio. That's 92.5 FM. Clint and the boys tomorrow night at Benson as McKinley will take on the Cleveland Heights Tigers. Of course, we got a lot of games for you tonight, all across the Q92 Radio Sports Network. Running that schedule down here for you. You haven't heard East Canton, Sandy Valley. We've got Marlington at Warren Howland tonight. Orville, Canton Central Catholic. Perry will be at Warren Harding. Akron East to Canton South. All those games tonight. Check them out on the Q92 Sports Network, and we'll be updating you with scores and highlights and videos and photos all night long. So make sure, number one, before you do anything else, make sure you're in, okay? Make sure you follow AM 1310 WDPN on Facebook, on X, on Instagram, on YouTube. Same deal for Q92 and Q92 Sports on all of your social media platforms as we bring you pretty big week 3 here of high school football. Now, not a lot of crazy like marquee matchups tonight, but there are still I think this game is going to be pretty decent here. Alliance and Streetsboro. I think the Perry Warren Harding game will be pretty good. Maslin is playing a team out of Georgia tonight at Paul Brown Tiger Stadium. I think that's going to be a interesting contest. East Canton, Sandy Valley. See if Minerva can pick up another win tonight. So if you're out and about tonight, make sure you got the car radio locked in, 1310 WDPN, Q92, and, of course, all of our social media platforms. I want to thank my guest today, Chris Easterling from the Akron Beacon Journal, and, of course, Ben Axelrod from Awful Announcing. We will step away and come back, and when we do, it'll be time to fire up the band for On This Day in Sports History. That's coming up next here, live from Streetsboro on AM 1310 WDPN.
You've always enjoyed an active lifestyle, hiking with family, resort vacations, the occasional trip to the spa, and nights out with friends at your favorite restaurants. You want and need your lifestyle to follow you into your retirement years. Now, imagine a place with peaceful surroundings, resort amenities, and easy access to city life. It's just around the corner at Copeland Oaks. Copeland Oaks has earned a reputation as more than a retirement destination, but also a place to call home. An independent consultant for senior living rated Copeland Oaks with a perfect score, and it's easy to see why. Maintain your lifestyle on the beautiful Copeland Oaks campus with all the amenities you love, and if you need it down the road, assistance is there. Keep living your life to its fullest at Copeland Oaks, your all-inclusive senior living resort. Visit CopelandOaks.com for more information. That's CopelandOaks.com.
High school football back on the AM 1310 WDPN airwaves Friday night from Streetsboro as the Rockets welcome in the visiting Alliance Aviators. Hi, this is Sam Bourquin. Join me and my partner, Caleb Norick, on Friday night from Streetsboro as the Rockets take on the high-flying Alliance Aviators. Pregame begins at 6:30, and the kickoff begins at 7 p.m. It's Alliance. It's Streetsboro. It's right here on AM 1310 WDPN.
Hunter Lift in North Lima reminds you that no matter what's happening around the globe, the men and women of the U.S. Armed Forces serve and sacrifice. They put their lives on the line for us. Say thank you to a veteran and consider supporting those serving overseas by sending a care package. This from Hunter Lift on South Avenue in North Lima, specialists in below-the-hook lifting devices and material handling solutions. Call 330-549-3347.
Hey, Max, you look absolutely dashing in that purple tie. Ready to harness the world?
You bet, Daisy. I'm ready as I'll ever be. And might I say, your purple tie really pops with your vest.
Thanks. I almost went with a cape, but didn't want to come across as pretentious.
Nonsense. Anyone in our line of work should rock a cape.
You might be onto something, Max.
Phew, so here we go. First day on the job. We've got this, right?
Right. Don't forget, we both graduated from Dogs Inc. with honors.
Which means I can guide my human around a busy city with ease.
And I can give my human a restful night.
I hope my human is kind and loving.
And I hope mine likes wet kisses and zoomies.
Ready to make a difference?
Born ready. Let's go.
Discover how extraordinary dogs like Daisy and Max change lives at no cost to the recipients. Visit dogsinc.org.
It's that time. Welcome back to the Sam Bourquin Show, and it is time for On This Day in Sports History. On this day in 1914, Babe Ruth hit his first home run as a professional player in the International League. On this day in 1955, Don Newcombe of the Brooklyn Dodgers hit his 7th home run of the season. That feat set a National League record for home runs by a pitcher. On this day in 1960, Cassius Clay won the gold medal in light heavyweight boxing at the Olympic Games in Rome, Italy. Of course, Clay later changed his name to Muhammad Ali. On this day in 1987, John McEnroe was fined over $17,000 and suspended for 2 months for his behavior during a title match against Slobodan Zilanovic. And that wasn't be the first, and it wouldn't be the last time that Johnny Mac had a little meltdown on the tennis court. On this day in 1997, the Fox Group announced a deal to purchase the Los Angeles Dodgers. On this day in 1998, Sammy Sosa of the Cubs hit his 58th home run of the season. On this day in 2001, for you hockey fans, the New York Islanders signed Alexei Yashin to a 10-year, $90 million contract. It was the biggest deal in the history of the NHL. That is another edition of On This Day in Sports History. We'll take a break. We got the news and weather coming up, and back to the final 30 minutes of the Sam Bourquin Show on an AWP Safety Football Friday, live from Streetsboro on AM 1310 WDPN.
Now, the latest area news on AM 1310 WDPN.
Good afternoon. It's 5:30. About 450 workers at a Hyundai battery plant in Georgia are under arrest and in ICE custody. Federal officials say the raid was the largest in ICE history and the result of a months-long investigation. More from ABC's Luke Barr.
The special agent in charge didn't want to speculate as to if there would be criminal charges or not. They're still investigating this, but that could be the next step. There's a variety of methods that immigration authorities could use, but it remains to be seen what's next.
A less than stellar jobs report was released today that may point to cracks in the U.S. economy. The Labor Department report shows just 22,000 jobs were added in August, which was well below the 80,000 expected. Job creation was also revised downward in June and July, but the White House is downplaying the data. Director of National Economic Council, Kevin Hassett, blames the data collection at the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Just not an acceptable thing that the job jobs numbers are so unreliable that they're being revised all the heck over the place. A completely different story if we have 1 million fewer jobs, as happened the last time that there was a revision. And so that's one reason why President Trump thinks we need a new set of eyes over there at BLS to fix this problem.
The debut of updated COVID-19 vaccines has gotten off to a clunky start in many states. Limits on who can get the shots and prescription requirements are confusing customers and leaving some worried about whether they will get protection. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has said that everyone who wants a shot can get one, but he also told a Senate committee hearing that access depends on the states. Some places are working to improve access, but it may take time for restrictions to ease and for vaccine seekers to adjust to how the system works now. New York Governor Kathy Hochul today signed an executive order allowing pharmacists to administer the vaccine to patients as young as 3. Sources tell ABC News there are discussions at the Justice Department about a rule that could ban some transgender people from buying guns. The discussion centers on gender dysphoria, the stress from when a person's identity differs from their assigned sex. This comes after a 23-year-old transgender woman opened fire on a Minneapolis school, killing 2 children. Brandon Wolf is spokesman for the Human Rights Campaign and spoke with ABC News.
I think it is disgraceful that Donald Trump is desecrating the memories of children who were stolen from their families just days ago by turning, their tragedy, their pain, their trauma into a political sideshow.
The American Psychiatric Association stresses being transgender is not a mental illness. It's 77 degrees in Alliance at 5:32. This is WDPN News. I'm Jeff Mears.
Here's the Alliance Area Weather Forecast on AM 1310 WDPN.
Mostly sunny skies in the forecast this afternoon with a high near 80 degrees. Tonight, a chance of showers overnight, increase in clouds, a low near 54, chance of rain 50%. Chance of showers through midday Saturday, otherwise mostly cloudy, a high 69, chance of rain 40%. Sunday, mostly sunny, a high near 67. That's your WDPN weather.
Going on an AWP Safety Football Friday, 6:30 pregame tonight, 7 o'clock kick. The Alliance Aviators will take on the Rockets of Streetsboro. It is Military Appreciation Night. They've got a big carnival going on behind us. Folks are having a great time. They got food trucks, they got music, they got games going on. So if you're coming up to the game or coming over or down to the game tonight, you might want to come early. What the heck? Partake in all the festivities and have a little fun before you come in for the kickoff tonight at 7 p.m. Hey, the phone lines are open, 330-821-1310. That's 330-821-1310. It's also a fill-in-the-blank Friday. We made it real easy for you today. Your fill-in-the-blank Friday is the high school game that you will be attending this weekend is blank. What game are you going to this weekend? Let us know, and we'll let you know. We'll let other folks know where you're heading for your high school football weekend. Where do we leave off? We had Doug was going to check out Toledo Central Catholic and Detroit Central tonight. John L. is going to be checking out Perry and Warren Harding over in Mollenkoff. He says, go Panthers, go PTO represent. Santino is going to be at the Central Orville game tonight. Go Crusaders. I think Central's on their 3rd-string quarterback. Oh, my goodness gracious. Hopefully Trucker can get the Crusaders rolling tonight, but Brock Bourquin, I do believe, is still out. I know Brock Abbott, I think he did something to his wrist last weekend in their game against Mogador, so the Crusaders are kind of hurting. I was talking to my son last night at the table, and I said, what are you doing tomorrow night? I said, our school needs a quarterback. What are you doing? He says, I'm going to go to the game. I'm not playing. Well, okay. I said, should I text Trucker, let him know you're available? You need to go out there and play. But he'll be out there with his friends watching the Crusaders tonight at home. Hey, look who just rolled into the studio, our remote studio today here at Streetsboro. Caleb Norick, the extraordinary color analyst for us, and he takes care of all the technical stuff because, well, I'm me and he's him. Hey, how was your trip up today?
It was good. Nice little drive right up 44 for me. So it was pretty.
Your first time here?
It is.
Me too.
I've been to Streetsboro, but never to Streetsboro High School.
Yeah, I've never been to Streetsboro High School either. And I parked and I walked and I said, oh, this this is kind of cool. And all I can think of today is this setting and all the trees and all the leaves. Can you imagine how cool this looks in October?
Yeah, can we move this game a couple weeks from now? But
right.
I was listening to you on the show, so I was picturing you undersold the T-Mobile tower, though.
Wow, I thought I oversold it. Really?
It's this picturesque landscape, and then there's that. But it's a pretty
tower,
setting here,
which is cool because I'm a T-Mobile customer, so I've been on it today, man.
Yeah, I got great cover or great reception.
So I got to tell you, and I've been shouting out Bob Long all day today. He is our producer of public affairs here at Streetsboro, and Bob was here. I don't know what time, probably 7 this morning, but he welcomed me in and got us all set up and is really taking care of everything. And Bob also is the public address announcer, so we'll be listening to him as well tonight over our crowd mic. And again, Military Appreciation Night tonight. They've got a carnival going on behind us, so kind of a cool little night here in Streetsboro. If you folks are coming over to the game, get here a little bit early and you can partake before you come in for the ball game. But okay, we got to talk about last year's game just for a minute. It was not good.
Yeah,
it was not good for Lions last year.
If you're a Rocket fan, it was great.
If you're a Rocket fan, you're happy.
For the Aviators, it was a rough night.
No. And that was at home too.
It was, yeah.
56-6 was the final
last year. Stadium, yep. And so hopefully, the first half for Lions last week, they played well. They moved the ball well. They scored two of the 3 drives.
Mm-hmm.
They did have a kneel down at the last play of the half there. But they came out in the second half and they couldn't move the ball at all. I mean, they got a couple things going, turnovers, penalties. I don't know. They had 3 or 4 unsportsmanlike conducts.
Yeah.
That'll hurt you. And then their best drive of the second half was the last one where they got down first and goal from the 5 with 10 seconds left or whatever. Didn't score, but So that I'm sure Coach all week is. The players know they're not dumb. They remember what happened last year, and now you're on the road, and but you're also trying to, build on things that you did well at Padua, things that you didn't do well against Louisville, and kind of bring those together here at Streetsboro, which is a good football team.
Oh yeah, long deep run last year in the postseason. They're off to a good start this year. They scored 42 last weekend. They love to run the ball. They love to pound the ball, and we'll be talking about some individuals during our pregame here tonight, which is coming up around 6:30. We got all our game previews, all that cool stuff coming up here a little bit later. But to me, if I'm Alliance or I'm Coach Goodman, look, and I know what I'm dealing with tonight with Streetsboro. I know what happened a year ago, but I'm focusing on us. I'm focusing on, can we win a play? Can we win a series? It's about the Aviator football program tonight and nobody else. Would you agree with that?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, you got to control what you can control. And so things that they can control that they didn't do well last week, staying disciplined, the late hits, the personal fouls, the taunting, the turnovers, those things add up and you take points off the board. Mm-hmm. And so when you're playing a team like this, which they gave up 56 points to last year, but by the way, they were far from the only team that happened to. I'm looking at Streetsboro scored 58 on Normandy, scored 77 on Coventry, 49 on Springfield, 55 on Norton, 63 on Cloverleaf. So Alliance is in good company there in the sense that it happened to many teams. But so when you're facing a team like that, you have to stay disciplined. You can't turn the ball over, and you got to stay ahead of the sticks. That's another thing that happened because of penalties.
Yep.
You get into 1st and 15, 2nd and 12, and you take out the run game. They know you're going to pass, and Louisville, their front 3 there on the D line just beat Alliance on most snaps, and so if I'm Coach Goodman, that's what you're trying to fix. Fix what you can control and stay disciplined.
That's it. That's all you can do. I mean, and if you're Alliance, okay, you started out of the gate on the road at Padua, Louisville last week. Ouch. Tonight you've got Streetsboro, and I'm looking down the schedule for them. They've got Ellett away next weekend. Ellett's 1-1 right now. Canton Central Catholic at home, a game we'll have here on AM 1310 WDPN. Home to Salem, home to Carrollton. So they ripped 3 home games off in a row between the 19th of September and October 3rd. Then they go to West Branch, which will be, by that time that rolls around, that'll be what it'll be. And then you're home against Minerva, and then you're at Marlington, the final game of the year. That's your kind of like your big rival game, and we'll have that one too on 1310 WDPN. So if you're Alliance, I mean, your first 4, 3 out of 4 were on the road. That's never easy, but I liked what I saw out of them last week in spurts. You know what I mean? I love watching J.R. Jackson play. I love watching Ravon Hawkins play. They got some guys that can make things happen. It's just, it's hard to do. Get everybody on the same page, come together, cut out the nonsense after the whistle, and try to do your thing while the game's going on. To me, biggest thing is Alliance, just from a mental thing. They can't go out tonight and get down 7, 14, 17 nothing, because then I'm afraid what might happen there. You got to guard against that
for sure. For Coach Goodman, he's trying to keep the program going in the right direction, turn things around a little bit. They're 4-6 last year. They have a unique thing in that I think they're literally playing the exact same schedule as last year.
Yes.
You just flip the sites. So you look, 4-6. Well, through their first 3 games, they were 0-3 a year ago. You turn that one against Padua already. Louisville, you lost again. We'll see what happens tonight. Then you go into a stretch. Ellet, Central, and Salem. You went 2-1 last year. If you can flip that to 3-0, now you're at 5-5, possibly even 6-4. So that's kind of how, if you're the Aviators, you got to look at it. There's lots of football to be played still. There's an opportunity to 6-4, 7-3. You can control what you can control. Take it one night at a time. And I mean, Streetsboro is going to score points.
Oh yeah, I think.
But Alliance can score points too.
I think we see a lot of points tonight.
I think it's a shootout.
I mean, I've been talking all week about how I think the Bengals and Browns game is going to be a shootout. I think tonight, I mean, I could see both teams getting into the 30s tonight if things kind of break right and they get the blocks that they need, and the guys are doing their thing, executing with the play. I think you could see a lot of points here tonight. I did want to ask you, it's been a week now since we've seen Louisville, and your overall thoughts on them. They've got Northwest tonight, a team that did not even get to play their opener. They shut out Marlington last weekend. What do you make of Louisville Northwest tonight?
I'm interested to see what Northwest looks like. We saw Marlington 2 weeks ago. Freshman quarterback. They were okay. They played. They did what they needed to do. They got a win. Last week, obviously, Northwest controlled the game and got the win. So Louisville, now they've gone out 2 weeks in a row now and played just really, really solid defense. They don't give up a lot of points. They give up yards, but they don't give up a lot of points. And Louisville finally gets to come home tonight and open up there in Louisville. And so I'm interested to see how Louisville plays. We get them again in a couple weeks, next week or week after. It might be next week.
Next week at Marlington,
yep,
I believe. So yeah, we got Louisville there, and I don't think we see them the rest of the way. Well, who knows? We'll see how the schedule goes. But and then Massillon again playing a team from outside of the state of Ohio. That's going to be a dogfight tonight. Playing a team out of Georgia tonight, and most think that this team's going to beat Massillon tonight, even though it's at Paul Brown Tiger Stadium. But boy, their schedule
aren't all their games at Paul Brown.
Oh, that's right, they are. That's right, 9 of them. The first 9 are at home. But I mean, my gosh, what a schedule. They open, Glenville. Glen Oak, we kind of thought that would happen last weekend, but they got a team from Georgia, they got a team from New York, they got a team from they don't have Fitch on the schedule this year. We looked at that yesterday back in the office. We were talking about it. I don't know if they still have Warren Harding on the schedule or not. They do have McKinley, obviously, week 10, but I don't know. It's tough for us to get a read on the Tigers. We don't see them.
Yeah.
And we won't see them till week 10, but I mean, A lot of kids graduated from a year
yeah.
ago, but they always have a way of filling the gaps,
they could start 1-2 on the year, and both those losses could be to top 50 teams in the country.
Mhm.
So it's
True.
It's hard to get a read, and Coach Moore seems to have them ready to go. Certainly has them ready to go the end of October against that team from Canton McKinley. But yeah, we'll see. It'll be interesting to see what happens with the Tigers tonight and moving forward. I don't remember their schedule, but I know they have some.
They do have St. Ed's coming up.
Yeah, it's another
weeks, so that'll be
perennial
interesting.
powerhouse, and that's the negative of not having a conference. You're kind of stuck with
you got to play
whoever will
willing to
play
play
you, and the more you win, the less some of these schools are willing to to go get beat up by you.
Yeah, a lot of times, teams would come to Massillon just because they wanted to come there and play.
Yeah.
They wanted to play at Tiger Stadium. They wanted to be a part of that atmosphere that Friday night because they'd probably heard about it. All right, let's go play them. Okay, well, we played them. We didn't have we may have gotten rolled a little bit. So now it's and now a lot of teams now are saying, hey, we want to do home and home with you.
Yeah.
And the series with Lakewood St. Ed's almost went by the waysides a couple of years ago because there was a little issue there. Ed says we're not coming down there anymore until you come up here.
Yeah.
And I didn't think that was going to happen, but they did. They worked it out, and now they're back to going home and home every year. Massillon years ago they would do home and home with Moeller, which was kind of neat, long trip for everybody. But back then a lot of people were going to games, and it didn't matter where you played those games, people would go. But it's hard as an independent. Ask Louisville. I mean, they've got one more year after this, and they'll go into that All-American Conference. But trying to fill the schedule, number one. And as a coach or as an athletic director, I'm not saying manipulate, but you kind of want that schedule how you want it. You would like to try to play certain teams on certain years. Obviously, you want to get as many home games as you can. And sometimes, it takes two to tango, and sometimes the other school doesn't want to reciprocate, and you're kind of like, okay, well, we got to play Team XY because Team AB doesn't want to come here, and we couldn't work it out. But it's tough being an independent. And you're right. The more you win, man, you're almost a victim of your own success. The more you win, the tougher it is to get games to play.
Now we have Massillon and Louisville are different animals in that Massillon has a fan base and let's just say some donors. That money's not really an issue. Where Louisville, in other schools like it, they can't just go anywhere. They can't afford to go to New York and Georgia and whenever they want.
Right.
So you have to try and balance getting wins and the cost of going anywhere or bringing people in. And so being in athletics for a while, I do not envy those ADs and coaches that have to try to make those schedules. And then on top of it, you got coaches at a school like Louisville. You had a couple coaches in a couple years, in a handful of years. And so then sometimes you're left with whatever the previous guy gave you. Oh, thanks. I get this game and this game. So with Coach Kappas being there a couple of years, that helps. I'm assuming by now he's making his own schedule. And, Massillon's got something unique that I think we probably take for granted. They got that indoor facility. They got the tradition, the history, Paul Brown Tiger Stadium. You don't have that a lot of places in the U.S. I mean, we heard about Texas. We know about California. We know about Florida, Georgia. But football in Ohio is amongst the best. I mean, first of all, Ohio State's the number one team in the nation. Look at their roster. Yes, they go and get kids. Let's not pretend they don't.
Sure.
But they got a lot of Ohio bred and born. Michigan comes down into Ohio. There's great football here.
Oh, yeah. It's fertile grounds. I mean, it's people. I mean, Notre Dame comes to Ohio. Michigan comes to Ohio. You're starting to get even some of the Florida and Texas schools, Penn State. I mean, their
quarterback's an Ohio guy.
Oh, yeah.
Trubisky's, from Ohio. You look around the NFL. I want to say there's like 5 NFL quarterbacks that played high school ball here in Ohio.
Yeah, it's a hotbed. There's no question about it. This is the Sam Berkwin Show on AM 1310 WDPN. Phone lines are open if you want to hop in. 330-821-1310. You can also text at 330-924-7088. Sam Berkwin, Caleb Norick joining me for the last segment or two here. Actually, Streetsboro young men are out on the field, getting stretched out here a little bit. The scoreboard clock showing about 67 minutes and 29 seconds till kickoff, and that sounds about right. The Alliance coaches have been out a little bit. I haven't seen any players yet, but I know that they are here, and they'll be ready to go as well. Don't forget tonight, 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock to kick, Aviators and Rockets here on 1310 WDPN. A lot of blowouts last weekend. We had 3 or 4 running clock games. There's a possibility that could happen this weekend, maybe a couple, but the Louisville Northwest game we touched on, we think that could be pretty good. I think the Perry-Warren-Harding game over in Warren, because it's over there, that's just another layer of grinding that the Perry Panthers are going to have to do. But how do you see that one shaking out tonight? That could be fun.
Yeah, this is really the I don't want to say the first test, but it's a big test for the coaching staff over there at Perry. You know, we've talked about it before. It's a new offense. It doesn't look like the Perry that we grew up on, but they're moving the ball. They're scoring points. They're having fun. And it'll be interesting to see. Warren Harding has always been a tough school to play.
Always.
For whatever reason.
Always.
They're just
tough kids. They're tough kids.
Yeah, there's that steel belt type of mentality, and they're just they'll pound the football. They'll run it down your throat, and there's been some good players that come through that area over the years. Is that the high school Maurice Claret?
Maurice Claret, Mario Manningham, all the Provets.
Yep.
They've just, and they've had, Phil Annarella, longtime head coach back in the day. Of course, former McKinley coach Tom McDaniels had a nice little run with Warren Harding. Steve Arnold, I thought, did a nice job with their football program. And now they got Coach Rich is trying to get things going over there now. And but Mollenkopf, if you've never been there, or if you have, you know what I'm talking about. It's a special kind of circumstance over there. They love their football. It's a really cool stadium. They've really kept it up over the decades. I mean, that's an old stadium over there, but they've done a lot of renovations. They've done a lot of really cool things. They got a nice little sports complex over there now too. That's gone up. I remember guys like Alfie Birch, and oh my gosh, they've just had so much talent come through there over the decades. And it's just there's something about Warren on a Friday night. I mean, it's not what it was. I'm not trying to tell you something here, but it's still pretty cool. And if you get a chance to catch a game over there, whether it's one of our teams playing or maybe a big game between a Mooney and a Harding or somebody like that, Boardman, it's a pretty good thing. So yeah, if you get a chance to head on over, I'm sure you'll enjoy that experience there. All right, let's take a break. We got about 5:54 here on the show. We're broadcasting live today from Rocket Stadium in Streetsboro. It's an AWP Safety Football Friday edition of the Sam Bourquin Show. Sandy B here, Caleb Norg hanging out with us as well. We'll come back and kind of finish things up here up until the top of the hour on 1310. Stay with us.
This place has a pulse. You hear it in the canopy, feel it in the ground. Life, fully illuminated, engulfs you. From the birds singing in the treetops above to the tiniest insects in the soil below, you take a deep, cleansing breath, filling your lungs with the essence of the forest. Now, imagine it's all gone. Healthy, life-giving forests reduced to nothing. No singing birds, no lush canopy, and water and food in short supply around the world. Time is running out to protect our forests, and without our love, they can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our forests. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Get on board. The water is open. It's time to go boating and fishing and leave stress in our wake. Feel the wind as we ride and a fish on the line. Reel in our first catch and feel the sun at our backs. It's get out on the water season. It's time to get on board. Find out where to get on board near you. Visit Take Me Fishing and Discover Boating to learn more. And please recreate responsibly.
Get on board. Get on board.
Teachers are dynamic leaders, shaping a new generation. They bring a variety of perspectives from diverse backgrounds, innovating how they teach to prepare students for our fast-changing world. Achieving this takes skill and expertise. They're tireless explorers, creatively discovering a universe of solutions, telling stories, experimenting, inspiring, mentoring, connecting cultures, and connecting with each other, leading by example. Experience the unique joy of helping students thrive. Teaching is a journey that shapes lives. Are you ready to begin? Explore teaching at teach.org, a campaign supported by the U.S. Department of Education, teach.org, and 1 million teachers of color.
Even in my middle 50s, I feel I could put on a uniform and I could run through a brick wall, and then that would probably be it. But I would sure give it the old college try. Welcome back to the Sam Bourquin Show, everybody. 1310 WDPN. Caleb Norick with me. We are at Rocket Stadium in Streetsboro, the site of tonight's high school football matchup between the Alliance Aviators and the Streetsboro Rockets. We're going to shut things down here for a little bit. We'll come back at 6:30, and then we'll have previews of all the games we got covered tonight for you here on WDPN and the Q92 Sports Network. And then let's see here. What else we got going on? We'll have Caleb will have coaches' interviews, and then we'll get you ready for kickoff tonight. I wish that carnival was inside the stadium.
Yeah.
I didn't eat nothing today yet. And I passed a couple places on the way up, and I almost turned in. I was like, no, I'll wait. So I'm hoping the concession stands open up pretty soon behind us down there, because I'll be heading there. Cash or Venmo tonight, my friend.
Okay.
So if you need a little, I actually have cash tonight. First time in a long time. I don't want to say that too loud, but
Yeah.
in case it's there for you if you need it. We've got about 30 seconds or so before we wrap things up. So what are you looking most forward to tonight for our ball game?
Looking forward to see how Alliance responds. I think they're going to score points. They're going to give up points. But can they stay composed and stay in the game and make it be a shootout and try to outscore them? And I think they can. They have the weapons.
You heard it here first, folks. 80-75, your final score tonight here up in Streetsboro. We'll see. All right, you hear Phil in the background. It's time to say goodbye just for a bit. Thanks to Ryan Rainsberg. Great job back at the studio. Thanks to all the callers, emailers, texters, and commenters today. Of course, thanks for Caleb for popping up with us here. And we'll be back at 6:30 for the pregame and the kick at 7. Alliance and Streetsboro here on 1310 WDP. And also shout out to Drew and the crew from AWP Safety, proud sponsors of our AWP Safety Football Fridays. Until 6:30, folks, enjoy the activities, and we'll talk to you here in a bit on 1310 WDPN.
It's time for high school football on AM 1310 WDPN and streaming on the AM 1310 WDPN Facebook page, X, and the Q92 YouTube channel. The best Stark County football is heard right here all season long. Whether you're in a car, at home, or on the go, the action is live on AM 1310 WDPN. This is high school football on AM 1310 WDPN and streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube.
Here they go. Touchdown.
game, too, last weekend for Streetsboro as he picked up a couple of touchdowns. It's been pretty much unstoppable on the ground this year. 369 yards on the ground. Now, 242 yards rushing in 15 consecutive games dating back to last season. I don't know how many teams can say that. They've run for 242 a game over a 15-week span. So hopefully Alliance's run defense is ready to go here tonight. All right, we will step away. We'll take a commercial break. When we get back, we will take you around the county and get you game previews for all the games we've got for you tonight, all along the Q92 Radio Sports Network. And we'll get into those when we get back to Streetsboro after this. You're listening to high school football right here on AM 1310 WDPN.
Dreaming of your next getaway? Lisa's Dream Getaway Travel Agency is a locally renowned travel agency helping you see the world. Lisa books any and all types of travel, honeymoons, all-inclusive, cruises, Disney, along with bachelor and bachelorette trips and destination weddings with low deposit, and you set your monthly payments. Mention Q92 to get $50 on board cruise credit cabin or $150 off your non-canceled vacation or honeymoon. Call 330-428-0610. Lisa's Dream Getaways Travel Agency. If you don't go, you won't know.
Craving something fresh in Alliance? Head to Pulp, where every day starts with in-house fresh squeezed juices, packed with real fruits and veggies. Need a boost? Try our wheatgrass or ginger shots. Small shots, big energy. Hungry? We've got you covered with crave-worthy bowls and wraps, loaded with flavor and made fresh just for you. Come visit us on 450 West State Street in Alliance. Healthy never tasted this good. Fresh flavors made just for you.
Of all the ways to get ahead in life, we're one of them, and we're legal. The John Tesh Radio Show.
I'm John Tesh, and we couldn't be happier about bringing you intelligence for your life every day. We have a room full of researchers gathering the information and ideas you need to make your life simpler and better, and to make you the smartest person in the room.
You're just trying to be better. We're just trying to help. The John Tesh Radio Show.
Join me for music and intelligence for your life, 10 to 3, Monday through Saturday, only on AM 1310 WDPN.
It's intelligence for your life.
Missed the big game? Don't worry, Q92 has you covered. Check out our SoundCloud page where you can relive every exciting moment. From high school football, basketball, baseball, and softball to Mount Union football and basketball, we've got it all. That's every broadcast from this season, and even classics going all the way back to 2016. Follow Q92 Radio on SoundCloud and never miss a play, a call, or the thrill of the game. Q92 Radio on SoundCloud, your home for every game, every season.
When it comes to sports, Sam Berkwin brings the heat. Catch the Sam Berkwin Show weekdays from 3 to 6 p.m. on AM 1310 WDPN and streaming live on the WDPN Facebook and X pages, plus the Q92 YouTube channel. From the Browns to the Buckeyes, the Guardians, Cavs, and your local high school teams, if it's making headlines in the sports world, Sam is talking about it. It's the local sports talk you want. The Sam Berkwin Show, weekday afternoons on AM 1310 WDPN.
This is high school football on AM 1310 WDPN and streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube.
Sam Berkwin and Caleb Norick back with you, AM 1310 WDPN on a beautiful night for football here in Streetsboro. Now we get a little bit of wind, which I'm sure you can help hear coming over. But other than that, forget about that chance of rain. I think that's out of here for the night, and should be good weather for these two teams, Streetsboro and Alliance. Sam Berkwin and Caleb Norick with you. And before we take you around the county with all of our game previews, Caleb, I've been watching Alliance down here to the left, and they look sharp. I don't see a lot of drop balls or a lot of lackadaisical. They look like they're focused in. I'm not sure from your perspective. You were down there. You talked to both coaches. We'll get those interviews coming up here after our previews. But at least from up here, it looks like they're dialed in.
Yeah, they look ready to go. Definitely, just the eye test, they're oversized, but that doesn't mean that they, can't score points. And be competitive. So it should be fun.
We'll see how it goes tonight up here in Streetsboro. Right now, it's time to take you around the county with all of our game previews tonight. Get you set for what's happening all along the Q92 Sports Network.
Welcome to Week 3 from Canton, Ohio. I'm Mike Dixon with Q92 Sports Network. High school football presented by Charchone Auto Group. The 1-1 Orville Raiders take on the 0-2 Canton Central Catholic Crusaders. The Raiders come into Canton off a Week 2 loss to West Holmes 28-20. Leading the way for Orville is 6'5" wide receiver Braylon McDuffie and junior running back Parker Hostetler lead the way in this dual-threat offense. In Week 1, the Raiders' defense smothered the Worcester offense, but in Week 2, they struggled to contain a dual-threat quarterback. With losses to Perry in Week 1 and Mogador in Week 2, this young Crusaders team is going into Week 3 hungry for their first win, sitting at 0-2. Leading the way for Central Catholic is QB Brock Bourquin and a stable of running backs led by Kenny Stroud. On the defensive side of the field, Brock Abbott, 6-foot senior at linebacker and team captain, and free safety Tyler Cook. The stands are full, the lights are on. Week 3 is ready to kick off. Orville, Canton Central Catholic, 7 p.m. kickoff on Q92 Sports Network. Presented by Charchone Auto Group.
It's Week 3 of the high school football season, and that brings us tonight to Howland, Ohio, the home of the 1-1 Howland Tigers, who will be hosting their future Eastern Buckeye Conference rival, the 1-1 Marlington Dukes, tonight on the Q92 Sports Network. The Dukes come into tonight's game with a 1-1 record after a win in Week 1 over Warrensville Heights. The Dukes were beat down by the Northwest Indians in Week 2. They'll look to bounce back with their freshman quarterback, Tyler Walder, who's completed 24 of 40 attempts for 287 yards and 2 touchdowns on the young season. At receiver, it's all about Cameron Evanich. The junior is off to a great start this season with 13 catches, 224 yards, and 2 touchdown receptions, along with a rushing TD. Coach Cardinal will be leaning on his junior wide receiver to help. As far as the Howland Tigers go, they came up with a victory Week 1 against Niles on the road, then came back home and lost big time to Geneva last week, 56-21. Howland will be leaning on their senior running back, DeVay Hanzu. He's the cowbell for this offense. Howland will also be trying to get the ball to their receivers, Josh Jarvis and Carter Nielsen. Howland brings back a veteran team with 10 starters on offense and 7 on defense. It's Marlington and Howland, a preview of the future of the EBC Conference. And you can hear it all tonight right here on the Q92 Sports Network.
It's Week 3 of the 2025 season, and we are coming at you live from Mollenkopf Stadium in Warren, Ohio, for the matchup between the 1-1 Warren Harding Raiders and the 2-0 Perry Panthers. Warren Harding, coached by Matt Richardson, currently sits at 1-1 on the season. They opened the season up with a 43-25 loss to McKinley, then bounced back with a 25-6 victory over Akron Buchtel. Their defense making big plays in Week 2, registering 5 interceptions, including 2 pick sixes. The Raiders have a 2-headed monster at running back with King Adir and Mendez Provit. James Jones started the first 2 games at quarterback for the Raiders, but Satavian Hill had success running the Wildcat offense last week. Perry and first-year head coach Spencer Lino got off to a perfect start, 2-0 on the season, beating Central Catholic Week 1 and shutting out Akron St. Vincent St. Mary's last week. They have outscored their opponents 77-14. The Panthers have shown a balanced attack so far, gaining 447 rushing yards and 320 passing yards in the first 2 games. Keep an eye out on junior running back Jonathan Lemon, who has back-to-back 100-yard rushing performances, and Connor Shepard, averaging 9 yards per carry. Sophomore quarterback Cameron Treharn has completed 66% of his passes with 3 touchdowns and no interceptions. Senior wide receivers Jaden Wilson and Nasir Foster are averaging 17.5 yards per catch, and both of them with pick sixes last week. Join me, Ryan Keller, and Antonio Hall for the call. Kickoff set for 7 o'clock on Q92radiosports.com, the Q92 Sports Facebook and X pages, and also the Q92 YouTube page. From Mollenkopf Stadium in Warren, Ryan Keller, Q92 Sports.
Good evening, everyone. Week 3 of the 2025 high school football season is here. I'm Jay Wilhelm with the Q92 Sports Network, brought to you by the Sarchone Auto Group. I'm here live at Sandy Valley High School as the Cardinals play host to the East Canton Hornets. East Canton, led by the legend head coach John Spider Miller, come into tonight's contest with a record of 2-0. They defeated Chippewa 38-0 in Week 1 and Wellsville in Week 2 by a final score of 49-0. They'll look to continue playing shutout defense and high-scoring offense here tonight, as this is their first road game of the season. Sandy Valley comes in still looking for their first mark in the win column as they sit at 0-2. They lost their season opener at Fairless 50-13, and last week in their home opener here in Magnolia got taken down by Manchester 48-13. Brian Gamble and his guys will look to turn their season around here tonight in front of their home crowd. Join me this evening with pregame starting at 6:30 and kickoff scheduled for 7. Live from Sandy Valley, I'm Jay Wilhelm with the Q92 Sports Network.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Breck Bueller Stadium inside Canton South High School for the matchup between the 1-1 Akron East Dragons and the 1-1 Canton South Wildcats. For Akron East, this is their third straight road game to open the season. Week 1, the Dragons defeated Bedford 20-6, and then last week lost to a strong Nordonia team 39-7. They are led by senior defensive back duo Terrell Wharton Jr. and Dante Swain Jr. This duo has more than a dozen college scholarship offers between the two, and they make opposing quarterbacks think twice throwing at them. For Canton South, this is their third straight home game to open the season. Week 1 was a win over Field 42-16, and last week they fell to CVCA 42-14. For the Wildcats, it's been Therese Conley, Nolan Bonner, Brody Beagle, and Diego Bautista leading the offense, and when they are clicking, look out. Who will pick up their second win tonight? Will it be Akron East or will it be Canton South? You can find out live on the Q92 Sports Network as myself and my broadcast partner Robert Coleman will have the call. Pre-game is at 6:30, kickoff is at 7. For Q92 Sports, I'm Mike Voorhees.
The Louisville Leopards host the Northwest Indians in a renewal of a matchup that in the past was one of the most anticipated in Stark County. Northwest is 1-0 after a 35-0 win over Marlington. The Indians' Week 1 game was canceled due to an outbreak of illness at Norton. John DeMarco's team ran for 4 touchdowns with 2 from Kellen Reinford and 1 each for Joey Madur and Connor Stevenson. Madur had 83 yards on 12 carries. Quarterback Braden Venables was 15 of 19 for 168 yards and a score with no interceptions. DeMarco is facing his former school where he was head coach from 2010 to 2018, compiling a record of 65-29. Louisville is 2-0 with wins over New Philadelphia and Alliance. The Leopards held the Aviators to 233 rushing yards and 13 points last week after shutting out the Quakers. The leading rusher is quarterback Gabe Stauffer with 152 yards and 2 touchdowns. Stauffer has completed 21 of 29 passes for 291 yards, 3 TDs, and no picks. He was 10 of 11 against New Philadelphia. Luke Seaman scored a defensive touchdown that night on a 55-yard interception return. This will be the 4th consecutive season these teams meet in Week 3. They split 10 games as NBC rivals from 2000 to 2009. Northwest has won 2 of the previous 3 after losing the first game 16-6. Northwest won 35-28 last year. It will be Northwest visiting Louisville. I'm Clinton Scroggs for Q92 Sports.
All right, Clint, thank you very much. Thanks to all of our crews all along the Q92 Radio Sports Network. We're about 12, 13 minutes away from kickoff here tonight in Streetsboro as the Rockets get ready to host the visiting Alliance Aviators. We'll take our next breaks. We'll come back and Caleb will check in with all the coaching activity tonight. He'll check in on the Streetsboro side and then the Alliance side as we get closer and closer to kickoff here on 1310 WDPN. We'll take a break and come back. You're listening to high school football on AM 1310 WDPN.
Hey, man, good to see you. What brings you out here today?
Need to pick up a few tools.
You? I need new kitchen cabinets, countertops, maybe even a whole new kitchen, but I can't get any help or find what I need in this place. You need to go to Robertson's for that. Robertson's Kitchen and Bath Gallery is an American Standard plumbing registered showroom, and their knowledgeable consultants have the training and expertise to actually help you get what you need without breaking your budget.
Visit Robertson Kitchen and Bath at 2155 West Main Street in the Alliance Industrial Park, or visit them online at robertsonkitchenandbath.com, where amazing meets affordable.
RG Dreg, Stark County's premier career center, offers programs that prepares its students at the high school level for careers and continued education beyond high school. Upon completion, RG Dreg students have an immediate opportunity to obtain a well-paying job in many exciting career fields. We offer everything from culinary, dental assisting, engineering, sports turf and landscape, welding, and so much more. Contact RG Dreg to find a program and career that's the perfect fit for you. RG Dreg, where careers begin.
Hey, sports fans, want the latest local sports news, game photos, coach and player interviews, and live play-by-play coverage? Then follow Q92 Sports on social media now. We're on Facebook, Instagram, X, Threads, YouTube, and SoundCloud. Like, follow, and subscribe today. Catch the highlights, relive the moments, and stay connected to your hometown teams. Q92 Sports, your home for everything local sports. Real teams, real action, real coverage. Follow Q92 Sports on social media.
When it comes to sports, Sam Berkwin brings the heat. Catch the Sam Berkwin Show weekdays from 3 to 6 p.m. on AM 1310 WDPN and streaming live on the WDPN Facebook and X pages, plus the Q92 YouTube channel. From the Browns to the Buckeyes, the Guardians, Cavs, and your local high school teams, if it's making headlines in the sports world, Sam is talking about it. It's the local sports talk you want. The Sam Berkwin Show, weekday afternoons on AM 1310 WDPN.
This is your head coach, Tim Goodman from the Alliance Aviators. You're listening to high school football on AM 1310 WDPN and the Q92 Sports Network.
Welcome back to Streetsboro, 1310 WDPN. Don't forget you can listen to watch on our WDPN Facebook page, our WDPN X page, and of course, the Q92 radio page on YouTube. A little bit ago, my good man, Caleb Norick, had a chance to catch up with both head coaches before tonight's game. And let's pick up those interviews right now.
All right, we're here with Coach Goodman, the Alliance Aviators. Last week didn't go the way you wanted. What's your message to the team? How are you looking to correct on that?
Yeah, we talked about when we play good teams, you can't make critical mistakes. We had a couple turnovers, things that we don't normally do. So that's the big thing here going into another good team this week. We got to make sure that we're not shooting ourselves in the foot because that's what it usually comes down to.
For sure. You mentioned this team. They're a good team.
Oh, yeah.
They 12-1 last year, put up plenty of points, including against you guys. What's some things you're looking to change on that game from last year to hopefully turn the tide, get a win today?
Yeah, we just got to come out swinging. Like I said, we can't back down from them because they are a really good football team. They're a confident team. Again, this is our second week playing two Division I linemen. So we know we have our work cut out for us, but hopefully we respond and show up and play football because you never know what's going to happen in high school football.
Absolutely. Bay Sports looking for the Scout Team Player of the Week, maybe somebody unsung hero that helped you prepare for this, Streetsboro Rocket team. Anybody in mind?
Yeah, this week, again, they have really good linemen, so we need our young guys to give us a good look on the offensive and defensive line, and Xavier Lilly did that for us this week.
Gotcha. Best of luck tonight, Coach.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We're here with Coach Thompson of the Streetsboro Rockets. Coach, first 2 weeks went well on paper. What are some things that you like?
Yeah, on paper, obviously, as coaches, you never think it goes as well as the score sometimes indicates or the outcome. But no, Copley week one was a great challenging game. That's a much improved football team, and then Kent Roosevelt going on the road for the first time. We really handled our business, and that was a great way to kick off your road season. So always happy to start 2-0.
Absolutely. What a couple of things tonight. You're telling your team I'd really like to see improvement here and there.
Yeah, I think for on both sides of the ball, just our pad levels and our overall effort, blocking to the whistle on offense, and pursuing the football to a whistle on defense. Fundamental type of stuff. Really, it's what this game boils down to a lot of.
Absolutely. Bay Sports is recognizing an unsung hero. What's maybe a Scout Team player that?
Yeah, for us last week, we always go back and we name a Scout Team Player of the Week on Saturdays, and we reward them with a meal, actually. Last week, it was a young man who's actually a freshman. He's going to be a heck of a football player, but Jackson Fedor was our Scout Team Player of the Week this past week.
Best of luck tonight, Coach.
All right, thank you. All right.
right, there you go. Caleb had a chance to catch up with both head coaches and Coach Goodman. Yeah, they know they know the beast that is in front of them tonight, and they're going to have to play. They're going to have to play hard. They're going to have to play smart. They're going to have to get after it. They're going to have to get it early. On the Streetsboro side, it's like they've been there before. They've done that. They've had deep runs in the postseason. They've had great regular seasons. They've had great playoff runs. They're just trying to keep the ship steady. Would that make sense?
Yeah, they're trying to make the next step. So they're trying to improve what they can improve and prepare themselves for an October, November run. But if you're Alliance, and it's a lot of the same things for you. You're trying to correct with what you can correct from last week, control what you can control, not make mistakes, and take advantage of opportunities when they arise, and try to force some turnovers, some penalties, and that's how you can kind of slay the giant if you're the Aviators here in this Streetsboro Rocket team.
Well, it was 56-6 a year ago in Alliance. Maybe the Aviators can turn the tables here in 2025. The stands are filling up. Streetsboro Marching Band is on the field, and we're getting closer and closer to kickoff tonight here at Rocket Stadium, as Streetsboro will play host to the Aviators of Alliance. We'll take our final pregame breaks, and when we come back, we'll set the stage and have the opening kickoff. It's the Alliance Aviators. It's the Streetsboro Rockets. It's high school football. You're listening to AM 1310 WDPN. Stay with us, everybody.
Dreaming of your next getaway? Lisa's Dream Getaway Travel Agency is a locally women-owned travel agency helping you see the world. Lisa books any and all types of travel, honeymoons, all-inclusive.
Yeah, I better play catch-up over here, huh?
Bachelor and bachelorette trips and destination weddings with low deposit, and you set your monthly payments. Mention Q92 to get $50 on board cruise, credit, cabin, or $150 off your non-canceled vacation or honeymoon. Call 330-428-0610. Lisa's Dream Getaways Travel Agency. If you don't go, you won't know.
Hey, sports fans, want the latest local sports news, game photos, coach and player interviews, and live play-by-play coverage? Then follow Q92 Sports on social media now. We're on Facebook, Instagram, X, Threads, YouTube, and SoundCloud. Like, follow, and subscribe today. Catch the highlights, relive the moments, and stay connected to your hometown teams. Q92 Sports, your home for everything local sports. Real teams, real action, real coverage. Follow Q92 Sports on social media.
Hey everyone, it's Rex Combs, Rex in the Morning on AM 1310, inviting you to tune in Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. for unforgettable favorites, music, news, and more. With myself, Clint Marshall on News and Sports, and Mark Johnson from News 5 giving us the weather forecast. Monday through Friday, 6 to 10 a.m., Rex in the Morning, it's all about the music right here on AM 1310 WDPN.
This is high school football on AM 1310 WDPN and streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube.
Sam Burko, Caleb Norick back here with you on 1310 WDPN. We are a couple of minutes away from kickoff. Streetsboro Band is out. They get the tunnel ready. They got the big sign for the Rockets to run through, and the Aviator fans are still coming through and getting their seats over there on the far side. The Lions football team now is just taking the field here at Rocket Stadium. The Flyers will go with the white jerseys tonight, white pants, red numbers and letters, with the sky blue, powder blue helmets with the blue and red trim and the stripes down the sides of the pants and over the shoulder pads tonight for Tim Goodman's Alliance Aviators, who are going to come in with a record tonight of 1-1. Coming off that 30-13 loss to Louisville a week ago, we saw them do some really good things. I know they want to cut down on the mental mistakes. It snowballed on them, Caleb, at the last, 9-10 minutes last week. They had some mistakes after the whistle blow. They got out of what they were supposed to be doing. If I'm Coach Goodman, that's the first thing I'm looking for tonight against Streetsboro.
Absolutely, and he mentioned it pregame. They can't shoot themselves in the foot, and so I think the frustration began to build last week, and they weren't getting in the end zone, things weren't going their way, and then it snowballs like you mentioned. So I think they're looking to move the ball and put points up and limit the mistakes and the turnovers. And you're going to make mistakes, but how do you respond to them? And so that's kind of what they're looking at tonight.
Just a reminder that we will be with you next Friday at Marlington as the Louisville Leopards take on the Marlington Dukes. Pregame at 6:30, the kick at 7 next Friday on 1310 WDPN, which is sure to be a packed press box. I've found out that there are going to be several of our media friends there next Friday, so it's going to be cozy. Maybe next week we set up outside.
Yeah.
We'll see. Of course, I'll be doing the show there beginning at 3 next Friday in Marlington, so we'll get you ready for that as we move along here tonight. Here come the Rockets of Streetsboro. Boy, if they don't look like the Toledo Rockets, right? Dark navy jerseys, gold pants, white numbers and letters with the gold trim, the navy blue helmets with the Rocket logo on both sides, the stripes around the sides of the shoulder pads. And I'll tell you what, that's a good-looking uniform down there. That is really sharp.
It helps they got a couple kids that look like they could play for the Toledo Rockets. If
55
not
being
higher.
one of them. I see a couple big fellas down there, 55, 51, just to name a few. 56, of course, Reggie Benton is 51, 56, Demetrius Fuller, and number 55 is Arthur Scott. It's bizarre, some of the on the roster here. Some guys, they have the height, some they have the weight, some they have both, some they have neither. So we'll try to fill in the blanks as best as we can. They got Arthur Scott at 6'3", 305. That might be all you need to know.
Yeah.
That's a big fella down there. All right, the Aviators are going to kick off to start tonight's game, and Streetsboro will receive, and they will go left to right here in the first quarter of play. And check out our handy-dandy weather app here as we get you the official kickoff temperature here on AM 1310 WDPN. 77 degrees and mostly cloudy skies here in Streetsboro on this early September Friday night in Portage County. So we're ready to go. Jackson's got it teed up at the 40. Rockets with 2 deep at the 10 and a couple more deep at the 25. And we're underway. It's a squib kick, and it's going to go out of bounds at the 22-yard line. Well, I hope that's not an omen of things to come tonight for Alliance, as that kickoff just went right out of bounds. So the Rockets will get the football, and they will start things first and 10. I believe they'll, unless they make, I don't think they'd make the kick it again. They're going to take it at the 35-yard line, and that's where they'll set up shop first and 10. Colton Cox, your quarterback, he also will double as a free safety. Is 6 feet, about 155 pounds. Jamari Cook, you're going to hear his name a lot tonight. You're going to hear a lot of Kyle Giacomo. This is a very, very potent offense. Cook will go in motion. He'll get an inside handoff up the middle, 35-40, off to the races, 44. He's to the 45, and it's a first down for Streetsboro. First carry of the night, Jamari Cook, and a first down.
Yeah, they just, those big boys up front, he just hand off left side. He just had a big hole. He ran right through it, picked up 11, first down.
Connor Town will come out here split to the right. He will wear number 12 wide receiver for the Rockets. Option right side. Nubel's going to get it midfield, 45 to the Alliance 40. Nubel is inside the 39. He's down to the 38-yard line, and another first down for Streetsboro.
Yay!
Yeah, they got a few guys that can run the ball.
Yeah, outside zone there, and number 3, Jamari Cook just made a great block on the corner, and he got ahead of steam there. Another first down.
Adrian Monroe, one of your wide receivers, is going to go wide to the right. Kyle Giacomo tight to the right. Wide left is Connor Tonwy. Here's the snap. Here's the handoff. Here's Cook over the left side, inside the 30, inside the 25. Cook inside of the 24-yard line, and another first down for Streetsboro. And right now, the Rockets' offensive line is having their way. And no surprise, folks, if you could be here to see how big and chiseled these O-linemen are for Streetsboro, you would know why they're having success running the ball early on in this ball game.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just winning the line of scrimmage pretty handily right now. And so, Alliance linebackers got to get some going, get in the backfield.
Little option into the boundary, short side of the field, but Cook is still able to keep his legs pumping, and he'll get close to the 18, maybe the 17-yard line. 10:30 to go in the first quarter play. Just underway. 13-10 WDPN. Sam Berkman and Caleb Norick with you on a beautiful football Friday night. Rockets and the Aviators, no score here in the first quarter play. Here comes Colton Cox in the Streetsboro Rockets. 2nd and 2 at the Alliance 17-yard line. Going left to right. Handoff right up the middle and going over right guard down close to the 15-yard line for Aiden Newble. He just slammed it over the right guard and right tackle and picked up a couple of yards.
Yeah, Streetsboro just continuing to pound the ball. Alliance is getting penetration, but these Streetsboro Rocket running backs are just breaking tackles right now and continuing to move forward.
9:45 clock runs. They didn't get the first down there. Now they're going to go to a stack I. 1, 2, 3 backs to give it to the middleman, Cook. And Cook, with no problems at all, takes it down inside the 12 to the Alliance 11-yard line, a gain of 5 yards and a first down for Streetsboro.
Yeah, they didn't give him the first down there, but it was maybe an inch or two. It was not much. And so he fell forward and picked up probably 3 or 4 there.
that's the day I knew you were mine. I wanna tell you come with me, my love, to the sea of love. I wanna tell you just how much I love you. Come with me to the sea.
About 2-3 steps into the end zone, and the Aviators will take over for the first time, 1st and 10.
Sorry for whatever technical difficulties we got there, but we're back.
Good. We're back.
Just in time for Alliance's first drive.
Yep, you didn't miss anything there. Just a little kickoff into the end zone. 8:01 to go in the quarter. It's 7-0 Streetsboro. Rockets had a fantastic opening drive, and they took it right down the field and scored. And now it's the Aviators' chance for the first time tonight. Trailing 7-0. J.R. Jackson will hand it off over the right side, and nothing there. They try to give it to Hawkins, and Hawkins got bottled up and taken down around the 16. That's going to be close to a loss of, that might be about 5. So we'll call it a loss of 5, 2nd down, 15.
Yeah, there was 4 or 5 blue jerseys in the backfield really quick there. There was nowhere to go.
Second down, 15. JR back to throw. Steps up in the pocket. Shovels it off to Hawkins. He is drilled at the 16-yard line. He had to do a little makeshift there as JR was about to go down. Hawkins popped free, just kind of shoved it to him.
Yeah.
And the Rockets were there immediately for the defensive stop. And the Aviators are playing behind the sticks here now. 3rd and 15 at their own 15-yard line. The line's going to go Twins right, Twins left, 6:53 clock running in the opening quarter of play. JR back to throw. The left-hander steps up into the pocket. Now he's going to throw it. It's caught at the 25-30. First down, Aviators, 35 to the 40 to the 43-yard line. And a first down. J.R. Jackson hits his wide receiver, and it's a first down for the Alliance Aviators. Big play and a big catch that time for the Aviators. Nicholson on the reception. First down.
Yeah, great job by Jackson there, just staying alive, moving outside the pocket, found his man. He made a move for a big first down for the Aviators there on 3rd and long.
So Alliance going right to left now in the first quarter play. They're down 7. Line of scrimmage, the Aviator 43. JR to throw. Quick pop, right side caught. Now knees were down. So the catch will stand, but that's where the play will stop as the reception is made by number 7, Cash Brisker, for a gain of about, let's give him
6.5, it looks like.
Let's give him 6. We'll call it 2nd down and 4. Speaking of 6, that's where we're at here in the quarter. 6 minutes to go. 7-0. Hawkins gets the carry. Hawkins inside the 48, down close to the Streetsboro 47-yard line. It looks like he's going to be just about a yard short of the first down.
Yeah, another 3rd down here for the Aviators. This one much more manageable, 3rd and 1.
Flyers going to go wide right, wide left. In the shotgun, give it to Hawkins. Hawk trying to get around the right side. He does. 45, 44, 43, close to the 42. And a first down for the Alliance Aviators.
Yeah, great cut by Hawkins there to the outside to get the first down. Got a couple more yards, and they're continuing the drive.
5:16 to go here in the first quarter play. I want to welcome everybody just tuning in, 1310 WDPN. With you on Facebook tonight, the WDPN Facebook page, also the AM 1310 WDPN page on X, and Q92 page on YouTube. There goes Hawkins, 40, 35, 30, 25, 20. He's off to the races. Hawkins is out of bounds inside the 20, down around the Streetsboro 16-yard line, maybe the 15. Big run, first down Alliance.
Yeah, I mean, up front, the Rockets definitely have the size advantage. So what Alliance is doing is playing on the edge. And Hawkins, couple good runs here. Now they're inside the red zone, looking to get some points on the board.
Howland leads Marlington 7-0 early. Sandy Valley trailing East Canton 7-0. Akron East over Canton South 6-0. Handoff. Hawkins around the left side this time, and Hawkins is going to be taken down at the 16. So that'll be a gain of around 3 yards on the play. It'd be nice if the wind would just quit rising up every couple of minutes. Papers are going flying, stuff.
Yeah, a little bit of a bowl-style stadium here with the trees and the hill. It's swirling.
It is. It has been swirling since about 3 o'clock today. Aviators up in line, play action, slant, caught, touchdown Alliance. Nicholson into the end zone. Beautiful throw by J.R. Jackson, and the Aviators are on the board. It's 7-6 Streetsboro with 4:28 to go in the first quarter of play. That's the way you answer the drive.
What a beautiful pass. That's exactly how you coached that on the slant route. He threw him to a spot. And so Jackson had the coverage that he wanted, and he made that throw. And Nicholson there ran right to the ball, and that took him right into the end zone. Touchdown Aviators.
Aviators will go for one snap. Spot kick is up. No good.
It looked like it was good from here, but the officials said no.
The officials took forever, and then they both looked at each other, and then they said, no good. So we'll have to take their word for it. PAT goes awry, but it is 7-6 now, Streetsboro. Sometimes I would say, oh, well, you hope that doesn't come into play. No, not tonight. There's going to be a lot more points tonight. I don't think that, at least I don't think right now, the one missed extra point is going to play a big part. But you never know. But that certainly looked good from here.
Tough duty for Jackson. Throws a touchdown pass, and that's turn around and kick the extra point.
We'll remind you every time we take a trip inside the red zone tonight, it's brought to you by RG Drag. The RG Drag Red Zone. Learn, earn, and succeed. Well, we've both turned out to be prophets so far tonight. The offenses are in command here in Streetsboro. 7-6 Rockets over the Aviators on 13-10. Jackson's got it teed up at the 40-yard line. And last time the kickoff went out of bounds. We'll see if JR can keep it inbounds this time, and he does. He split them. He picked that thing right down the middle between the hash, between both return men. That's how you do it. Rockets will take over 1st and 10.
Essentially, first drives for both teams were pretty much the same thing. They both took 9 plays, both about 4 minutes off the clock, both ended in the end zone. Obviously, missed extra point is the difference in the score, 7-6. So here we go. About 4:20 left in the first quarter here, and Streetsboro, drive number 2.
Here we go. We're off and running. Here come the Rockets. Quarterback Colton Cox, 6 feet, 155 pounds. Motion to the left. Fake that way. Coming back the other way with Cook. 25. Oh, he's taken down at the 27-yard line. That is a great tackle by J.R. Jackson. Open field.
He can do it all, huh? He was all alone. Cook there is probably still running if he doesn't make that tackle. Yeah. And Jackson just squared up, went right at the hip like your coach, and brought him down right at the numbers, keeping to a gain of 7.
3:59 to go in the first quarter. It's a 7-6 ball game. Streetsboro in front by 1. Cook coming around the right side again. He gets the block, and he's going to be taken down at the 30-yard line. Tackle by Alliance, big 75, Jaden Lott on the stop for Coach Goodman. And that'll bring up a 3rd down and 1 for the Rockets in Streetsboro at their own 29-yard line, 7-6. Streetsboro with the lead, 3:33 to go in the opening quarter play. Sam Berkwin and Caleb North, good to be with you on this Friday night. Beautiful night for football, week 3, as we come to you from Streetsboro tonight in Portage County. There's the stack eye. They'll give it to the up man, and the Aviators were not fooled at all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blue helmets in there. And nowhere to go for Aiden Newble.
Yeah, what a great stop there for the Aviator defense. Now, Streetsboro looks like they're going to stay on.
I bet they're going to go. And some football purists may say, hey, what are you doing? You're at your own 28-yard line. You're early in the first quarter. It's 4th and 2. But I, like you, right away, I sensed that they weren't even thinking about bringing the punt team in here. They're going to line everybody up tight. Tight left, tight right. It's a triple stack. 3rd man through. Cook, first down and more. Here he goes. He's to midfield. Jamari Cook to the 40, to the 30. Will they catch him? No. Touchdown. Streetsboro, 72 yards. Wow.
Yeah, you sense they definitely weren't going to punt it. Got back in that I formation, and he was the lower back there. And they had a chance to bring him down near the line of scrimmage. He broke a tackle, and then there was no one behind him. And he was off to the races.
Well, this keeps up. Mr. Cook may run for 300-plus tonight. 13-6 Rockets. 2:25 to go in the first quarter of play. Cox will hold it. Extra point is blocked. Aviators got through that time. And the kick is no good. So each team has had a missed PAT tonight after the touchdown. 2:25 to go in the first quarter. We are off and running. Streetsboro 13 and Alliance 6 will keep it here. I don't know about you, but I'm pretty darn impressed with Streetsboro's O-line, and I'm really impressed with Jamari Cook.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
Even that drive, you know what? One thing that kind of changed in that drive, the Alliance linebackers were getting in the backfield. They were shedding blocks, and they got them to the 4th and 1. And on that 4th down play, the linebacker was there but couldn't make the tackle, and then you got no one left. And so there's a foot race to the end zone, and Cook won that race. And so the Streetsboro O-line is definitely making some holes, and it's going to come down to if the linebackers and D-linemen can respond here for the Aviators.
So it's a 13-6 ball game. Streetsboro over to Alliance. 2:25 to go in the first quarter of play. Thanks for listening tonight on WDPN. You can also listen to us on all of our social media platforms tonight. That kickoff goes in the end zone, touchback. And Alliance will take over 1st and 10. I think Logan Sadowski took his anger out on the football after the missed extra point. He drilled that ball about 4 or 5 yards into the end zone.
Yeah, almost into the woods there.
That's one good thing about being a kicker. If you're mad or frustrated, you just take it out on the football. You kick it as hard as you can.
Well, same spot they started their last drive. Let's see how the Aviators respond now. Down 7 again.
Well, so far, it's been the defense rest, Your Honor. 13-6 already. J.R. Jackson gives it to Hawkins over the right side. Ravon literally catapults and dives his way out to the 23-yard line for a gain of 3. And we'll call it 2nd down and 7. Newble also doubles as the middle linebacker made the tackle for Streetsboro on the play. Coming up on 2 minutes to go in the first quarter of play. Rockets 13-6 if you're just joining us here on 1310 WDPN. Tonight's game brought to you in part by Friends and Family Credit Union, by RG Drag, and by Pulp on State Street in Alliance. There's a little out pattern, caught at the 23, but shoved out at the 23-yard line. Pass was caught by Alex Hartman, but the Rockets, I think that's just good old-fashioned film study there, Caleb. They kind of saw that coming, and they were right there.
Yep, they were there. And he just couldn't make any progress. He tried his best there, but good, solid tackling by the Rockets and took him out of bounds there.
Buck 39, check at 1:42 to go in the first quarter of play. Aviators up to the line, JR at quarterback, Hawkins to his right, wide outs, trips right, slot left, JR to throw, flushed out of the pocket, got away once, got away twice, now he's going to tuck it and go. Look at JR Jackson down the sidelines, he goes out of bounds. And it looks like he's got a first down. What a run by Jackson. He is double trouble when he gets into the secondary. First down, Aviators.
Yeah, he rolled out there on his opposite side for his throwing arm, but he saw a lane there, took it, and was able to get the first down, got out of bounds to preserve the body a little bit, keep the drive alive.
Right. Be smart, young fella. When you can, get out of bounds. No reason to be taking a hit there. 1:31 to go in the first quarter. 13-6, Alliance trailing. Jackson throws out of the backfield. Oh, Hawkins got it and got drilled at the 33. He hung on to the ball, however. So disaster averted. But the Rockets were coming after that bubble screen, and they got it.
Yeah, early on we've seen that's the kind of the third pass play that Streetsboro has been ready for. Maybe saw something on film, and a couple of these quick out passes, they've jumped all over it.
You ever see a jetpack power go so quickly? We went from 100 to 90 in like 2 minutes. I have to charge it again. Long, deep pass, caught at the other end. Nicholson inside the 40. Nicholson on his feet. Ball is loose. Picked up by the Aviators at the 20, 15. Hawkins has got it. He's going to score. What in the holy heck just happened there?
I don't see a flag. I see a couple officials' hats.
So somebody went out of bounds at some point. If the receiver was shoved out of bounds and came back in, it's okay. If he went out on his own and came back, it's not. Then you had a fumble and you had a scoop. Aviators picked it up and took it into the end zone, so there's a lot to unpack here.
It looked like they were calling it on the initial receiver. Was it Hawkins that caught the pass?
Yes.
And, he kind of got pushed out of bounds but forgot the ball or lost the ball.
All right, that's a touchdown. Oh, my goodness. So it's a touchdown for the Aviators, and it's 13-12 Streetsboro with 33 seconds to go in the first quarter. 25 points on the board. We told you there'd be points tonight. We weren't lying.
What a play. What an effort. I didn't even see who picked it up. Hawkins kind of got a guy hanging on his leg, so he couldn't go anywhere. He was getting pushed out of bounds. He fumbled the ball, and the Aviator player, who was literally just standing there, looked down, and there was the ball. He picked it up and ran.
Jackson on for the extra point. Snap spot. JR's kick is up, and this one is good. And we are tied at 13 with 33 seconds to go in the first quarter. Up and down, back and forth we go here at Streetsboro.
And after all that, it's a whole new ballgame.
Oh, my goodness gracious. 13, Streetsboro. 13. First quarter.
Well, their first two drives were similar.
Yep.
Their second two drives were similar. 4 plays, 80 yards. Alliance response, 5 play, 80 yards. Here we are, 13-13.
Offenses have been in command here tonight, no question about it. Tonight's game on 1310 WDPN brought to you in part by Lisa's Dream Getaway by Robertson's. 13-13 game, still in the first quarter of play. Sam Bourquin, Caleb North with you tonight. Might want to hang around with us here. You might miss something if you walk away. There's the kickoff, and again, that one is going to squib. Oh, it's almost kicked back into play, but it did go out of bounds. And for the second time tonight, Streetsboro is going to start their drive 1st and 10 at their own 35-yard line. Apparently, they don't want to kick it to Adrian Monroe because 2 out of the first 3 kickoffs have gone OB.
All right, now it's Streetsboro's turn.
Here we go. So who's gonna stop somebody here tonight? This could be one of those. This could be one of those old throwback Big 12 college football games here tonight. All right, the backs are split. Cook and Newble are the backs. Your quarterback is Colton Cox. 3-4-5 in the backfield. Handoff, Cook over right guard, right tackle. Slams his way across the 37. We'll give him the 38-yard line. So a pickup of, let's go 3. We'll call it 2nd down and 7. It might have been the final play of the quarter. We'll see how much of a hurry the Rockets are to get this play off. We're down to 7 seconds. They're shifting everybody. It's a triangle trips right to this side of the field. They get the play off. It's an option short side. Here comes Newble inside 40, 41. Newble to the 42-yard line, and that will bring us to the end of the first quarter play here at Streetsboro. 26 points on the board in the first quarter already. And after one, it's Alliance 13, Streetsboro 13. Back with more high school football right here on AM 1310 WDPN.
Need to pick up a few tools. You? I need new kitchen cabinets, countertops, maybe even a whole new kitchen, but I can't get any help or find what I need in this place. You need to go to Robertson's for that. Robertson's Kitchen and Bath Gallery is an American Standard plumbing registered showroom, and their knowledgeable consultants have the training and expertise to actually help you get what you need without breaking your budget.
Visit Robertson Kitchen and Bath at 2155 West Main Street in the Alliance Industrial Park, or visit them online at robertsonkitchenandbath.com, where amazing meets affordable.
RG Drag, Star County's premier career center, offers programs that prepares its students at the high school level for careers and continued education beyond high school. Upon completion, RG Drag students have an immediate opportunity to obtain a well-paying job in many exciting career fields. We offer everything from culinary, dental assisting, engineering, sports turf and landscape, welding, and so much more. Contact RG Drag to find a program and career that's the perfect fit for you. RG Drag, where careers begin.
Back here at Streetsboro, AM 1310 WDPN. Don't forget you can listen to us as well on the WDPN Facebook page, our X page, and the Q92 radio page on YouTube. Sam Berkwood, Caleb Norick just getting cranked up here in the second quarter in the wind tunnel here in Streetsboro. 13-13. We're all tied on this beautiful Friday night, 68 degrees. Next Friday we'll be in Marlington. Our second visit to the home of the Dukes, Louisville and Marlington next Friday night at 7 o'clock. Flags on the play. A little false start on the Rockets. It'll be a 5-yard penalty. So now, you got to punt this one here, don't you? Fourth and 3, I'm willing to gamble. 4th and 8, not so much.
Well,
it'll be our first punt tonight.
Yeah, Alliance is the first one to get a stop here. It looks like, although the way things are going, I'm not going to say it until Alliance starts on offense.
Tyler Curtis is in to punt it away for Streetsboro back at his 24-yard line. Curtis gets the snap and he hammers it out of there. Aviator, fair catch at the 33-yard line. Cam Burton, and Alliance will take over 1st and 10. 10:55 to go in the first half. 13-13 tie here in Streetsboro. Let's check out some of our other scores. Orville 7, Canton Central Catholic nothing. Howland 10, Marlington 7. Canton South. That's not the right score. They got Canton South playing Sandy Valley. That's not even a thing. We'll check on that here in a little bit. Well, let's see if somebody plays a little defense. J.R. Jackson back to throw over the middle, got him in wide open. Nicholson caught it, hit the 45 to the 44-yard line. First down, the Aviators. So far tonight, for the exception of maybe 1 or 2 snaps, J.R. Jackson He's been running it. He's been throwing it. That was a dime ball. First down.
A beautiful pass, and just a little easy post route, and beautiful pass. Receiver went up and got it, and across midfield into Streetsboro territory.
Akron East leads Canton South 12-7 after one. There's the handoff. Ravon Hawkins, left side, cuts it back up to the right, across the 40 to the 41-yard line. I'm sorry, that's the 39-yard line. Got close to 5 yards on that play. 10 to go in the first half. And we got an injured Aviator. Now, is that Hawkins? Doggone it. So Ravon is down at the 39-yard line of Streetsboro. They'll stop the clock here with 10-11 to go. Not sure what they're looking at here. Doesn't appear to be a cramp, does it?
Looked like they were looking at his shoulder, but we don't want to speculate.
Coach Goodman is out there with the trainers and some of the players looking at their.
You're Coach Goodman. You're pretty happy about the first 12 minutes of play here.
Yes.
You've not only hung with them, it's a 13-13 game. Your offense is moving the ball. Your defense made a stop there, so it's about as best as you could hope for so far for the Aviators, knowing how proficient this offense is for the Rockets. So
you're right, Caleb. They're kind of looking at his right shoulder. They're going to help him up. Looks like Ravon is okay. Get his helmet off, and he'll get over there to the Alliance sidelines, and they'll take a look at him. 10-11 to go in the first half. 13-13 score here. Alliance and Streetsboro on 1310 WDPN. And hello to all of you listening tonight and spending some time with us on all of our WDPN social media platforms. J.R. Jackson in the shotgun. Trips to the left side. Jackson back to throw. He looks, runs, look at him go, and he'll slide down at the 31-yard line. But JR picks up around 8 yards. That's plenty for another Alliance first down.
Just a delayed draw there. Hawkins comes out, so they go to their next best runner, which happens to be the quarterback. Delayed draw, and he found a crease and then slid down, got the first down.
Aviators up to it. Jackson throws it, slant, caught inside the 20 and down to the 19-yard line. That's Burton again on the catch, and that should be another first down.
Yeah, great job by Burton. That was, a pass was behind him, but he kind of turned around, made an adjustment, made the catch. Another first down for the Aviators.
Aviators up to the line. 9:07 to go. First and 10. JR to throw. Steps up. Runs out of the pocket. Looking. Now he's going to go. 20, 15. He skedaddles out of bounds. Close to the 10-yard line. Oh, my goodness, J.R. Jackson. He is lightning quick.
Another good run. One thing I've noticed with Jackson the last 2 weeks, it's the first time I've seen him play in person, he's almost too balanced. I think he would get a couple more late hits if he were to fall down out of bounds, but he keeps his feet and doesn't fall down, and he almost gets penalized for it.
So the offenses continue to dominate this one here on this Friday night. 2nd and 1 Flyers at the Rocket 10. Over right guard, right tackle. First down, the Aviators down to the 7-yard line. Burton on the carry. Play was designed to go right guard, right tackle. He just cut it just a little bit back to the left and got just enough of an opening and got the first down. First and goal, Aviators at the Streetsboro 7. 8:44 clock running in the first quarter. It's a 13-13 tie on WDPN. Jackson in the gun. Ravon Hawkins is still out. Went out a couple of plays ago. High snap. JR pulls it down. Tries to get his way inside the 7, close to the 5, and maybe down to the 4-yard line. That'll bring up second and goal for the Aviators. 8:20 clock runs in the first half of play. Stick around. Halftime activities coming up. We'll check in with Jeff Mears back in the WDPN newsroom. We'll get you all the latest news. We'll get you weather, regional news, a look at sports. It's all coming up as part of our halftime activities on 1310 WDPN. See if the Aviators can slam it in here now. Second and goal at the Streetsboro 4. Jackson will hand it off over the left side to the 2, to the 1, into the end zone. Touchdown, Aviators. They call Williams. Crosses pay dirt, and the Flyers are on the board. And for the first time tonight, Alliance in charge, 19-13.
Yeah, what a great drive there for the Aviators. Went right down the field. The last 4 or 5 plays there without Hawkins, that didn't matter. They adjusted, and they continued to take it right to the end zone.
So the offense is still dominating here tonight. Jackson's extra point, no good. I don't know if he slipped and mishit it, got deflected, but that one really never had a chance. So with 7:52 to go here in the first half, it's now 19-13 in favor of Alliance. We thought we'd see a lot of points tonight. So far, this game has not disappointed.
All right, here we go. Streetsboro's turn. Time to respond.
Check out the scoreboard here. Orville 14, Canton Central nothing in the second quarter. Wow, is this right? Northwest and Louisville, no score at halftime. I didn't see that. I didn't see that coming. East Canton leads Sandy Valley 13-7. Howland over Marlington 10-7. Don't forget, tomorrow night on our sister station, Q92, Canton McKinley, Cleveland Heights from Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium to kick at 7 o'clock on Q92 Radio. J.R. Jackson's fourth kickoff of the night. That one will be fielded in play, and a tight rope is walked and across the sideline, now back to the middle, 25, 30, 35, to the 30, let's call them at the 35-yard line. Nifty little return that time by Adrian Monroe. No wonder they don't want to kick it to him.
Yeah, that was. I thought he stepped on.
I did too.
He had a bounce line here, but the official was right there, didn't call it. He got to the 34-yard line, so in some ways you might as well kick out of bounds. You don't even have to worry about it. They're going to start in the same spot.
I'll tell you what, he showed some really good balance right there, did Monroe, to stay in bounds after he fielded that kickoff. And here come the Rockets of Streetsboro. Alliance 19. Streetsboro 13, 7:41 to go in the first quarter of play. Here we go, right to left, Cox in the gun. Two backs are split. Cook into the sideline, 35, breaks a tackle to the 38, and he'll be taken down at the 39-yard line. That was Brody Fast on the tackle for the Aviators, number 21. But Cook was still able to squeeze out around 5 yards on that play, second down.
Yeah, outside zone run there for the Rockets. Got a gain of 5, but then Fast there made a nice tackle. Bring him down there, second and 5.
Coming up on 7:05 to go. Handoff. Cook got a hole if he gets there, but it got closed on him, and Cook is going to be taken down across the 41 out to around the 42-yard line. Johnny Belts was in there for the Aviators, number 4, and a host of other blue helmets in there for Coach Goodman on that play. 6:45, first half, 19-13 Aviators. Hey, you look at what's going on here right now compared to 56-6 a year ago.
Yeah.
Coach Goodman's got to be ecstatic right now.
Yeah, and we mentioned it earlier. D linemen, linebackers, had to kind of fill some gaps and get some penetration there, and we've seen that the last 2 or 3 drives here on defense for the Aviators. So again, here another 3rd and 2 for the Rockets.
So another third down position play for Streetsboro. Looks like they got Chris Jackson in there at quarterback. Yes, number 8. Senior, 6', 220 pounds. It's an offset I. Streetsboro's kind of screwed up, and they recognized it, and they called a timeout. This timeout brought to you by the Friends and Family Credit Union. It's always a good time to bring a friend into the family. 6:08 to go in the first half of play. And we'll step away here as well. Alliance leads Streetsboro 19-13. You're listening to high school football. We'll promo it on 13-10 WDPN.
Craving something fresh in Alliance? Head to Pulp, where every day starts with in-house fresh squeezed juices, packed with real fruits and veggies. Need a boost? Try our wheatgrass or ginger shots. Small shots, big energy. Hungry? We've got you covered with crave-worthy bowls and wraps, loaded with flavor and made fresh just for you. Come visit us on 450 West State Street in Alliance. Healthy never tasted this good. Fresh flavors made just for you.
Stack eye for the Rockets, and a second, third effort, and a first down as Cook was stopped once, twice, but he lunged ahead just across the 45-yard line, and that's a first down for the Rockets of Streetsboro.
Yeah, just a matter of will there. Aviator players had him wrapped up on the legs there, but he just kept pushing and fighting and fell forward enough to get the first down there for the Rockets. Keep the drive going.
5:55 to go in the first half. The Aviators are on front, 19-13 here. Again, that triple stack eye almost. They're just lining up two tights, three backs, and they're saying, here we come. There's Cook. No, it's, outside. That's going to be the quarterback. He faked it to Cook. Cox kept it, and Colton was able to squeeze his way out to the 49-yard line for a gain of 3. You know, they are not doing anything fancy now. They're not even hiding it. They're going double tight, three backs, quarterback under center, and they're just saying, hey, you know what we're doing. We know you know what we're doing, and we're going to do it anyway.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've seen probably 10 or 12 formations already from this Rocket team. And this drive.
There's another one.
Yep.
Wide right, slot right, wide left of the boundary. Cox is back in at quarterback. It's going to be a handoff to Cook around the right side, 45-50. Cook hurdles him into the 45, down at the 45-yard line. Wow, he's explosive. Going to be a third down and 1 for Streetsboro as the Rockets now are at the Aviator 45-yard line. Alliance 19, Streetsboro 13. Sam Berkwin and Caleb Norick with you. AM 1310 WDPN and all of our social media platforms tonight. 4:36 to go. Clock running in the first half of play. Leonard Conway is going to go wide to the right, number 12. Cook in motion that way. Quick inside handoff, and the Aviators absolutely waiting on Newble in a big defensive play for the red, white, and blue. DJ Geiselman on the tackle for Alliance.
Yeah, he was in the backfield, it looked like, before they could even hand it off. And just waiting for him. Grady Fast was in the backfield as well. And big stop, fourth down again. We'll see what the Rockets do here. They'll probably go for it.
They're going to go, and they're going to bring in Chris Jackson to be, he's out there, Jackson is. But it's going to be Cox, your tailback. Again, the stack eye, triple eye. Third man throw, and they're going to be ripped down at the 50-yard line. Cook had nowhere to go, and the Aviators swallowed it up.
Caden Sanders with the lick. Now, there is a flag down. It looks like after the play. But Sanders blew in the backfield and made the hit. And it was a loss of 3 really on third or fourth and 2. There is a flag down. Like I said, I think it's after the play, it looks like, but we'll see.
So at 3:47 to go in the first half, the Aviators have come up big defensively. But now let's get the call from our referee. Unsportsmanlike conduct on, the official pointed this way.
Yeah, he's pointing towards the Rockets, but the Rocket offense hasn't come off the field. Well, now the quarterback did, so we'll see. Not quite sure. I think it's on the Rockets. They're moving the ball towards.
So would this be a post play, and then
it looks like
15 yards
after
down, Alliance going to get the ball
play,
now.
The Rockets did something.
Okay.
So Alliance not only is going to get the stop, they're going to get an extra 15 yards. It's going to be 1st and 10 from the 35-yard line.
Here we go. That's the way to do it. Yeah, that score is correct. Northwest and Louisville. No score at halftime in Louisville. We got the Leopards and Dukes next Friday night right here on 1310 WDPN. All right, here we go. Flyers up by 6 with 3:47 to go, and they'll take over at the Streetsboro 35. They're going to shift everybody right, follow left, and here comes Hawkins back into the ball game, and a flag is thrown at the 40-yard line. That's going to be a hold on Alliance, I guarantee you that. So 3:40 to go as they stop the clock due to penalty. 19-13 Aviators. First Alliance, your state football champions in Ohio back in 1958, but that's not the only state championships they've won over the years. Boys track and field, 76-84. They did it again in 2005. Cross country state champions in 1983. They won the state football title in 58. I was not around for that. Girls golf, they won the state title in 2009 and state wrestling championship in 1979. All right, here we go. 1st and 20. JR back to throw. Fires it deep. Got a man off his fingertips at the 25-yard line. Hawkins had it. If he catches it, he's still running, but it's incomplete.
Yeah, Jackson had to get rid of that big 65 in the Streetsboro 55. Was chasing him, and he took a lick, and he's slow to get up.
Of course, you're looking at the great Len Dawson, the Hall of Famer, played quarterback in Alliance. A couple of other notable alum, Perry King, actor, of course, Brandon Zerbrug, playing D1 college football now. Aiden Mosden, he was a 2023 state wrestling champ at the Siena University. Jackson back to throw. It's a bubble caught. 45, 40, 35, 30, into the 29-yard line. Not enough for a first down, but a pretty big chunk right there for Jaron Blair, his first catch of the night.
Great play call there for the Aviators. Just a bubble screen. Got some blocks downfield and got a big chunk of that back. Now you got 3rd and manageable. You have to think they got 2 plays from here, 3rd and 3.
2:47 clock runs in the first half of play. If you're just tuning in, you might want to hang out with us here for a little bit. 19-13 Aviators on front of Streetsboro by 6. 3rd down and 3 for the Flyers at the Rocket 29-yard line. Back to throw. JR fires it left side. Got a man incomplete at the 5-yard line. Oh, and a penalty flag has been thrown in. And they're going to get interference on Christian Hunter, number 14. That's a big change of events right there.
Yeah, there was a jump ball, and the official closest to it let it ride. The official a little further away saw some contact there, throws the flag in. That's going to be a first down for the Aviators.
You can hear some of the Streetsboro fans are not happy. Rocket Stadium, capacity around 2,500. Got the artificial surface here. Big scoreboard to our right, and lots of trees and shrubs, and
you mentioned
a whole lot of land.
Notable alumni for the Aviators. There's a little trivia for you. What current Brown went to Streetsboro High School?
Skilled player?
I'll give you a hint. He played for the Buckeyes. And he's not a skill player. He looks like some of these guys on the sideline here.
I'm going to have to come back to that one. High snap. Here comes Hawkins over the right side. Another flag thrown in. Come on, fellas. Had a good little flow going here tonight. Now all of a sudden it's flag day here in the first half of play. 2:20 to go. They'll stop the clock again. Holding is the call on Alliance. So the Aviators will be back up 10. Drawing a blank.
Mike Hall.
That's right. He was just activated today or yesterday. He's coming off that surgically, I don't want to say surgically repaired, but he had surgery. And he is back on the roster. Number 51 will be ready to roll Sunday against the Bengals up in Cleveland.
Streetsboro Rocket went on to the Buckeyes for getting he was drafted second or third round there by the Buckeyes. Yep. Or by the Browns from the Buckeyes.
From Ohio State, yep. All right, Aviators 1st and 16 now at the Streetsboro 20-yard line, right in the middle of the field. JR to throw. He's in trouble. Dumps it off to Hawkins. Kept his balance, Sabron did. And he's going to get down to the 15 and maybe to the Streetsboro 14-yard line. I'll tell you what, Hawkins, these guys all, their balance is so, like, you can tell that the drills that you do in camp and his practices and that, you say, Coach, why are we doing this? You'll see. And they keep their balance. It's so much fun to watch. Meanwhile, we're down to a $1:30 here in the first half. Aviators 19 and Streetsboro 13. 2nd down and 10. Alliance back to throw. JR looks left, nothing. Looks right, nothing. Now he's going to tuck it and run. Look at him go. Got away once, twice, and he'll be taken down at around the 7. Well, let's see, 13 maybe. We're on the home side here. There's an 8-lane track, so once you get on the other hash at the other side, it's a little bit of a challenge sometimes to figure out exactly where they are on the field. It's going to be 3rd and 7, but not until we come out of this timeout, presented by Friends and Family Credit Union. It's always a good time to bring a friend into the family. 1:05 to go in the first half. And Alliance leads Streetsboro 19-13. Sam Bourquin, Caleb Norick, good to be with you on this Friday night on 1310 WDPN and all across our social media platforms. Halftime, Orville 21, Canton Central Catholic nothing. Marlington leads Howland 14-10 with about a minute to go in the first half. East Canton leads Sandy Valley 21-14, 3 minutes to go in the first half of play. Halftime activities coming up here in about a minute or so. Caleb and I will take a little break and come back with the second half for you here on 1310 WDPN. So Alliance going left to right, deep in Streetsboro territory now. 3rd and 7 at the Rocket 11. Jackson to throw. JR steps up, throws, touchdown, Aviators! It's a good one. 6 more on the board for the Flyers. 58 seconds to go in the first half. Aviators 25 and Rockets 13. What a throw, what a catch.
Yeah, what a play there on a post.
Was that Nicholson that caught that?
It looked like it's hard to tell because he caught it into a scrum, and then there was a big celebration.
We believe it was Nicholson. Jaron Blair, thank you, Coach. So Jaron Blair with the touchdown, and JR in for the extra point. It's up, it's good, but another penalty flag has been thrown. It should be 26 because that kick was good. But again, we've got laundering on the field, so we'll wait and see what happens here. How about Alliance? Personal foul, Streetsboro. And it's not offsetting, so that'll affect the kickoff here.
Still have
it should be 26, correct?
5 on the scoreboard, but it should be 26.
It should be 26-13. They got to get that other point up there.
I got it.
So 58 seconds to go. There we go, 26-13. And I was just about to say, Caleb, I can't help it. I keep turning the clock back to last year. It's a 50-point game in Alliance. Aviators on the road tonight, up by 13 late in the first half of play. What a change of events.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked about control what you can control, limit the penalties. I'm not sure Alliance maybe one penalty on Alliance so far today, if any. Not turn the ball over. Take advantage of the opportunities you've been given. And the missed tackles, big plays. Alliance has scored, taken advantage of them. They've stopped them twice on 4th down. So a good start here for the Aviators.
So after the penalty, Alliance now will kick off at the Streetsboro 45-yard line. J.R. Jackson, who does not come off the field, will kick it off. J.R. hammers that ball. It'll bounce and skip and go in and out of the back of the end zone. And the Rockets will take over at their 20-yard line. First and 10, 58 seconds to go. It's a 26-13 lead for the Aviators. Stick around. Halftime activities coming up on 13-10. Streetsboro High School established in 1902. Streetsboro Township schools consolidated to a central building from one-room schoolhouses. And then the Streetsboro Township School would house the high school and all grades in Streetsboro. That happened until 1950. Now all 12 grade levels in the same building. 53 seconds to go. 26-13. Alliance.
Everything going right for the Aviators here. Little bubble route there for Streetsboro, right through the receiver's hands, incomplete. He probably had some room to run there the way that play was designed. Forgot the most important thing, catch the ball.
I want to remind you tonight, every trip into the red zone, the courtesy of RG Drag Red Zone. Learn, earn, and succeed. Knocks back to throw it. 4-step drop. Looks. He's in trouble. He's going to look. Now he's going to run. 25. Out of bounds at the 27-yard line. Shoved out of bounds with. Well, that wasn't a very friendly clock keeper there at home. He lost about a second and a half over there. So 43 ticks on the clock. And the Rockets are going to have a third down. Up 3. Call it 3 at their own 27-yard line, going right to left. Aviators in front, 26-13 here from Streetsboro. Cox in the gun. It's 5 wide now. So they've got formations galore on this football team. They can line up double tights and triple stack, and they can go empty set 5 wide is what they're doing right here. Colton Cox going to go back to throw a quick out. It's caught. First down across the 30. And Cook is going to go out to around the 33, maybe the, let's see. A lot of bodies down there. 33-yard line, first down.
Important to note here, Streetsboro, no timeout, so they got to go down the field here. And Alliance gets the ball coming out of the half, so this is a big drive for the Rockets here, trying to get some points.
Alliance, on the other end of the teeter-totter, has all 3 timeouts left. Wide right, slot right for Streetsboro. Cox back to throw. He's looking. He's going deep. He's got a man. It's incomplete. Great job by J.R. Jackson. You can't play it any better than that.
He can really do it all there. Just simple man-to-man coverage. They had no help. He either makes the play or it's a touchdown for the Rockets. And just kept him on his hip. Turned around, got eyes on the football, and knocked it away. And big stop there for the Aviators on the big over-top pass play, 2nd and 10 for Streetsboro.
How about the Perry Panthers tonight, Caleb? Halftime, Perry 13, Warren Harding nothing at Mollenkopf Stadium. Here's Streetsboro, 2nd and 10. Colton Cox rolling right, fires, caught. Cook has got it. He's going to be thrown out of bounds. Oh. All right, so Cox goes out of bounds. Cook goes out of bounds at the 37-yard line. And a flag was thrown probably 40 yards away from the play.
Yeah, it looked like the Alliance defender was trying to pull up. He kind of went to his knees, but he did hit the Streetsboro Rockets. Again, another one, the official right there let it go. But the other one here maybe saw something different.
Wow. Coach Goodman,
we'll see what the call is.
Just ripped his headset off and walked away over there. Now he's having a discussion with anybody that will listen to him right now.
The poor chain gang guy over
They didn't
there.
do anything, though. They didn't run any yardage off.
Must have
They
picked
waved
up-
it away. 3rd and 7. Cox rolling to the near side. He looking, got a man caught. Out of bounds. First down, Streetsboro at the 47-yard line. That's Adrian Monroe. First down, Rockets. 21 seconds to go. Remember, Streetsboro is out of timeouts. Aviators lead 26-13. Again, 21 seconds to go here in the first half. Don't forget tomorrow, college football, Mount Union and Wheaton, 1 o'clock here on 1310. Timeout Alliance, their first. This timeout brought to you by Friends and Family Credit Union. It's always a good time to bring a friend into the family. Well, Caleb, if Alliance could finish off the last 21 seconds here and go in up 2 scores, and they get the ball coming out of the second half, you got to be feeling pretty good, huh?
Absolutely. This is, again, everything that you could have hoped for if you're an Aviator fan here. And I take that back. Almost everything. What you're hoping for here is to get a stop going into halftime. 21 seconds. At some point, Streetsboro is going to have to take a shot or try to get a chunk yard. Field goals, you have to think, are not going to help you here. So they're 52 yards away from the end zone. 21 seconds, no timeouts.
Again, Jeff Mears standing by with all your news and weather coming up here at halftime. But don't go away now. We got a good ball game cooking. 26-13, Aviators over Streetsboro. Second quarter, 21 seconds to go. Colton Cox in the gun. Rockets will go trips right, slot left to the boundary. Just to the right of the left hash here at Rocket Stadium. Now Cook will go up. Almost be an offset H-back, and Cox is going to go back to throw. Whistles it out of bounds, incomplete. In and out of the hands. Connor Tonway, number 12.
Yeah, on the flip side for the Rockets, they're on a quite lengthy regular season win streak here, and Coach talked about the fundamentals. That's what it comes down to: pad level, the basics, pitch and catch. And this is the third, fourth pass today, right to the receiver's hands, and so for them, everything's going wrong in many ways.
Yeah, Alliance is up 26-13. Cox pump fake, going deep, way downfield at the 15-yard line, incomplete. Trying to get it to Cook on a fly route, a little too strong with that football, incomplete. 3rd and 10, 11 seconds to go.
J.R. Jackson, Cash Brisker, step for step there. There was nowhere to throw that ball. Even if it was on target, he was blanketed pretty heavily by Aviators.
So now a 3rd and 10 for the Rockets at their own 48-yard line. 26-13, Aviators with the lead. What in the heck are they doing? They got a number 53 out there as part of a trips package to the right. Alliance says, okay, we agree with 1310 WDPN. We don't know what's going on here either. Let's call a timeout and talk about it. Look at the big man was over there.
It was the right
53.
tackle. They didn't have a right tackle. He was on the line over there, which is an eligible play.
Oh yeah,
not quite sure what the thought was, but Alliance didn't like it. You can't take them with you, so you might as well call it and get set.
Might as well. This timeout, courtesy of the Friends and Family Credit Union. It's always a good time to bring a friend into the family. Sam Berkman, Caleb Norick with you on this Friday night, all across the 1310 WDPN airwaves and the 13 WDPN Facebook page, our X page, and of course the Q92 radio page on YouTube. Thanks to all the folks dialed in tonight, all across Facebook and X we see out there. Appreciate you spending some time with us on this Week 3 high school football Friday night here in Streetsboro. Aviators, so far so good, up by 13. Cook in motion, Cox to throw. Here comes the blitz. It's a screen over the middle, caught. 50, 45, 40. First down, Rockets at the 35, 30. Off to the races, 20, to the 15, to the 14-yard line. But thank goodness time has run out here at Streetsboro. Aiden Newble almost took it to the house on the final play of the first half. What a 2 quarters of play here in Streetsboro. Hope you're enjoying it as much as we are. Your score, Alliance 26 and Streetsboro 13. Halftime activities are coming up. Keep it right here on AM 1310 WDPN.
Peace of mind. It's one of the most important benefits that we can offer at Friends and Family Credit Union. Welcome to Family Secure Checking. It offers unrivaled security to protect your everyday finances and purchases, as well as comprehensive identity theft protection and reimbursement coverage, credit file monitoring, benefits for travel, shopping rewards, and cell phone protection that includes repair or replacement for up to 4 phones on your cell phone plan. It's time to bring a friend into the family.
Dreaming of your next getaway? Lisa's Dream Getaways Travel Agency is a locally woman-owned travel agency helping you see the world. Lisa books any and all types of travel, honeymoons, all-inclusive, cruises, Disney, along with bachelor and bachelorette trips and destination weddings with low deposit, and you set your monthly payments. Mention Q92 to get $50 on board cruise, credit, cabin, or $150 off your non-canceled vacation or honeymoon. Call 330-428-0610. Lisa's Dream Getaways Travel Agency. If you don't go, you won't know.
Of all the ways to get ahead in life, we're one of them. And we're legal. The John Tesh Radio Show.
I'm John Tesh, and we couldn't be happier about bringing you intelligence for your life every day. We have a room full of researchers gathering the information and ideas you need to make your life simpler and better, and to make you the smartest person in the room.
You're just trying to be better. We're just trying to help. The John Tesh Radio Show.
Join me for music and intelligence for your life, 10 to 3, Monday through Saturday, only on AM 1310 WDPN.
It's intelligence for your life.
Missed the big game? Don't worry, Q92 has you covered. Check out our SoundCloud page where you can relive every exciting moment. From high school football, basketball, baseball, and softball to Mount Union football and basketball, we've got it all. That's every broadcast from this season, and even classics going all the way back to 2016. Follow Q92 Radio on SoundCloud and never miss a play, a call, or the thrill of the game. Q92 Radio on SoundCloud, your home for every game, every season.
Hey everyone, it's Rex Combs, Rex in the Morning on AM 1310, inviting you to tune in Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. for unforgettable favorites, music news, and more. With myself, Clint Marshall on News and Sports, and Mark Johnson from News 5 giving us the weather forecast. Monday through Friday, 6 to 10 a.m., Rex in the Morning, it's all about the music right here on AM 1310 WDPN.
Hey, sports fans, want the latest local sports news, game photos, coach and player interviews, and live play-by-play coverage? Then follow Q92 Sports on social media now. We're on Facebook, Instagram, X, Threads, YouTube, and SoundCloud. Like, follow, and subscribe today. Catch the highlights, relive the moments, and stay connected to your hometown teams. Q92 Sports, your home for everything local sports. Real teams, real action, real coverage. Follow Q92 Sports on social media.
When it comes to sports, Sam Bourquin brings the heat. Catch the Sam Bourquin Show weekdays from 3 to 6 p.m. on AM 1310 WDPN and streaming live on the WDPN Facebook and X pages, plus the Q92 YouTube channel. From the Browns to the Buckeyes, the Guardians, Cavs, and your local high school teams, if it's making headlines in the sports world, Sam is talking about it. It's the local sports talk you want. The Sam Bourquin Show, weekday afternoons on AM 1310 WDPN.
Looking for your home for local sports? Head over to Q92radiosports.com, the official website of Q92 Sports Network. Catch every live broadcast of high school games and Mount Union sports. Stay up to date with the latest local sports stories. Check scores from around the area and never miss a game with our full broadcast schedule. It's everything sports all in one place. Q92radiosports.com, your local sports connection.
From the newsroom, I'm Jeff Mears with this halftime edition of AM 1310 WDPN News. A Canton woman who allegedly stabbed her daughter to death has been formally charged with the crime. Stark County grand jury indicted 49-year-old Terry Niner on charges of involuntary manslaughter and negligent assault. She was initially charged with murder, felonious assault, and domestic violence. In the July 10th incident at her home on 20th Street Northeast, Niner is accused of stabbing 30-year-old Ayla Mangan of Canton in the back during an argument. She later died of her injuries at Mercy Hospital. The grand jury declined to indict Niner's husband, who was charged with obstructing justice. Terry Niner is scheduled for arraignment September 12th in common pleas court. A Holmes County woman faces 7 counts, including aggravated murder, after an indictment by a Tuscarawas County grand jury. 40-year-old Ruth Miller is expected to be arraigned Monday in Tuscarawas County Common Pleas Court. Miller's 4-year-old son Vincent drowned in Atwood Lake August 23rd. Sheriff Orvis Campbell said the incident was the result of a religious delusion. Miller had driven a golf cart into the lake at the Marina West that morning with 4 of her children as passengers. The boy's body was found in the lake that night. A 15-year-old daughter and twin 18-year-old sons got out of the water on their own. $3.7 million has been awarded in emergency shelter and support service grants for domestic violence victims and their dependents in Ohio. The State Office of Criminal Justice Service awarded the grants Wednesday. Alliance Area Domestic Violence Shelter will receive more than $39,000, while the Domestic Violence Project of Stark County will get $95,000. $40,000 will go to Catholic Charities Regional Agency of Columbiana County and $76,600 to Compass Family and Community Services of Mahoning County. The money covers the year ending June 30th, 2026. 2 lawsuits stemming from the 2023 train derailment in East Palestine have been transferred to Columbiana County Common Pleas Court. The cases were filed in Franklin County, but a change of venue was granted after a defendant argued the incident occurred in Columbiana County. The plaintiffs include area residents who opted out of a class action lawsuit settled in federal court, as well as some who opted in. The 52 defendants include Norfolk Southern, environmental cleanup companies, healthcare providers, and local governments, police and fire departments, and schools. They're accused of failing to protect the public or warn of the dangers presented by chemicals released after the accident. The suits also allege the wrongful deaths of 7 people after the derailment. A Massillon man arrested after a police chase across state lines Sunday night is set to appear in court on charges in West Virginia. A hearing for 41-year-old Van Jones is scheduled Thursday in Hancock County Magistrate Court. He's charged with fleeing, receiving stolen property, and driving with a suspended license. Jones is accused of leading a Columbiana County Sheriff's deputy and East Liverpool police officer on a pursuit in a stolen vehicle from Route 39 to the Chester exit across the state line on Route 30. After his extradition, he faces charges including robbery, strangulation, and intimidation. Jones also is charged with violating a protection order. More news after this.
The Q92 Sports Network brings you more high school football and basketball games than anyone else, by far. But did you know that you can go back and listen to our broadcast again? Simply go to the Q92 radio page on SoundCloud. We posted the games we broadcast for everyone to go back and relive. We have playlists filled with our high school football broadcasts from 2016 to this season. So go to SoundCloud now, follow Q92 Radio, and listen. And thank you for listening to all of our sports broadcasts of high school football and basketball on the Q92 Sports Network.
The Youngstown Ursuline football game scheduled for tonight has been canceled. A federal lawsuit was filed this week against the school, administrators, coaching staff, and several members of the football team and their parents. It alleges a member of the team was physically and sexually assaulted by other team members. The incidents were recorded on videos shared in the team's group chat and were later sent to other students and the community at large. It also alleges a lack of proper investigation and a cover-up by administrators. The school says disciplinary action has been taken against some students most directly involved with the alleged incidents and says some other students involved had left the football program before any disciplinary action could be imposed. Farrell coach Amp Pegues said he was informed of the game's cancellation Thursday by Ursuline coach Dan Reardon. The city of Warren, a police officer, and a hospital are denying claims made in a federal lawsuit filed by a woman arrested after a miscarriage. Brittany Watts was charged with abuse of a corpse following a September 2023 incident. The grand jury later declined to indict her. The suit claims Watts went to St. Joseph Hospital after experiencing pain and bleeding at roughly 21 weeks of pregnancy. She alleges she was denied timely and appropriate medical care after being diagnosed with a condition known as placental abruption. Watts says she went home untreated and miscarried. She visited the hospital a third time and accuses hospital staff and police of fabricating evidence against her, conspiring with a police detective to report her, and being interrogated. The city says the interrogation was consensual, and the hospital says Watts left the hospital twice against their advice. A Warren man is guilty of kidnapping and felonious assault. A jury in Trumbull County Common Pleas Court returned the verdict Thursday in the case of 64-year-old John Baker. He was acquitted of rape. On February 20th, Baker was accused of sexually assaulting a 70-year-old woman in Champion Township. The victim then locked herself in a bathroom. Baker was arrested after he was found in the woman's home. Police found a knife in the bedroom and noted stab marks on the bathroom door. A pre-sentence investigation will be conducted before he receives his sentence. A Detroit man was arrested after being stopped on I-80 in Portage County this week. 26-year-old Jalen Davis was charged with trafficking in meth and possession of a controlled substance. The sheriff's office says a package containing about 220 grams of methamphetamine was found by a canine officer. The car was stopped by deputies and the Portage Aggressive Crime Enforcement Unit for a minor traffic violation. We'll return you to the stadium for the second half of tonight's game, but first a look at the forecast. For the overnight, increasingly cloudy skies with a low near 54. Tomorrow, a chance of morning showers. Clouds will gradually make way for mostly sunny skies, a high around 70. Saturday night, partly cloudy, cooler, a low of 46. Mostly sunny on Sunday, a high around 68. From the AM 1310 WDPN newsroom, I'm Jeff Mears.
When it comes to sports, Sam Bourquin brings the heat. Catch the Sam Bourquin Show weekdays from 3 to 6 p.m. on AM 1310 WDPN and streaming live on the WDPN Facebook and X pages, plus the Q92 YouTube channel. From the Browns to the Buckeyes, the Guardians, Cavs, and your local high school teams, if it's making headlines in the sports world, Sam is talking about it. It's the local sports talk you want. The Sam Bourquin Show, weekday afternoons on AM 1310 WDPN.
Looking for your home for local sports? Head over to Q92radiosports.com, the official website of Q92 Sports Network. Catch every live broadcast of high school games and Mount Union sports. Stay up to date with the latest local sports stories. Check scores from around the area and never miss a game with our full broadcast schedule. It's everything sports all in one place. Q92radiosports.com, your local sports connection.
Of all the ways to get ahead in life, we're one of them. And we're legal. The John Tesh Radio Show.
I'm John Tesh, and we couldn't be happier about bringing you intelligence for your life every day. We have a room full of researchers gathering the information and ideas you need to make your life simpler and better, and to make you the smartest person in the room.
You're just trying to be better. We're just trying to help. The John Tesh Radio Show.
Join me for music and intelligence for your life, 10 to 3, Monday through Saturday, only on AM 1310 WDPN.
It's intelligence for your life.
Missed the big game? Don't worry, Q92 has you covered. Check out our SoundCloud page where you can relive every exciting moment. From high school football, basketball, baseball, and softball to Mount Union football and basketball, we've got it all. That's every broadcast from this season, and even classics going all the way back to 2016. Follow Q92 Radio on SoundCloud and never miss a play, a call, or the thrill of the game. Q92 Radio on SoundCloud, your home for every game, every season.
Hey everyone, it's Rex Combs, Rex in the Morning on AM 1310, inviting you to tune in Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. for unforgettable favorites, music news, and more. With myself, Clint Marshall on News and Sports, and Mark Johnson from News 5 giving us the weather forecast. Monday through Friday, 6 to 10 a.m., Rex in the Morning, it's all about the music right here on AM 1310 WDPN.
Looking for your home for local sports? Head over to Q92radiosports.com, the official website of Q92 Sports Network. Catch every live broadcast of high school games and Mount Union sports. Stay up to date with the latest local sports stories. Check scores from around the area and never miss a game with our full broadcast schedule. It's everything sports all in one place. Q92radiosports.com, your local sports connection.
This is high school football on AM 1310 WDPN and streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube.
Halftime activities continue here at Rocket Stadium in Streetsboro. Welcome back, everybody. AM 1310 WDPN and all of our social media platforms. Sam Bourquin and Caleb Norick with you on a beautiful Friday night for Week 3. And Mr. Caleb, we got a pretty good ball game going here. 26-13, the Aviators in front by a couple of scores. What are your thoughts on the first two quarters of play?
Alliance did everything they needed to do. They took advantage of opportunities. They made tackles, did what they, first half we saw last week against the Leopards on offense. They moved the ball. The difference is tonight they get into the end zone. And so 26 points, if you're Coach Goodman, you're happy with that. Defense made two fourth down stops, turnover on or end of the half there where they kept them out of the end zone. So 3 drives, they got off the board with no points from a Streetsboro team that's last year averaging about 40, I think it was 44 points a game a season ago. So they like to score. Right now they're at 13. So you're happy with that if you're an Aviator fan.
The offensives tonight on both sides have been really, really good. But you know what? It always happens when you start talking about all the points, all the offense. somebody at some point will make a big play. They'll make a defensive stand. They'll get off the field on a 3rd and short, and then you say, oh, yeah, I remember that point in the game where it was the defense that got the job done. And I guess we're still kind of waiting there a little bit, but Alliance has shown flashes tonight, partner, that on short yardage situations, and Streetsboro, whether they've tried to go with the meat and potatoes or they tried to get cute, Alliance has come up with a couple of big plays on it.
Yeah, Streetsboro on their second drive, they had a 4th and 1 there, and Alliance had a chance to stop them, and they didn't. Cook got the big touchdown run there, that 72-yard touchdown run, and they scored. But I think it gave Alliance a little bit of, that extra motivation on the next drive. They got forced them into a punt. The following drive, they got a turnover on downs, and then at the end of the half, they gave up a big play, but irrelevant because they don't score. Time ran out. And so 3 straight possessions for this Rocket team that Aviators held them out of the end zone. And that's a good sign if you're Alliance. And on the flip side, the Aviators, 4 of their 5 possessions got into the end zone. And so that's a recipe for a big win.
Well, and we've been talking about it here. 18 consecutive wins in the regular season? 8 or 9 straight at home
9 of those
for this
at home.
Rockets team? And
almost 2 years to the date, Norton on September 8th of 2023, 35-14. So this is something that these Rocket fans haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, they're probably a couple of them are shell-shocked over here right now as the Streetsboro Rocket Band continues to play here at Rocket Stadium. Sam Bourquin, Caleb Norick as halftime activities continue here on AM 1310 WDPN. Let's take a little peek at some of our other scores. We were one of the last to get the half, so of course with all these points,
I'll save the suspense over in North Canton. It's 51-0 at the half. So the Hoover Vikings, you're going to see some freshman and sophomore getting in there today.
Wow,
getting some reps.
So Hoover will go to 3-0. Have they been tested yet? Bookville in the opener, Akron North tonight. Last week, Medina. We'll see.
Federal League play will come, and we'll
find
work it out on the football field.
Then we'll find out.
Massillon tied 14-14 going into the half.
Wow. Well, we thought that'd be a good
game. It's going to be a good game.
Let's see here. East Canton 26 and Sandy Valley 14. Just starting the third. Perry leads Harding 13-0 in the third. Orville 28. Canton Central Catholic nothing in the third. Louisville has taken a 7-0 lead over Northwest. We feel bad for the Crusaders. They're down to their 3rd-string quarterback now, and they just don't have the depth to overcome situations like that. Well, they're working hard at it, but you got to have bodies. You really do.
Coach Henderson and the Knights, they're hanging with Tuskegee Central Catholic 7-0. They're down 7, but they're hanging in there. And Minerva up 14-0 over Springfield at the half.
Well, that'd be 2 for Minerva if they could hold on tonight.
Truslaw 14-7 at the half. So looking around the county, some good games out there.
Be a big win for St. Thomas if they could get one. And I know Tuskegee Central, they've been struggling too. They've been both. I think I was talking to a St. Thomas, I guess, booster last week, and they were kind of looking at the game tonight against TCC, and he said, we're gonna be out there on the field. And between both teams, you might be lucky to have 30 players, 30 to 35 players. So it's been tough, and you wonder at some point at a Tuskegee Central Catholic, at a St. Thomas, you wonder when they're going to say, okay, enough is enough. It's hard to practice, it's hard to scout, it's hard to do anything when you don't have enough bodies to go out there and do it.
Yeah, it's a tough thing in the private school world. You kind of have to fundraise yourself, and yet you kind of have an oversight body. And I don't know a lot about it, but I know there's talking with Coach Henderson, there's some challenges there.
Sure.
And it's hard to, get kids in there to play and fill out a roster. And it's an uphill battle for sure. You see that at Central. You see that, up in some of the Youngstown schools. And we won't talk about that one.
They got their own problems right now.
Yeah.
What a story. What a bad story that is. Of course, they'll let that play through the courts, and we'll see what happens. But Youngstown Ursuline going through some stuff right now. And
you see even St. V and some of the
St.
schools
V's
that
having trouble.
5-10 years ago were really good football schools,
Yeah.
and they have not been recently. And I'm sure there's all sorts of reasons, but there's a real financial component to it as well. And so,
yeah, you bring up a great point, and we got a couple minutes here. St. V. Go back in the days when they had John Sistone as a head coach, and I know I'm going back a while, but they got some championship in the trophy case up there at St. Vincent St. Mary. It's Frank Stams, Jerome Lane, guys like that running through there, and then you look what happened to their football program, and then you look just across the city, and you see what Archbishop Holman is doing, and you wonder how.
Yeah.
Like it's like the discrepancy is incredible as far as guys coming out to play, the win totals, the competition they're playing. The folks that show up at the stadium to watch the teams playing. I know Ursuline and Mooney are both kind of going. The other thing with Ursuline aside, they've both kind of been struggling here lately. Enrollment, trying to find a place to play. Neither one of them have a home stadium. They've been bouncing around Mineral Ridge and Youngstown State and different places. So there's a lot of stuff going on out there that sometimes people, they get so locked into what goes on Friday nights, you don't think about the big picture. And there's a lot of things in play. There's an onside kick to start the third quarter of play, and it looks like Aviators are going to get the ball. And they'll take over 1st and 10 at about their own 48, 49-yard line. So not surprised there with the onside kick to start the half. Now, do we have a penalty flag?
I'm not sure.
I saw one. Okay, I did not.
You would
Okay.
expect this Rocket team. I mean, like we mentioned, they have not been here in a long time. And you would think they're going to pull out all the stops here in the second half. And we're probably going to see some wrinkles, we're gonna see all-out blitzes, some stuff to rattle Alliance and try to get some points on the board.
There we go. Right off the bat, there's Ravon Hawkins over the right side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Streetsboro Rockets in on the defensive play. That's what they call gang tackling. And Hawkins on progress. You know what? He ended up getting a yard out of that. So we'll call it 2nd down and 9. The ball just short of the 50-yard line. That big Streetsboro Rocket logo between the 45s on each side of the 50.
Now, if you're Alliance, you keep doing what you've been doing. Move the ball, get some first downs, at the very least flip field position, and you can't let off the gas. You got to put more points. 26 is probably not going to win this game.
Don't go into a shell. There's a slant. Not one official has made a call. And now they're going to say, yes, it's a catch. They had no idea. But the Aviators will take it out at the 38-yard line, and that'll set up a 3rd down and short for Alliance.
They all just looked at each other, and then, I got to make a decision. And then on the far side, the chain gang started moving. The official said, no, it's not a first down. So,
I think that was Nicholson on the catch.
A rusty start here for the officials and chain gangs, but it ends up being 3rd and 1 for the Aviators. Big play to start the second half here.
Yeah, you want to control here. Oh, bad snap. JR's got to go back and get it. Now, if he runs really, really quick, he can get there. He'll throw it instead. Incomplete. Oh, I think a first down could have been had if they stay on the ground there. But that's going to bring up 4th down. And now decision time for Coach Goodman. 4th and 1. Do you roll the dice here and give it a shot on 4th and 1 at the 42-yard line of Streetsboro?
I think the way that the Rocket offense has been playing, they have the possibility to break a play at any point. Is it that much of a difference if they're at the 42 or the 32? Or
Probably not.
Go for it.
I think decisions like this, Caleb, the rest of the night, both sides are just going to say, you know what, we're going to go because this is the kind of game it's going to be.
Bortis, is that a word? Player in the stadium is going to be the punter for the second half.
Wide left Nicholson. JR's got it. He's going to keep it, and he's got a first down at the Streetsboro 40-yard line. JR Jackson needed one. He got a couple, 1st and 10 for the Aviators.
And we're used to him making plays, get on the outside, outrunning someone there. He just said, you know what? It's all about effort. He just lowered the shoulder and moved forward, got some push by 77, 73, 71 across the Aviator line there on the right side and got a first down.
Geiselman, Kavion Thomas.
Aaron Simey.
That's a big possession play. Now you get 3 more downs here, run a little bit of clock. It's early, but still, it's good to hold on to the ball. JR back to throw. A little flat pass caught at the 45 to the Rocket 40-35. Down at the 33-yard line. There's Jaron Blair, who's got a touchdown pass already tonight for Alliance.
Yeah, it was a good play there for the Aviators. It's kind of a motion play. Blair came out of the backfield, and an Aviator receiver on the far side, they missed a block. It could have been a bigger play, but still gaining 9, moving forward. You're happy with that if you're Coach Goodman.
You'll take it. Second down on a short 2 for the Aviators. 9:25 third quarter of play. Alliance 26, Streetsboro 13 here on AM 1310 WDPN. Jackson fakes right, going to run it left. JR got a first down and more inside the 25, 20, 15, 10. He's going to take it all the way. Touchdown, Aviators. 32 yards, J.R. Jackson.
We mentioned the lowering the shoulder and going from the tackles. That's what we're used to with Jackson. He got to the outside. He made the corner miss. He made the safety miss. Foot race to the end zone. They dragged him down, but he was already in. Touchdown, Aviators.
Well, methinks Streetsboro is in trouble. They cannot stop this Alliance offensive attack. 32-13 Aviators with 9:09 to go. Point after touchdown coming up. This is the only thing tonight, Caleb, that they had trouble with. They missed a couple of extra points. Good snap, good spot. JR's extra point. Did he get enough? He did. It's up and it's good. We'll keep it here, and the Alliance fans that made the trip are whooping it up on the far side here at Streetsboro. 9:09 to go in the third quarter. It is 33-13 Aviators. Where did this come from?
The flip side of what Streetsboro tried to do there with the onside kick is you gave them a short field. They started at the 47-yard line, so they go 53 yards in 6 plays, and the 31-yard touchdown by J.R. Jackson there, and just like that, it's a 20-point Aviator lead.
Unbelievable. 56-6 a year ago in Alliance. Tonight, the Aviators have turned the tide. It's a 33-13 ball game. We'll keep it here with 9:09 to go in the third. Tonight's game brought to you in part by Lisa's Dream Getaway, by Robertson's, RG Drag, and Pulp in Alliance. Also want to shout out good friends at the Friends and Family Credit Union. Also want to thank the good folks up here at Streetsboro for making us feel at home on this Friday night. All right, JR's got it teed up at the 40-yard line. Boy, what a week of difference makes. Third time tonight they've kicked that ball out of bounds. Well, at some point you just got to kick it in the field and go with it. So the Rockets will take over with great field position here. 9:09 to go in the third. Aviators on top by 20. Sam Berkman and Caleb Norick with you on this Friday night. AM 1310 WDPN and all across our social media platforms. Don't forget, a week from tonight, we'll be at Marlington. Louisville and the Marlington Dukes next Friday at 7 here on WDPN.
Yeah, last we looked, Louisville was up 7-0 on Northwestern in the third quarter. And Marlington was also leading last I saw, up 0-0. Did we have an update at some point there?
Marlington?
Yep.
Yeah, they were up. They're up 3.
Okay.
In the third quarter. Here comes Streetsboro now. Coming around the right side, that's Monroe, and the Aviators are all over Adrian Monroe. And they're going to bring him down at around the 33-yard line. That's a loss of 7 yards on the play.
Like Cash Brisker was there in the backfield.
Cash Money with the play for Alliance. And, well, I'll tell you what, with every snap, with every play, you can just feel the momentum. Oh, it's oozing over there on the Alliance side of the field.
Yeah. Another different formation for Streetsboro. They got 4 guys to the boundary side.
Well, they're emptying the playbook. Colton going to go back and throw. Steps up. He fires a long one down for Cook. Incomplete at the 40-yard line. Well, be careful over here. Don't be woofing after the play's over.
Johnny Belts on the coverage. He did a great job there using the sideline as an extra defender, and he just kind of walled him off. Even if Cook caught that ball, his foot was out of bounds, and it wouldn't have mattered. So, and just like that, the scoreboard says, 3rd and 17 here.
So 8:22 to go here in the third quarter. Well, that graphic looks nice, doesn't it? AM 1310 WDPN Facebook page. Score looks even better. 33-13 Alliance. Rockets 3rd and 17 now. Back to throw. Colton Cox reverses it over here to the right side. Giacomo's got it 35-40. 50, 45, and out of bounds and a first down. Big chunk play. Giacomo with a catch in the run after the catch. But a penalty flag back at the Streetsboro 30-yard line.
Yeah, it's going to be on 54. Alex Hartman was coming in to make the tackle. It looked like this is what they're going to call blocking the back, and that's going to take down the first down and a big play, although Brody Fast there made a touchdown-saving tackle. But it looks like it's going to be for naught. Blocking the back. You can hear the Streetsboro reaction here from below us.
Oh, and we were worried about the Alliance coaches tonight. Maybe not now. 8:11 to go in the third. 33-13 Aviators. But that is a momentum crusher if you're Streetsboro. You were looking.
That was a great play call. They ran
was.
A delayed, kind of screen, and he was open. He made a guy miss. The second guy he made miss because he had a little help from his friends. But he got a first down, but the official was right there blocking the back. And so now it's a little rusty on the officials here. First, it looks like it's 3rd and 27. The scoreboard doesn't really know what to do.
No, they are having some issues. 3rd and 27 now. Back to throw, and I don't know if he meant to spike that into the ground or if it slipped out of his hands, but whatever was the case, Colton Cox, the Streetsboro quarterback, fired that baby right into the turf. Incomplete, 4th down and 27.
Yeah, it was another draw, but Brody Fast was right there. If he would have threw that to the intended guy, Fast is running into the end zone there.
Yeah.
So that's maybe a blessing for the Rockets, although at this point you need points.
Cam Burton back to receive the punt for the Aviators back at the 40-yard line. Folks, I got to tell you, I didn't see this coming tonight at all. Short, high kick, takes a Streetsboro roll. My goodness. Inside the 45, inside the 40, and they'll wave it, It'll go dead at the Alliance 36-yard line. 7:52 to go, third quarter. It's 33-13. Stick around after tonight's game. We'll have a quick wrap-up show. We'll give you some stats, and we'll check the scores and get you ready for week 4. Also want to shout out our good friends at Beatty Sports in Louisville, helping us out with our unsung hero of the week for both these teams. Again, shout out Beatty Sports in Louisville. Been around for many, 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 many decades. Here come the Aviators. What are they going to do now? 1st and 10 at their own 36-yard line. Motion to the near side, double fake. JR is going to keep it left. He's going to tuck it, and they're going to blow it dead. And they're just going to mark them down. All right, never hit the turf, did JR, but they blew the play dead. So that's back at the 34-yard line. So a loss of 2 yards on the play. 2nd down and 12. 7:25 to go, third quarter. Aviators in front of the Rockets right now. 33-13 here at AM 1310 WDPN. We'll check the scores here in a minute. Jackson going to hand it off over the right side, and the Rockets are waiting on it that time. Nowhere to go for Williams. 3rd and long coming up for the Flyers. Major League Baseball, Guardians lead the Rays 5-0. Top of the fourth inning down in Tampa. NFL over in Sao Paulo, Brazil tonight. Chargers lead the Chiefs 7-0 late in the first quarter.
That's a unique one. Friday night. That's high school day. Come on.
Right, come on, NFL.
In Brazil, on YouTube. Nothing feels right about that.
Nothing. But you know what the NFL feels? MONEY. And a flag down.
A Sunday or a Monday night, I don't have to hear about the Chiefs. I'm fine with it, though. So.
Not a big fan of Patty and Trav, are you?
Yeah, it is what it is, but you hear about them a lot, but they win. So what can you say?
I was talking to Ben Axelrod today from Awful Announcing on the show, and we both kind of came to the conclusion we're just chiefed out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
JR to throw it. Jackson steps up, fires. Caught! First down, Aviators at the Streetsboro 47-yard line. Cam Burton. And a flag is thrown back at the 29. That's got to be hold or unnecessary roughness, one of the two.
Looks like roughing the passer based on the response of the lineman, but we'll see.
Personal foul, roughing the passer on Streetsboro. Boy, the Rockets are coming unglued here tonight on their home field where they have won 8 in a row, 18 straight overall, and the Aviators are handing them their lunch right now, 33-13. Rockets just look like they're in a funk right now, and I can't put my finger on it.
We talked pregame about controlling what you can control, keeping your composure, not making mistakes. We were talking about Alliance, but this is what's happening in Streetsboro. They're just silly. They're dropping easy passes. They're not making tackles. They're not lined up correctly. They burned two of their 3 timeouts because they weren't lined up. Now they're getting silly penalties, and just like that, Alliance all the way down to the Streetsboro 34-yard line.
Aviators first and 10 now, 6:18 to go third quarter. J.R. Jackson rolling right, steps back, looking to throw. He's flushed out of the pocket, fires it on the run, incomplete at an 18-yard line. Pretty good coverage downfield. They tried to get that into the hands of Alex Hartman, incomplete, second down. 33-13 Aviators, 6:08 to go third quarter.
Yeah, Streetsboro's been trying to dial up some pressure here, bringing a linebacker or putting an extra guy in the box, but Jackson's is athletic enough. He's been able to roll out and throw the ball away or find open guys. So,
college football tonight. James Madison leads Louisville at the half, 7-6. Northwestern leads Western Illinois 15-0. Maryland over Northern Illinois 10-3 at the half. Jackson right up the middle, looking to go 30, 25, 20, 15. J.R. Jackson down to the 13-yard line. That's again a 21 yards and another Aviator first down. They might be looking to drive the nail in right here midway through the third quarter, up by 20. Streetsboro has no answer for this Aviator offense, who a week ago scored 13 against Louisville.
I don't think they scored in the second half, right?
No.
It was 13 at halftime.
You're right.
They really didn't get a drive going until the last 50 seconds.
Coach Goodman and the staff had him ready to roll. JR fires a slant, bounced that one in there incomplete. Tried to get it to Nicholson. Just didn't come out of his hands very well there. Second down and 10. Stops the clock with 5:35 to go.
You mentioned Northwestern. They're playing at a makeshift stadium this year too, aren't they? Like on the lake there.
If it's still, because I saw like a drone video of the new one. Okay. I don't know if it's ready this year or if they're still playing up by the lake. I'm not sure. But what a setting, though.
Yeah,
up by lake. Oh, my
Michigan,
gosh, Lake Michigan in the background. A little windy, though, huh? J.R. Jackson fakes left. He goes over the right tackle, and he will pick his way down close to the Streetsboro 10-yard line. Who are we still chasing for the wild card? Obviously, Seattle, Tampa, Kansas City, Texas. Braves lead the Mariners 1-0 in the 7th. Keep that going. Rangers and Astros 1-1 in the 4th. JR back to throw. It's a slant, incomplete at the 5-yard line. Maybe a little miscommunication there by the Aviators. That'll bring up 4th down. So 4th and 7. If you try 3 here, it's 27 yards. I don't think they're going to go that route. They're going to go for it here.
The game has looked.
Yeah.
You might as well go for it. He's been, of course, Jackson also does the kicking. He's been either on the shorter side or it's been blocked on 2 of the extra points. They're going to go for it.
Here we go. Aviators 4th and 7 at the Streetsboro 10-yard line. JR is going to go back to throw. Look, and he's in trouble. Gets out of it. He's running the other side of the field. 15, breaks a tackle at the 10, but he's going to be short of the 1st down. And they turn it over on downs, and the Rockets will take over 1st and 10 with 4:46 to go in the 3rd quarter. Aviators in front of the Streetsboro Rockets by the score of 33-13. On the scoreboard, Marlington 20, Howland 13 late in the 3rd. Start of the 4th at Mollenkopf Stadium. Keep getting...
Perry was up last I saw.
I keep getting bogus scores here from the people that are at the game. I'm going to wait for an update. I think it's Perry 15-0 over Harding, but we'll wait and see. Cox is running for his life. Now he's going to tuck it and go 10, 15 out of bounds. And around the 16-yard line.
Mikael Williams was in pursuit there and had a chance to bring him down in the backfield, and he came up with an injury. He's now down. Looks like either a cramp or some sort of leg injury, and he just couldn't do it. He had a chance to get the sack, but some sort of injury.
Looks like a cramp. 4:35 to go in the 3rd quarter. We will step away here from Rocket Stadium in Streetsboro. Alliance 33 and the Streetsboro Rockets 13. We'll take a break and come back on 13-10.
Hey, man, good to see you. What brings you out here today? Need to pick up a few tools. You? I need new kitchen cabinets, countertops, maybe even a whole new kitchen, but I can't get any help or find what I need in this place. You need to go to Robertson's for that. Robertson's Kitchen and Bath Gallery is an American Standard plumbing registered showroom, and their knowledgeable consultants have the training and expertise to actually help you get what you need without breaking your budget.
Visit Robertson Kitchen and Bath at 2155 West Main Street in the Alliance Industrial Park, or visit them online at robertsonkitchenandbath.com, where amazing meets affordable.
This is your head coach, Tim Goodman from the Alliance Aviators. You're listening to high school football on AM 1310 WDPN and the Q92 Sports Network.
Sam Bourquin and Caleb Norick back with you here from Streetsboro on a 67-degree Friday night. 33-13 Aviators. Rockets now 2nd and 3 at their own 12-yard line, going right to left here 3rd quarter. Ox in the gun, goes back, throw, caught, across the 20, forward, close to the 25-yard line.
That's complete to...
That Cook? No, that wasn't Cook. That was Aiden Newbold, number 5, with the reception. 1st down for the Rockets. 4:18 to go. Aviators are up by 20 here in the 3rd quarter. Back to throw. Cox over the middle, incomplete. Good coverage by the Aviators. Shout out. Brody fast.
Yeah, and Andrew Pennington had a chance. The ball came right to him, just a little too low. He couldn't make the interception there.
All right, Perry 15, Warren Harding nothing. I thought so. That's in the 4th quarter.
Perry's 2-0, right? Trying to go 3-0?
Trying to go 3-0. 2 out of 3 have been on the road. What a job by Spencer Lino. New coach, new coaching staff, a new way of playing the game. And if they can hang on tonight over in Trumbull County, what a start for Perry. They'll get off to a 3-0 beginning. There's a handoff to Cook coming around the left side, 25. Cook to the 27. Cook to the 29 and taken down at the 29-yard line. Gain of 5 yards on the play for Jamari Cook, the senior running back for Streetsboro. He's their bell cow. Over 200 yards on the ground a week ago. And that 42-7 win over Ken Roosevelt. For Streetsboro fans, that feels like it was 5 weeks ago. 3rd and 6 Rockets. Rolling to the right as Colton Cox steps into it, fires. Caught! First down, Streetsboro at their 45-yard line. Adrian Monroe with the catch and a first down.
Yeah, good job by Streetsboro there on Colton Cox. Just kind of waited, let the play develop. Had kind of an out route there, and receiver made the catch, got the first down, and keeps the drive alive.
Malvern 26, Harrison Central 15. Salem 61, East Liverpool 7. Ouch. Claymont 7, Fairless nothing. These are all late third, early fourth quarter. 1st and 10. Over the right side to the 49 to midfield. And Newble just inside the midfield stripe will take him down to the Alliance 49-yard line. 3 minutes to go here in the third. Another long one.
You watch this Rocket offense, and you just wonder, like, how did the Lions stop them? And they're just making silly decisions, not doing the fundamentals. But when they get rolling, they're hard to stop. They got some linemen. They got good running backs. The quarterbacks made good decisions.
Back to throw. Colton Cox fires it down the field, incomplete at the Alliance 29-yard line. And that'll bring up third down. 2:35 to go. Scoreboard check for you. How about Minerva 27, Springfield nothing. In the fourth quarter, Louisville 10, Northwest 3. Cloverleaf leads Carrollton 35-10. Lake over Rocky River 27-14. Get some more scores here in a minute. Handoff, right side. 45, down to the 42. That's a first down. Jamari Cook with the carry. Brought down by Alex Hartman with a first down for the Rockets. Orville 28, Canton Central Catholic 7. That's in the fourth quarter of play. Akron East leads Canton South 12-7. See if Coach Dennison and the Cats can come back in that one. Here come the Rockets of Streetsboro. 1st and 10 at the Aviator 42. Colton Cox to throw on the run. Incomplete at the Alliance 33-yard line. Tried to hit Kyle Giacomo, the tight end, incomplete, second down.
A trivia question, but I don't know the answer. When was the last time Minerva had a winning record? They've had some rough years.
It's been a while.
I mean, Coach Slate's, if they can get to 2, and I think they'd be 2-1 tonight.
2-1?
Have to think Minerva would be really happy about that.
Oh yeah, they'll be blaring the fire engines tonight over at Minerva if they hang on for that baby. Got an injured Aviator down at the 40, just a cramp though. So another stoppage in play here. Tonight's game on 1310 WDPN brought to you in part by Friends and Family Credit Union, by Robertson's, Pulp in Alliance, Lisa's Dream Getaway, and by RG Dreg and Robertson's. Hey, we got college football for you tomorrow. 1 o'clock at Larry Karras Stadium. The Purple Raiders will take on the Wheaton Thunder. Pregame at 12:45. The kickoff at 1 right here on AM 1310 WDPN. That's going to be a good game tomorrow. I'm not even trying to hype that up and blow smoke. That's going to be a good one. Raiders ranked number 2 in the country. Wheaton ranked number 17.
Yeah, another season for Purple Raiders getting off and running. How many years have you done their games?
This will be 10.
Yeah,
it
flies by.
It's gone just like that. But what a privilege to call games for a team that when the schedule comes out, I automatically go to the kitchen. I open up the door for the pantry, and I get out the calendar, and I say, Mount Union, September, October, November, December. And I just mark all the dates. And I don't even think about it.
Yep.
This year it'll be January.
I was listening to an interview with Matt Campbell this week.
Back to throw Cox. He's going for the home run ball. J.R. Jackson with the interception. Back at the Aviator 12-yard line. And the Aviators will take over 1st and 10. How about Mr. Jackson tonight? throws it, kicks it, picks it. First down.
What a play. I mean, just playing safe. You just waited. You know, Streetsboro, you knew they were going to start taking chances, and he threw that one up there. Jackson high pointed it, gets the interception, first down, Aviators.
So you were saying you heard an interview with Coach Campbell.
Yeah, Coach Campbell was interviewing on a podcast with Coach Meyer and Mark Ingram, and he was asking, Coach Meyer was asking him, hey, where'd you kind of get your philosophy? And Iowa State they kind of stick to it. They do what they do. They do it well. And he was college roommates with Nick Sirianni. You talked about that. And imagine sitting in there in that dorm and just talking ball. You got probably the most consistent college coach right now in Matt Campbell, and obviously the reigning Super Bowl champion Nick Sirianni. That's some good minds sharing a dorm over there in the Alliance.
You can fill up a playbook with those two guys. Here come the Aviators now running wide and nowhere to go. It's going to be a loss for Jaron Blair. Probably going to mark him down around that. Let's call it the 7-yard line. So a loss of 5 yards on the play. We got a minute 15 to go in the third quarter. Things have kind of come to a halt here, scoreboard-wise, but it's still 33-13 Aviators up by 20 here in Streetsboro.
Coach Campbell was sharing a funny story about he had taken the D coordinator job for Urban Meyer when he got the job at Ohio State, and he had an opportunity to interview for Toledo. He asked Coach Meyer, and he said, yeah, go ahead. You're not going to get it. He's 30-something. I think he was 30.
JR back to throw. Now he's going to run. Look at the moves, and Jackson goes down at the 15-yard line.
Anyways, he interviewed for it, obviously gets the job. Now he's at Iowa State. He's actually the all-time winningest coach in Iowa State history at 42 years old. So it was a funny story. Coach Meyer said, I couldn't even be mad. He told him to do it thinking there was no chance. He called him back, said, Coach, they just offered me the job. What am I supposed to do?
Yeah, take it. We don't want to lose you, but you got to take it. And his phone rings constantly, but I really believe he loves it there.
They asked that's what prompted the question, and he said, you know what? My family, I haven't moved. He's got kids in high school. They've gone to the same school. They've built the culture. They're different there. They've won. He loves it.
They love it. They absolutely, and they love him. Pass to Hawkins out of the backfield. Around to the cross, 25, 30, 35. Out of bounds. First down, the Aviators. Hawkins with the catch and run. Another first down. That's a backbreaker for the Streetsboro defense right there. You got to think. Flyers move the sticks at a 1st and 10.
Great job by Hawkins. Just waited, let it open up, and had enough to get the first down and more. They're up to the 33-yard line, and you would think that'd be the last play of the. Well, no, the clock stopped on them.
And this mess of papers I've got, I know I've got the Alliance schedule. I forget who they've got next week. I don't know if they go into EBC play next week already, or they got one more. 17 seconds to go, third quarter. Here comes Hawkins across the 30. Hawkins taken down at the 35-yard line. Good open field tackle down there by Jamari Cook for Streetsboro.
Aviators go to Ellett next week, followed by Central Catholic.
That's right.
Salem, Carrollton, West Branch, Minerva, and Marlington to finish it out.
Oh, setting up for them the next couple of weeks. Ellett, good football program, but I would favor Alliance in that game. Central is struggling with their down to their third-string quarterback, so Aviators could make some hay here the next couple of weeks. We're going to take a break and come back for the fourth quarter. It's Alliance 33, Streetsboro 13, AM 1310, WDPN.
Craving something fresh in Alliance? Head to Pulp, where every day starts with in-house fresh squeezed juices, packed with real fruits and veggies. Need a boost? Try our wheatgrass or ginger shots. Small shots, big energy. Hungry? We've got you covered with crave-worthy bowls and wraps, loaded with flavor and made fresh just for you. Come visit us on 450 West State Street in Alliance. Healthy never tasted this good. Fresh flavors made just for you.
RG Dreg, Stark County's premier career center, offers programs that prepares its students at the high school level for careers and continued education beyond high school. Upon completion, RG Dreg students have an immediate opportunity to obtain a well-paying job in many exciting career fields. We offer everything from culinary, dental assisting, engineering, sports turf and landscape, welding, and so much more. Contact RG Dreg to find a program and career that's the perfect fit for you. RG Dreg, where careers begin.
Sam Bourquin, Caleb Norick back here in Streetsboro. Welcome back, everybody. 1310 WDPN. I let that jetpack go down to 53%. I was like, what the heck? I forgot to put that charger in there.
Yeah, Jackson there scrambling. Got out of the pocket and found Grady Fast there for a big first down and cross midfield.
There's a carry inside the 45 down to the Rocket 43-yard line. Just underway in the fourth quarter. What a night for Alliance. What a night for the Aviator football team. 33-13 over Streetsboro. Aviators hang on here. They can make some history knocking off this team. Streetsboro, especially in their own backyard. Again, post-game show coming up after tonight's game. Tusky Central Catholic has now taken a 20-6 lead over St. Thomas. Fourth quarter. Here come the Aviators. Jackson hands it off to Hawkins. Fakes right, goes left, and Ron. 35, 30. Hawkins to the 25. Hawkins to the 23-yard line of the first down. That's a 20-yard gain of Ron Hawkins. Move the sticks, please. First down, Aviators.
We spent the first half talking about how physical Streetsboro was up front. Their linemen just moving people in big holes, and the script is flipped in the Aviator front five there, the offensive linemen and the tight end there. They're just pushing the Rockets back. Hawkins just getting big chunks, big runs here, and they're down inside the 22-yard line.
Lake 27, Rocky River 21 in the fourth quarter. Blue Streaks were running away there for a bit. Perry still leads Warren Harding 15-0 in the fourth quarter. First down Flyers at the Rocket 20-yard line going right to left. JR gets it off to Hawkins. Hawkins up the middle, 20, 15, flag down at the 16-yard line. That's probably going to come back.
Yeah, they're going to get Keenan Jones there on a hold.
All right, got any more scores here? Wow. Okay, it's the final. Louisville has just defeated Northwest by the score of 10-3. Wow, what a defensive game that was tonight over in Louisville. Leopards and Marlington next Friday night at 7 o'clock. We'll be there, AM 1310 WDPN.
Yeah, that was Coach DeMarco's return to playing it back at Louisville. And so 3-0 for the Leopards?
It is. 3-0 for Coach Kappas in Louisville. One more year as an independent for them, and then they'll jump into the All-American Conference in 2027. JR play action. JR throws. Got a man open. Into the end zone. Touchdown. Aviators.
Jaron Blair again.
Jaron Blair, his second touchdown catch of the night. And you can stick a fork in this one. 9:33 left to go. Aviators 39 and Streetsboro 13.
What a play. Blair just blew past the corner.
Oh, my goodness.
The pass even was a little bit off from Jackson, but it didn't matter. Blair caught it, and a touchdown for the Aviators.
Jaron Blair with his second touchdown pass catch of the night. Alliance a little late getting players on here. And they'll try to get the PAT and make it a 40-13 game. Wow. Good snap, good spot. JR's left-footed boot is up. It's perfect. 9:33 left to go. Alliance 40 and Streetsboro 13. We will keep it here. Check the scores.
33 seconds left in the first quarter. Alliance scored to make it 13-13, and since then, 27 unanswered for the Aviators.
Wow. Coach Goodman has got to be ecstatic the way his football team has responded tonight. A 30-13 loss to Louisville. You got beat by 50 by the Streetsboro team a year ago in your place. And what do they do tonight? They have come out and they have flexed on the road and have scored 40 points tonight for Alliance. Streetsboro gave up 7 a week ago to Kent Roosevelt. Aviators might have a little something here now. Once again, the schedule kind of sets up for them a little bit. Maybe after 5 or 6 weeks, they could be a one-loss team. So Jackson will tee it up at the 40-yard line. Alliance 40-13 with 9:33 left to go. They are the approach and the kick. See, just hammer that thing. It'll go in the end zone. And the Rockets will take over 1st and 10 with 9:33 left.
Got any other college games you're excited for this weekend?
I think Michigan-Oklahoma will be good.
Be fun.
I think Kansas-Mizzou will be good.
Renewing that rivalry. It's been a while.
Yeah, been a minute. I'm kind of interested a little bit in UCLA and UNLV. I really like Dan Mullen, and he's taken over the UNLV football program now, and they're doing some good things. And UCLA, you just want to see them get back to not necessarily their glory days, but I mean, now that they're a member of the Big Ten, you want them to be competitive and kind of do well for the conference. I realize that just sounds so stupid. UCLA, Big Ten, but that's where we're at. USC, I still can't get used to it. I just can't.
Oregon, yeah,
I can't get used to Stanford and Cal in the ACC for crying out loud.
Yep.
But that's where we are in 2025.
I saw in Columbus last weekend, Nike ran a promo with the big shoe that said no cupcakes. I'm hoping they took that down this week with Grambling coming to town.
Oh, yes.
Now, Ohio State deserves a week off after not a week off, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, a little.
I mean, they've played
refresher.
6 straight really tough games going back to last year. So
how about that run, by the way? How about that run by Ryan Day and Ohio State their last 6 games?
I don't know if you'll see a run like that again with the way NIL and things have changed things. It's really impressive.
And nobody talks about it. Streetsboro 1st and 10. Cox over the middle, incomplete for Monroe at the 40-yard line of Alliance. I mean, think about it. Think about the run.
You lose
after the loss to, and what a punch in the teeth that was. And think about what they did after that and where they are now. It's incredible.
Blew out Tennessee, blow out Oregon. Then you go and you beat. Who'd they play in that?
Was it Texas?
Texas.
And then you beat Notre Dame.
Then you beat Notre Dame. Turn around and beat Texas.
That's all.
But you still only hear about the SEC on certain networks.
Pass is intercepted. Picked off by the Aviators at the 45-yard line. Number 6. Cam Burton with the INT, or an OSCE, as we used to talk about it at Canton Central Catholic back in the day. First down for the Aviators with 8:51 to go. And Alliance will take over 1st and 10 with a 40-13 lead. And that will empty out some of the bleachers on this side at Streetsboro. They might be heading back to the carnival, which is not a bad idea. Well, we had a big pregame tonight here. Carnival, or games, food trucks, and music. And that was a great scene here. But wow, Alliance just came in here and crashed the party tonight. 1st and 10 Flyers at the 46-yard line, their territory. Motion coming near side. It's a fake jet sweep. Inside counter. Hawkins 50, around 45, flag down. Look at Hawkins go. Look at him go to the 30, 20, out of bounds at the 15. But the old penalty flag back here at the 50-yard line. It's probably going to come back. But what a run it was by Ron Hawkins.
Yeah, they had the right tackle there out on the edge, and he was about 5-10 yards downfield, but I think he got some jersey. Good effort by the young man, but got caught with the hold.
Sure did. Check the scores here for you in just a minute. Hey, looking ahead to next week, we told you We will have Marlington and Louisville next Friday here on AM 1310 WDPN. Also next Friday on Q92, Hoover will be at Green. Mogador at Malvern. Glen Oak at McKinley. Perry's at Lake. That'll be a good ball game. East Canton at St. Thomas. And Salem at Canton Central Catholic. Those are all next week. Q92 Sports Network. Twins left, slot right, handoff. Hawkins, 45. Ron Hawkins will wiggle across the 45. Hawkins to the 46-yard line. So got some of it back after that penalty.
Yeah, it's that point in the season. You got a couple teams around the county, 3-0, 2-1. You're feeling good about yourself. So Lions team's going to go to 2-1 tonight. On the flip side, you got some teams like Glen Oak and a couple others that they're just looking to get something going.
Yeah, just confident, something.
Still redeem the season. It's by no means over, and you're looking to get some wins. And that's a big game against McKinley for them. But the Bulldogs. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Are they 0-2? Or 1-1?
McKinley?
Yeah,
they're 1-1.
1-1. They won week 1.
They won week 1. They lost to St. Augustine, who was very good
And
last
play
week.
tomorrow against Heights. So.
They should get that one. So they would be 2-1 going into that game against Glen Oak. So.
And Glen Oak plays tomorrow as well, right? They're part of that triple header?
They've got Cleveland East Tech tomorrow. I believe that's at 3. A couple of PA schools will play early. One of them, the Dan Marino's old high school. I think Pittsburgh Central Catholic. And then Glen Oak East Tech at 3. And we'll have McKinley and Cleveland Heights tomorrow night on Q92. Another penalty flag with 7:14 to go. Let's check out the scoreboard here. Whoops, lost it. Got to be an easier way here. Just has to be. Fairless 7, Claymont 6 late in the fourth quarter. Perry still 15-0 over Warren Harding. Lake, what a shootout. 34-28 over Rocky River. West Branch big. Orville 28-7 over Canton Central Catholic. Massillon and Fairburn Gap out of Georgia, 28-28 at Tiger Stadium. That just sounds like a back-and-forth brawl over at Massillon tonight. So 4th and 14, 6:30 to go, clock running. And the Aviators will punt it away.
Stepping outside the county, there was a good one up in...
Oh, I meant to ask you, what's going on with Glen? Okay, tell me. Glenville and
Avon and Glenville. It's 20-6 Avon. 7:53 left to play there. That's a good game.
J.R. Jackson with a high wobbler. Cook with a catch. 35-40. They'll shirt tail tackle him down at the 46-yard line, and Streetsboro goes 1st and 10. How about the job Mike Elder's done? Another Mount Union guy up at Avon. I mean, state champs a year ago. They had that terrible, terrible tragedy, losing one of their students. They dedicate the season to him. They come back again this year. And I'll tell you what, kid, they don't duck anybody. No. They play people.
You want to play? Let's go.
And they tee it up, and they don't care who, when. And up 14 on Glenville up at Avon tonight. That'd be another good win for the Avon Eagles. Division 2, by the way. Trips left for the Rockets. Streetsboro just trying to make this respectable. Pass is caught out here on the right side by Cook. He'll be taken down around the Alliance 49-yard line. 5:55 left to go. Aviators 40 and the Rockets 13 here on 1310 WDPN. Sam Bourquin, Caleb Norick, good to be with you on this Friday night. Perry has taken a 25-7 lead over Warren Harding in the fourth quarter of play. Jackson losing 34-21. East over Canton South 12-7. Fourth quarter of play. Got a cramp here. We got an injury to one of the Aviators at the 37-yard line. So 5:54 to go, an official timeout here in Streetsboro. Tomorrow night, Q92, Clint and the boys will be at Tom Benson for the Bulldogs in Cleveland Heights, 7 o'clock. Q92, Q92radiosports.com. The Bulldogs have been going through some health issues this week in school. A little strep throat going around, but hopefully they'll be ready to go tomorrow night.
Crazy to think that we're on to week 4.
It is. It really is. Injured Aviator was Cash Brisker. Looks like he's okay. Is that what? We've been blessed with really good weather, too. A little hot with Marlington, but not crazy, not unbearable. Last week was nice over in Alliance. Actually, we commented a couple of times during the broadcast. We had the window open last week for the crowd mic and everything, and they fired up that air conditioning, and my man had to put his coat on last weekend. Knox back to throw on the run. It's caught at the 40, down to the Alliance 39-yard line for Adrian Monroe. 5:47 left to go here. Alliance on their way to a 2-1 record.
I know Streetsboro hasn't been able to move the ball like they normally do, but they use that H-back really well. He does a little bit of everything. He blocks, comes out of the backfield. There he came a little flat route, gets a gain of 8.
Cox rolling right, throws the deep ball right side, incomplete. Try to get that to Jamari Cook.
Grady fast put a hit on the quarterback there. Maybe disrupted the throw a little bit.
Well, you know the way this game started tonight, in Streetsboro's offensive line was just mulching Alliance. And I don't know when it turned, how or why it turned, but it did. Because every time Streetsboro would punch, Alliance would punch back.
Yeah.
And then the Aviators got a couple of stops. They figured some stuff out, and they just started going to work. And where we sit now, it's 40-13 with 5:39 left to go. I mean, Alliance, what you saw, a 27-0 run after this game being tied at 13.
I mean, you look at Streetsboro, and a year ago, they didn't give up 40 points almost the entire regular season combined. They gave up 21 in week 1 at CBCA, 0, 6, 0, 0, 0, 0, 14, 0, 15. They didn't give up many points.
No, they did not.
My math's not good, but that's less than 40 if you take away the CBCA game, which is 21. That's and so for Alliance to come here, we thought the game may look like this. We just didn't think it was going to be this side.
It flipped,
and that's why you play the game.
That's right. This one flipped on us here tonight. State championships, if you're talking about Streetsboro, they did it on the wrestling mat back in 1997. Interception for the Aviators. Was that J.R. Jackson?
I think it was. It's
wow.
His second of the game.
Oh, man. J.R. with a pick. Aviators will take over 1st and 10 at their own 41-yard line.
Young man's got 3 touchdown passes, couple extra points.
Extra points. He's punted. He's kicked off.
You might have to drive the bus home, too.
I'm telling you what. And again, he never comes off the field. And I keep saying it. If you think he's good at football, watch this young man on the basketball floor. Lightning. JR gives it to Ravon Hawkins. Up the middle, 50. Hawkins 45, 40. There he goes. Hawkins 30, 20, 15, 10. Forget about it. Touchdown. Aviators. 59 yards of Ron Hawkins. 46-13. Alliance.
Yeah, good for him. The last drive, he had a big run. Got called back because of a hold. They ran the same play. Inside zone on the right side. He makes the guy miss. It's a foot race to the end zone, and he wins. Touchdown for the Aviators. And then this is a blowout.
It's a running clock. Are you kidding me? Wow. All right, JR, we need you to run down there and kick an extra point now. This would make it 47-13. And a running clock in Streetsboro. Kick is no good. It will remain 46-13. What a show by the Aviators tonight. I'll tell you what, you just never know. I think the folks over here on this side of the stadium were like, well, should we go home? It's nice. We can stay. Is that scoreboard correct? Yes.
The PA announcer right now is explaining the rules for the running clock. Bob Long has treated us so well here today.
Yes, he has. Thank you, Bob, for all that you've done.
The Streetsboro fans have heard this before, but they've not been on this side of it.
No.
Not in a long time. 2 years since they've lost. Back in 2023 against Norton. 9 straight at home, 18 straight overall in the regular season. And Alliance flipping the script. It was 56-6 a year ago.
Yeah.
46-13 here tonight so far. So good job by the Aviators responding.
Incredible. Got some folks checking in here. Adeline Richter listening to the ball game tonight. Andrew Utes checking in. Kevin Hickman, appreciate you guys listening. There's a return, and the Rockets going to go down at the 21-yard line, and we're going to go 1st and 10. So a running clock is in order. 46-13 Aviators, 4:45 to go in the fourth quarter of play. Stick around, post-game show coming up at the conclusion of tonight's ball game. We got people listening in on the radio tonight. Caleb, we got them listening on X, on the WDPN Facebook page, on YouTube. We thank everybody for checking us out here on this Friday night. Week 3 of the high school football season. And be a nice little bus ride back home to Alliance tonight for the Aviators. Let's check out some scores here while we got a minute. Orville beat Canton Central Catholic 28-7. That's the final. Looks like Massillon is still tied 28-28 in the fourth. St. Francis over Jackson 34-27 in the fourth. Lake 34 and Rocky River 28. Perry 25. Warren Harding 7. Tuslaw up big in their game as well. So Alliance is going to go to 2-1. Streetsboro is going to drop to 2-1. Told you this high school it was founded in 1902. They reestablished in 1962. Right on Route 14 here in Streetsboro. There's a big run over the left side for the Rockets on the move, down to the 40, down to the 37-yard line. And a first down for the Rockets. Was that Fincham or was that Noah Hodge? 28, 26. I can't read. I can't tell if that's a 6 or an 8. 8? I'll go with 8. Noah Hodge, sophomore, with a big run and a first down.
Emptied the bench a little bit. We're seeing some
little option shove out to the right side inside the 40 and a couple of good sticks over here, and they'll finally bring the carrier down at the 37-yard line. That was Newbold on the carry. 3:20 left to go. Aviators 46, Rockets 13, 13-10 WDPN. High school got a $2 million, well, there was a fire in 2010 of June. $2 million in water damage, smoke, and structural damage to the gymnasium. They shut the school down for the remainder of the year. They got back in March of 2011. Basketball team had to play their home games at Ravenna while everything was being fixed up.
It's a really nice little campus they got here. They got a couple nice athletic facilities. We've done some good work for the school. I enjoyed my drive around it today. I was trying to find where I was supposed to go, but The friendly folks directed me to where I needed to be.
You made it in. I got here so early. I was watching the girls' soccer team was practicing. That's how early I was here today.
They were probably still in school when you got here.
Yeah. Got up here about 1:35, 1:40. I am Mr. Take No Chances guy with equipment when I'm far away from home.
Yep.
Learned the hard way a couple of times early on, and never going to go back to that again. Catch in the end zone, or did he drop it? Incomplete. That would have been a sure 6 points there, but
that kind of summarizes the night for the Rockets. Good play call, sprint out to the right, post route up top, made a perfect pass, and he just dropped it.
Yep. Cox put it right on the money, but incomplete. Minute 35 to go here in the ball game. 46-13 is our score. Again, post game coming up when we're done. And we'll get you ready for week 4 next Friday night. Louisville at Marlington. 2nd and 10. Rockets at the Aviator 18-yard line. Cox back to throw. Throws it out into the flat. It's caught inside the 20, inside the 15, and gang tackled at the 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 64 flags thrown at the end of that play as Hodge hit the turf, gets inside the 15-yard line. But that's the beauty of the running clock. Just keep letting it run.
Yep, face mask.
We're under a minute to go here in the fourth quarter. Alliance 46 in Streetsboro 13. Maslin trailing 34-28 late in the fourth quarter. Boy, when's the last time the Tigers were up against it after the third week of the season? Cox throws a little fade in the back of the end zone and complete. Looking for Giacomo in the back corner of the end zone. That might be it. We got about 20 seconds left. Again, it's 3rd and 1, but again, the clock is continuing to run. And the Alliance Aviators are going to go back to that locker room, and they're going to whoop it up a little bit, and they're going to get ready for a nice bus ride home. 6 seconds left to go. They're going to run one more play. Colton Cox in the shotgun. 2, 1, rolling left, fires it, caught at the 2, knocked down, and that will do it. What a job here tonight by the Alliance Aviators. 13-13 ball game at one point, and it ends with a big win for the folks from the Carnation City. Your final score here in Streetsboro, the Alliance Aviators 46 and the Streetsboro Rockets 13. We'll take a break and come back with a big postgame show. All happening right here on AM 1310 WDPN.
High school football exemplifies the true meaning of teamwork. At Friends and Family Credit Union, our team of local friendly professionals offer the same true spirit for our members with a wide array of products from vehicle loans to personal loans, family secure checking with ID Protect, mortgage, home equity line of credit, and more. For over 60 years, we have the game plan for your financial well-being. Visit any of our 3 convenient locations, online or mobile banking. Now, more than ever, it's time to bring a friend into the family.
Dreaming of your next getaway? Lisa's Dream Getaways Travel Agency is a locally woman-owned travel agency helping you see the world. Lisa books any and all types of travel, honeymoons, all-inclusive, cruises, Disney, along with bachelor and bachelorette trips and destination weddings with low deposit, and you set your monthly payments. Mention Q92 to get $50 on board cruise, credit, cabin, or $150 off your non-canceled vacation or honeymoon. Call 330-428-0610. Lisa's Dream Getaways Travel Agency. If you don't go, you won't know.
Hey, man, good to see you. What brings you out here today? Need to pick up a few tools. You? I need new kitchen cabinets, countertops, maybe even a whole new kitchen, but I can't get any help or find what I need in this place. You need to go to Robertson's for that. Robertson's Kitchen and Bath Gallery is an American Standard plumbing registered showroom, and their knowledgeable consultants have the training and expertise to actually help you get what you need without breaking your budget.
Visit Robertson Kitchen and Bath at 2155 West Main Street in the Alliance Industrial Park, or visit them online at robertsonkitchenandbath.com, where amazing meets affordable.
Of all the ways to get ahead in life, we're one of them. And we're legal. The John Tesh Radio Show.
I'm John Tesh, and we couldn't be happier about bringing you intelligence for your life every day. We have a room full of researchers gathering the information and ideas you need to make your life simpler and better, and to make you the smartest person in the room.
You're just trying to be better. We're just trying to help. The John Tesh Radio Show.
Join me for music and intelligence for your life, 10 to 3, Monday through Saturday, only on AM 1310 WDPN.
It's intelligence for your life.
Missed the big game? Don't worry, Q92 has you covered. Check out our SoundCloud page where you can relive every exciting moment. From high school football, basketball, baseball, and softball to Mount Union football and basketball, we've got it all. That's every broadcast from this season, and even classics going all the way back to 2016. Follow Q92 Radio on SoundCloud and never miss a play, a call, or the thrill of the game. Q92 Radio on SoundCloud, your home for every game, every season.
Hey everyone, it's Rex Combs, Rex in the Morning on AM 1310, inviting you to tune in Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. for unforgettable favorites, music news, and more. With myself, Clint Marshall on News and Sports, and Mark Johnson from News 5 giving us the weather forecast. Monday through Friday, 6 to 10 a.m., Rex in the Morning, it's all about the music right here on AM 1310 WDPN.
This is your head coach, Tim Goodman from the Alliance Aviators. You're listening to high school football on AM 1310 WDPN and the Q92 Sports Network.
And we are back. Congratulations, Coach Goodman. That was a heck of a ball game. Alliance beats Streetsboro tonight, 46-13. The Aviators go to 2-1. The Rockets drop to 2-1. And what a ball game, Caleb. The Aviators just they brought the juice tonight. They handled it.
They did. Yeah, we talked about the things that they needed to do. They did all of them and more. Didn't turn the ball over. They forced 3 turnovers, plus 2 turnovers on downs. They forced the Streetsboro Rockets team to just – they didn't know what to do. They couldn't move the ball. They couldn't get into the end zone. I mean, 27 unanswered. And a great team win for Alliance. J.R. Jackson, obviously, he does it all. Couple touchdown passes, couple interceptions, couple extra points, couple punts, couple kickoffs. But it wasn't just him. All over defensively. We mentioned a couple times guys rallying to the football, making team tackles, and what a win.
Yeah, great win. And, of course, Caleb is going to have a couple of quick interviews. We'll be posting those up later on social media tonight. We'll talk to Coach Goodman and maybe a couple of players. And I'll tell you what, you might get Gatorade dumped on you, so be careful down there doing that post-game stuff. All right. Wow, what a night here in Streetsboro. Again, we want to thank all the folks in Streetsboro for their hospitality here tonight. And first visit here for both of us. I think we enjoyed our time. Good people over here. And thanks to everybody here at the school for helping us come up here and do the show today and do the game. We certainly appreciate it. Also, thanks to everybody for listening tonight on 1310, on the X page, on our Facebook page, listening on the Q92 radio page on YouTube. We appreciate you as well. And we'll do it all over again. 1 week from tonight, we'll be in Marlington, the home of the Dukes, as they welcome in the Louisville Leopards. That's next Friday at 7, right here on AM 1310 WDPN. For my partner, Caleb Norick, and all our great listeners back there, and thanks to the crew back at 1310 WDPN and on the Q92 Radio Sports Network. This is Sam Bourquin saying so long from Streetsboro. Alliance 46, Streetsboro 13. So long, everybody.